Good morning, everyone. Hare Krishna. Jai Hind. Okay, I'm not taking your too much time because we have only 15 minutes for interaction, for breathing, for meditation. So everyone settle down fast. Mute from your side, back straight, spine neutral, shoulder relaxed. Now, take your phone and keep it on mute for next 15 minutes. Now, don't lean forward or don't lean back. Make your spine neutral, but don't overarch your back. So don't arch your back. Spine should be neutral. Once you are comfortable, align your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Chin should be parallel. Bring your elbows towards your body, palms up towards the ceiling. With a gentle smile on your face, close your eyes. Slowly bring your awareness towards your breath. Just see how you inhale, how you exhale effortlessly. And don't open your eyes for next 15 minutes. Just scan your body. Just scan your breathing, how you inhale, how you exhale. Don't pass any judgment. Now, slowly bring your awareness towards your belly. And see how your belly moves with inhale and exhale. बिल्कुल धीमा गहरा लंबा श्वास लेंगे. पेट फुलाएंगे. श्वास छोड़ेंगे. पेट अंदर खींचेंगे. Draw your belly in towards the spine. Only abdominal breathing. धीमा गहरा लंबा श्वास लेंगे. उतने ही धीमे गहरे लंबे श्वास को जाने देंगे. Slow, deep, long inhale. Slow, deep, long exhale. Now rest your right hand on your belly, left hand still on your lap, on your thigh. Inhale, exhale. बिल्कुल धीमा श्वास लीजिए, छोड़िए. And see how your belly moves with inhale and exhale. पूरा ध्यान पेट पर. और देखिए, ध्यान दीजिए श्वास के साथ आपका पेट बाहर जा रहा है या अंदर जा रहा है. Few more rounds, 3 more rounds. Deep inhale, slow deep exhale. No sound during inhale and exhale. Now rest your right hand on your lap. Gently open your eyes. धीरे से आंखें खोलेंगे. Okay. Now, when you inhale, your belly should be up. IT team please mute कर दीजिए. Okay. या तो जब आप श्वास ले रहे होंगे आपका पेट बाहर जा रहा होगा या अंदर जा रहा होगा. ठीक है. तो अब आप जो लोग श्वास ले रहे थे उनका पेट बाहर जा रहा था वो हैंड रेज करें. जिनका पेट बाहर जा रहा था और अगर अभी भी ध्यान नहीं दिया तो फिर से आंखें बंद करके चेक कर सकते हैं. ग्रेट संजय जी, थैंक यू। जितेंद्र जी, वेरी गुड। ओके, राव साहब, थैंक यू। ओके, जिनका पेट अंदर जा रहा था, ओके, आई एम सो सॉरी अगर मैंने किसी को मिस किया, और जिनका पेट अंदर जा रहा था अब वो हाथ खड़ा कर लीजिए। ओके, त्रिपाठी जी, अनुराग जी, संजय जी, ठीक है। चलिए, अब जिनका पेट बाहर जा रहा था उनको पॉइंट्स मिल गए हैं, वो सही ब्रीदिंग कर रहे हैं, उन्हें याद है कि उन्होंने छोटे बचपन में कैसे ब्रीदिंग करी थी, मतलब अभी तक वो अच्छे से ब्रीथ कर रहे हैं। और जिनका पेट अंदर जा रहा था श्वास लेते हुए, दे आर द चेस्ट ब्रीदर और द पैराडॉक्सिकल ब्रीदर। तो आप शॉर्ट, जल्दबाजी में, आप श्वास भी जल्दबाजी में ले रहे हैं, ठीक है, इतना जल्दी जल्दी काम नहीं करना है। अब आंखें बंद करेंगे और ब्रीदिंग को करेक्ट करेंगे। कैसे? जब आप श्वास लेंगे तो अब तो पेट अंदर जा रहा है, पर कोशिश क्या करना है, पेट को बाहर, इंटेंशनली आपको पेट को बाहर फुलाना है, ठीक है, अपने डायफ्राम को यूज करेंगे। अभी एब्डोमिनल ब्रीदिंग करेंगे सब। जब आप पेट श्वास भरेंगे पूरा पेट फुलाएंगे जितना कोशिश करना है, ठीक है, और जब श्वास छोड़ेंगे पेट अंदर। ओके, नाउ अगेन एवरीवन आईज क्लोज्ड, फिर से आंखें बंद कर लीजिए। नाउ रेस्ट योर राइट हैंड ऑन योर बेली, रख लीजिए हाथ पेट पर, सीधा हाथ। अब श्वास भरिए और पेट को फुलाइए। श्वास बाहर, पेट अंदर। एक और धीमा गहरा लंबा श्वास लीजिए विदाउट एनी साउंड, एफर्टलेस ब्रीदिंग, नो साउंड ड्यूरिंग इनहेल एंड एक्सहेल। जितना कोशिश कर सकते हैं बिना आवाज के आप श्वास भरिए, पूरा पेट फुलाइए। श्वास छोड़िए, पेट अंदर। 3 more rounds. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1 and relax. Eyes still closed. आंखें बंद रखेंगे. Just feel the sensation. Feel the calmness. Eyes still closed. One more round. Rest your right hand on your belly, left hand on your chest. अब सीधा हाथ पेट पर रख लीजिए और उल्टे हाथ को सीने पर। श्वास भरेंगे, पूरा पेट फुलाएंगे, छाती फुलाएंगे। एक्सपैंड योर रिब केज। अब दोनों काम करने हैं, एब्डोमिनल ब्रीदिंग भी, थोरैसिक ब्रीदिंग भी। इनहेल कीजिए, श्वास भरिए, पेट फुलाइए, छाती फुलाइए। श्वास छोड़िए, रिलैक्स योर रिब केज, ड्रॉ योर बेली इन टुवर्ड्स द स्पाइन। अगेन इनहेल, श्वास भरिए, पूरा पेट फुलाइए, छाती फुलाइए। श्वास खाली कीजिए, रिलैक्स योर रिब केज, ड्रॉ योर बेली इन टुवर्ड्स द स्पाइन। अपने डायफ्राम को यूज कीजिए। नाउ विद माय काउंट, अब कुछ नहीं करना है, बस पेट फुलाना है, छाती फुलानी है श्वास लेने के साथ। श्वास छोड़ने के साथ धीरे धीरे रिब केज को रिलैक्स करेंगे, श्वास को अंदर, पेट को अंदर खींचेंगे। इनहेल, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. आंखें नहीं खोलना है, सभी ध्यान लगेगा श्वास पर। इनहेल, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eyes still closed, आंखें बंद रखेंगे. Hands on your lap. Now, few more rounds. Same abdominal and your thoracic breathing. First few days, you just correct your natural pattern. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ध्यान इधर उधर नहीं, बिल्कुल श्वास पर. ध्यान सिर्फ पेट पर, छाती पर. जितनी बार श्वास ले रहे हैं पूरा पेट फुलाइए. एक्सपैंड योर रिब केज फ्रॉम बोथ द एंड, योर स्टर्नम और फ्रॉम योर वर्टिब्रल एंड. पूरा रिब केज एक्सपैंड होना चाहिए श्वास लेने के साथ. पूरा ध्यान सिर्फ और सिर्फ श्वास पर. If your mind wanders here and there, command your mind. Right now, I am healing, I am breathing. Back on your breath. बिल्कुल धीमा श्वास लीजिए. अब जिसको लग रहा है कि आप श्वास तो हम सही ले रहे हैं बट आवाज आ रही है, ये नहीं करना है. ठीक है, अब इतना धीमा श्वास लीजिए, आपको भी आवाज नहीं आनी चाहिए. इतना धीमा गहरा और लंबा श्वास लेंगे और उतने ही धीमे गहरे लंबे श्वास को जाने देंगे. लास्ट 3 राउंड. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No sound. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Feel the lightness. Feel the relaxation. Now this normal breathing. Connect with yourself. Now both hands in a Gyan Mudra. Make a ring with your index finger and your thumb. We do 3 rounds of Om. You can chant with me or you just feel the vibration. Inhale, श्वास भरिए. एक बार और श्वास भरिए. डीप इनहेल. Inhale. Now relax. Make a leaf with your hands. Now chant with me or after me. Karage vasate Lakshmi. Kar madhya Saraswati. Kar mule tu Govinda. Prabhate kar darshanam. Gently open your eyes into your hands. थैंक यू सो मच। ओके, आज हमने कुछ खास नहीं सीखा बट बहुत खास है ये। सिर्फ ब्रीदिंग, कुछ लोगों को लग रहा होगा सिर्फ इनहेल एक्सहेल किया 15 मिनट, बट सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट यही है, ठीक है। तो प्राणायाम सीखना, ब्रीदिंग सीखना, मेडिटेशन करना, बट सबसे पहले सही ब्रीदिंग करना। आपको पता होना चाहिए आप श्वास ले रहे हैं, छोड़ रहे हैं। आज का होमवर्क है ये आप तक का। जब भी वाणी आपको टाइम देंगी कुछ रेस्ट करने के लिए, तो आपको सिर्फ इनहेल एक्सहेल करना है, कुछ नहीं करना है। 2 मिनट के लिए श्वास पे ध्यान देना है कि आप श्वास कैसे ले रहे हैं, कैसे छोड़ रहे हैं। बस सिर्फ 2-2 मिनट के लिए, हर 1 या 2 घंटे बाद आपको रेस्ट करना है, और आप फिर से एनर्जाइज हो जाएंगे, और फिर पूरा मन लगा के आज आप वाणी की बात सुनने वाले हैं। ठीक है, तो आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ श्वास पे ध्यान देना है। देखिए, आपको एब्डोमिनल और थोरैसिक ब्रीदिंग दोनों करनी। तो जो लोग अभी ऑपोजिट कर रहे थे, उनको पूरा ध्यान देना है और श्वास, पूरा पेट फुलाना है। बस आज का टास्क यही है, पेट फुलाना है, छोड़ना है। तो कल के लिए आप अच्छे से प्रिपेयर हो जाएंगे। ठीक है, शुक्रिया, थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू आनी।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर नेहा। कल मिलते हैं।
थैंक यू सो मच। जी जी, शुक्रिया।
ओके, so good morning everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Good morning everybody. Good morning Tripathi ji. Morning Vijay ji. Good morning Madhusudan ji. Good morning Jitendra ji. Good to see you all on camera. Good morning. Good morning sir. कैसे हैं? Good morning. Okay, so welcome to day 2 of CLMDP program. Today, we would start the day with the impact that you want to have on others. In the first half, we would be talking about all this. Of course, in this session, I would be joined by Dr. Latangi. She would join me soon. She has asked me to help her to set the context of what we would be taking up in this session. When we think about, good morning, Muhammad ji. Good morning. When we think about human life, in our Indian civilization, it said, Manushya Janama Durlabham. It is out of so many, good deeds, you get a human birth. And when we think of this human birth, we think of how do we use this opportunity. That's what this session is going to be all about. The impact that we want to leave on this planet Earth as our imprints. I remember a time when I was probably very young, and मैं ये competition exams के लिए prepare कर रही थी, MBA के लिए. और तब तक आप यंग होते हैं, आपको पता नहीं होता है, मतलब आप एक अपनी अलग धुन होती है व्हेन यू आर जोश ज्यादा होता है। तो मैं एक MBA इंस्टीट्यूट में गई जहां इवेंचुअली मैंने पढ़ाई भी करी। वहां मुझे इंटरव्यू में पूछा गया एक सवाल। वो सवाल सुनने में बड़ा अजीब था, लेकिन इंटरव्यू के बाद भी और आज तक वो मेरे सवाल जहन में हमेशा रहता है। सवाल बड़ा अजीब सा था। सवाल ये था, मुझसे ये पूछा गया था, where do you see yourself after 200 years? The question was, and 5 लोग बैठे हुए थे, मुझे अभी भी उन 5 की शक्लें याद हैं। The question was, where do you see yourself in next 200 years? मैंने शायद उस समय, मुझे लगता है कि पता नहीं, बड़ा इतना कोई सोचा समझा जवाब नहीं दिया। पहले तो मुझे थोड़ी सी हंसी आई, फिर मैंने सोचा ये सवाल शायद हंसी मजाक का नहीं है, दे आर ट्राइंग टू आस्क समथिंग। फिर एक थोड़ा डीप ब्रेथ लिया एंड देन आई सेड माय आंसर। बट मुझे बाद में समझ में आया कि उस क्वेश्चन का मतलब क्या है। क्या वो मेरा फिजिकल मतलब फिजिकल अपीयरेंस या फिजिकल प्रेजेंस की बात कर रहे थे, या क्या वो ये देखना चाह रहे थे कि मैं क्या लेगेसी छोड़ के जाऊं? And I think, I'm sure that they were thinking about, what do I leave behind? And that's what is impact. The way we touch people's life. Being in leadership positions, you get this opportunity to touch lives. You get this power to define lives. And more so in your work, because it's all mattering life and death. It's all matters protection of the motherland. And I think there the impact is more. Today's session, the impact that you want to have is all about this. So let's bring our awareness to what it is all about. Just give me a second till I share my screen. Now, before I start the session, मैं आप लोग से सवाल पूछना चाहूंगी कि जब हम बोलते हैं कि the impact that you want to have, एक सवाल है, आप लोग 2-20 सेकंड ले सकते हैं सोचने के लिए. अगर मैं सवाल ये आपसे पूछूं कि आप क्या इम्पैक्ट छोड़ के जाना चाहते हैं अपने काम के द्वारा, तो वो क्या होगा? Please be think about it, reflect it, and share your inputs on chat. And if you are comfortable, share it on voice. So let's give ourselves 20 seconds and think about what impact that you would, through your work, would like to leave. Share your inputs on chat or be comfortable to unmute yourself and share it on voice. Anybody? Okay, I'll start with myself so that you get some kind of a hint or time also. I believe that over a period of time and with a couple of decades spent on this planet, I have gathered experience of life. I have gathered experience of adversity. I have gathered experience of knowledge, and I have gathered experience in training. With this, the skill set, my intention is to give back to everybody around or anybody who comes in contact, so that they are much better in their lives. So that is the impact that I would like to have on, generally on life. And how I think, I always think that when I probably depart this world, I would go up or wherever. I don't know whether it is up or down, or I don't know where. They say that there's a place wherein you go after death. And I believe that time when I go, I would go back and tell that I have used all the skills that you have given me and given it back to maximum number of people who came into my life. So that's the impact that I would like to make up in my workplace or through my work. Anybody else who would like to share this or any ideas regarding the impact that they would like to share, please feel free to share. Anybody? Sanjay ji, would you like to take that initiative, or you're still thinking?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I could divide my life into, 3 stages as of now. Pre-joining the service, my views about having an impact on others. But I think being a collegiate or being a novice, being an immature person, if I think after 26 years. So I would like to divide my life into, let's say, 2 stages as of now. The cutoffs year being 1996 when I joined the service. I underwent my basic training at BSF Academy, spanning 55 weeks, wherein, then we were judged, we were assessed on a parameter which is known as officer-like qualities. So officer-like qualities, it was a very subjective. It was not a very, it couldn't. The assessment could not be quantified. It was a very subjective assessment. We were assessed on a daily basis. We were watched. We were watched by our instructors and on almost on the traits. It could be it etiquettes, be it bearing, be it conduct. So at the end of 55 weeks, when we were assessed, so the assessment was so subjective that a few of us felt we had certain grudge in our mind that we have not been assessed fairly. On that basis, our position in the force is defined, are decided. But I'm a firm believer that certain etiquettes, certain qualities are you inherit by way of your upbringing in the family, and certain you imbibe artificially. So over a period of say 20, after having put in 26 years of service, what I've realized is if I am doing justice, if I am living up to 70% of the traits which I was supposed to I imbibed or I inherited by way of my upbringing or by virtue of my training. If I could just translate 70% of those traits to my subordinates, I think I would have achieved my objective, ma'am. So this impact is on the work front. So as of now, this is what I aspire for.
Great one, Sanjay. And the way you have articulated it, I think it displayed that it was coming through you. Great one there. And a similar philosophy is shared on chat by Vijayji. He says, the philosophy, Mera Jawan, Mera Bhagwan, the idea to serve and reach the least served. I think this is exactly in our civilization where we are born and brought up. I think this is the form of highest service that we do. Good one, Vijayji. I think you have really put it very well. Anuragji says that he wants to be known as a good human being, very much needed in these eras. In the fact that the combination of being a soldier and having that humanness, I think is exactly what is the lethal combination. Raghavendran says to do good for others and the society. Good one, Raghavendra. I am sure that we will keep the thought there. And in case you haven't thought about it, we would be doing it so in our session today. Kanindra ji says, life is a storehouse of experience, and experience is nothing but the combination of so many mistakes and rights. But both rights and wrongs have enriched the life in a different way. So never afraid of being wrong unless your intention is right. Very correct. And this is truly coming from your experience. This is life experience. As I shared yesterday, adversity in life itself is the biggest teacher. People think of finding teachers. I think your life itself can be one of the biggest teacher that you would or you are seeking for. Madhusudan ji says, guide others and not to make the mistakes I made. Great one. I think Madhusudan ji and I resonate there. Maybe we have learned it the hard way. The experience and the knowledge that we have gathered, I think it is our duty to share it with anybody around, not only the future generation, but with our own generation and the generation past, so that they are better versions of themselves. Great. I think the context is set, but in order to think about the impact that you want to create, there is always a source of inspiration that you draw yourself from. And I'll tell you, this was another question in the same interview, which was asked to me. The question was, who has impacted you most in your life? And you won't believe, again, naive of me. I think that time I was just 22. So I don't know whether I was matching their experiences. I was so naive that I shared and told them that I do not follow one person. And I said, that I draw my inspiration from sun. And I started like this. I draw my inspiration from sun for being fair. Sun doesn't discriminate on the basis of who you are. The sunlight is equally or with the equal intensity to every place, every spot where it falls. It doesn't discriminate. And I said, I take inspiration from the earth. Keeps on moving, does its duty, and doesn't utter a word. And I think that our work should be like this. We should keep on doing it rather than thinking about who is listening and who is not listening. And I went for a long period of time. So, but I don't think so. This can be your answer. So for this, what we have done is we have come up with one small breakout session wherein I'll show you pictures of some inspirational people. You have to tell me who has impacted you most out of them or anybody and why, right? Just give me a minute. Arunji says that true professional with caring approach. Very, very, very much needed. And I'm sure Arunji, you must be like that. But in the entire context, be it forces or be it corporate or be it any organization, we need people who are professional but with human heart and human mind. Now let's come to the next part of the presentation, which says, who do you drive your inspiration from? So in this slide, you see we have inspirational people like Abdul, our president, ex-president, one of the most loved ones, our current prime minister, the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Subhash Chandra Bose, and one of the first pioneers of entrepreneurship in India from the first generation, Dhirubhai Ambani, and my personal favorite, Swami Vivekananda. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to make you go into groups, breakout session करेंगे. उसके आप उस ग्रुप में आपको आपस में डिस्कस करना है कि ग्रुप वाइज आप किसको अपना इंस्पिरेशन मानना चाहते हैं. ग्रुप में आपको ये डिसाइड करना होगा कि कौन आपके ग्रुप को रिप्रेजेंट करेगा. And once the breakout ends, you have to, the identified person will be sharing whom do you think or your group thought is the most person who has impacted you most and why. There can be two, there can be one, or there can be many inspiration. That choice is to the group, right? I'll just read out before we get into the groups. I'll just read out what Mohammed Ji has said. She has shared. The focus always should be on the present, what needed to be done in a better way. I think we are positive in our endeavor, then the impact will be definitely of our liking. Great one, Mohammed Ji. I mean, yes, that's what is the power of positiveness. So Divya, are you there to help me to make?
Yes, Vani. Duration would be?
Duration would be 6 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. So let's get into आपके स्क्रीन पे एक पॉपअप आएगा, आप उस पे क्लिक करेंगे, आप एक ग्रुप में जाएंगे, ब्रेकआउट रूम में आपको 6 मिनट मिलेंगे. उस ग्रुप में आपके कोलीग्स होंगे. आपको ये डिस्कस करना है या तो जो स्लाइड्स पे हैं उनके बारे में, उनसे आपको कोई इम्पैक्ट करता हो, या आपके खुद के नोन पर्सनालिटीज जिन्होंने आपको इम्पैक्ट किया है और क्यों, ये सवाल पे डिस्कस करना है. एंड व्हेन यू कम बैक, one chosen person debriefs the group. So Divya, kindly hit the breakout room. Okay. So please join the breakout room and then discuss, and we'll come back after 6 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. अरे विजय जी तो बिल्कुल आउटडोर्स में है. विवेक जी बिल्कुल आउटडोर्स में है. गुड. आप म्यूट पे हैं. अनम्यूट करना होगा आपको.
जी
हाँ, आप आउटडोर्स में हैं अभी.
जी जी जी.
वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड. अच्छी बात है. नेचर के साथ जितना रहेंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा पढ़ाई होती है. Good, good, good. Okay, I saw Dr. Latangi also in one of the groups. Dr. Latangi, can you hear me? Okay, she must be on her way. Right. Okay, so let's start with group number 5. We had in group number 5 Raghvendra ji, Kaninda ji. What was your discussion? Whom do you chose to represent the group, and whom do you think was the one who impacted, or who all do you think that impacted you, and why? Group number 5, please. Group number 5, please.
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I am Kanindra Chaudhary. I have been assigned the task to represent Group 5.
Okay, sir.
So our group has selected Dr. APJ Kalam as the source of inspiration. There are a few logics behind it. What I also personally believe, in addition to the all group members. First of all, his journey. If I take his journey right from a simple child of a small village of Rameshwaram, Tamil Nadu, to the Raisina Hill, and it's really inspired me a lot. First of all, he studied physics, and he gave the dynamism to the nation. He has brought the laurel to the country by introducing the missile program, especially the Agni missile program is the his brainchild, and he has proved that what India can do. Before that, none even thought that India can produce missile. India can go for the production of missile. Number 2 aspect. His main touch point, what I feel is very important, that is river linking concept of linking the rivers. And he has brought this concept, although it is still to be implemented on the ground appropriately with that spirit. But still, if that could happen, the flood water of Brahmaputra can be taken to Rajasthan and can suitably be utilized for cultivation and other purposes in the area of Rajasthan. Thirdly, as a leader, he made the Raisina Hill accessible to the common people, meaning thereby 3 attributes. That is, number 1, he proved himself as a leader, and he proved himself that he can lead the country to the center of missile. Secondly, he, as a common man, he rose to that level. That is, he rose to the he reached the Raisina Hill right from the small village from Rameshwaram. Thirdly, his poverty, his economic condition, that also another aspect to be learned, that your poverty cannot deter you anyway. Your financial situation cannot deter you anyway to reach your goal if you are empathetic and if you are really determined to reach that goal. So all these attributes, in addition to the many, inspire me, as well as our group has decided him as the source of inspiration. However, I must admit one more fact: none of these leaders who has shown by you is lesser anyway than the other. But yes, everybody is having their own way of liking or disliking. But I do not say that by liking Abdul Kalam, I denounce the distinct contribution of Swami Vivekananda or Mahatma Gandhi ji. Everybody has their own way. Everybody has contributed to the society by their own way. But yes, I must say, APJ Abdul Kalam inspired me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaninaji. I think you have really, shared it in a very good way. Yes, to me, I'll just add on to his Abdul Kalam Sahab's I've been to Rameshwaram twice. I've been to his house twice. And first time I went alone. Second time I, took my younger generation of the family to his house. When you walk into his house, you now it is converted into a small museum. You find that what a multifaceted personality he was. A learned, well-read, a musician, poet, scientist, and a great teacher. These were the qualities that were very visible by just being into his house. Of course, there were the others that you have shared. I got a good chance to communicate with him through correspondence. As you said, that he was accessible as a president. And due to my research, I got that chance. And I don't know how this gentleman used to find out time for all the letters that one would send. And the small queries about research would be handled so nicely. I think that was something phenomenal about this individual. I've read his biography, in which he said that his initial year teacher was his one of the best, the person who helped him to visualize physics in a very different way. Apart from all this, I think he was, in the modern India, I think he was the embodiment of what India stands for. Somebody brought up in, I don't think so. In this time, we didn't had any leader who is not being categorized in the category of religion, caste, and creed, gender, of course. One of the leaders, rare leaders at the national level. And I think, moreover, due to his correspondence, he told me one thing. He has written in his book also. आपने वो river linking का बताया, उन्होंने ये बोला कि soon, how visionary he was. He thought that this Earth, Mars, and Moon are going to be the triangle where people from Earth would be, working and doing business. And at his time, when he said, now when we see the other developed world, and of course India, are also doing this, it is said that by 2035, people will be mining on Moon, and there would be an attempt by us human beings on Earth to have colonies at Mars. And that is something that he has probably through science have predicted very, very early. Good one, Raghvendra. Good one, Kananji. The next group which I would want or invite them to share is group number 3. We had Chandrakant ji in that group. Anybody in group number 3? If anybody who has given, or maybe we had, I think Avjay ji also, right? Ajay ji, you were in which group? Ajay ji was in group number 4. Right, I got it. Okay. So anybody in group number 3 who would like to contribute and share their, their inputs? Group number 3, we had Tripathi ji, we had Vivek ji, we had Anurag ji in group number 3. Anybody else? Or anybody from that group? Yes, Anurag ji, I see you ready to talk. Yeah.
मैडम ये सारे बिहारी सारे जी हैं ये
सब जी हैं मेरे लिए सब जी हैं सर जी मैं भी बिहार में ही पैदा हुई सिवान जगह है जी अनुराग जी विवेक जी आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं you have raised your hand
जी मैम I wish to say कि अगर ये बेहतर होता कि अगर हम ग्रुप में डिसाइड करने के बजाय या तो अगर ऐसा करते कि जिन पर्सनालिटीज को आपने बोल दिया सेलेक्ट करके, तो सेम पर्सनालिटी के बारे में जो जो बोलना चाहता है बोले
जी।
अदरवाइज जी जी, इसमें मैं मेरा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू डिफरेंट है बाकी ग्रुप वालों से। जैसे मेरे आइडल हमेशा से बचपन से सुभाष चंद्र बोस रहे। सुभाष चंद्र बोस एक ऐसे करेक्टर रहे हैं जिन्होंने हमेशा हमेशा स्क्रैच से शुरू किया। वो जब कांग्रेस पार्टी में रहे तो गांधी जी के खिलाफ जाते थे, व्हेन नोबडी कुड डेयर टू गो अगेंस्ट गांधी जी। उन्होंने सीतारमैया से उनका चुनाव हुआ कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के लिए और वो जीते, सबसे बड़ी खास बात। और ऑन हिज ओन उन्होंने जैसे आपको सभी को हमको मालूम है कि आईएनए की स्थापना की, कई कंट्रीज से सपोर्ट लिया भारत की आजादी के लिए। तो इट वाज जस्ट लाइक कि हेलो, आई एम
यस सर, वी कैन हियर
एम आई
यू।
ऑडिबल?
यस
जी,
यस।
तो सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी का मेरे बचपन से मुझ पे बहुत ज्यादा प्रभाव रहा है। और मुझे लगता है कि इन सब में ये सारे महापुरुष रहे हैं, डेफिनेटली दे ऑल आर ग्रेट्स, लेकिन इनमें सबसे ऊपर मैं अगर किसी को अगर स्थान देना चाहूंगा तो सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी। थैंक यू
जी, थैंक यू विवेक जी। ग्रुप नंबर 3 में थे आप विवेक जी, राइट?
जी जी जी
जी, ओके। अनुराग जी?
यस मैम, एक्चुअली इनिशियली जब ये ग्रुप बना तो वी वर इन अ सरप्राइज। हमें ऐसा लगा कि जैसे कल ग्रुप का डिवीजन हुआ था, उसमें 10 या 12 लोग थे। तो अभी जब हम लोगों ने 2-3 को देखा तो वी वर अंडर दिस इम्प्रेशन कि देयर इज समथिंग रॉन्ग विद द ग्रुप काइंड ऑफ थिंग। शायद हमारे पास में 4-5 ही हैं। तो मोर देन 80% ऑफ टाइम वाज मतलब इसी में बीत गया कि ये लग रहा है कि कहीं कुछ टेक्निकल
गड़बड़
फॉल्ट,
है।
बट स्टिल लास्ट में हम लोगों ने एक मतलब शॉर्टलिस्ट किया था। हालांकि सभी अपने क्षेत्र में सभी लोग महान रहे हैं। स्वामी विवेकानंद के बारे में कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि लोगों का भी ये व्यू था। बिकॉज ही हैज बिन जो यूथ के जो आइडियल रहे हैं शुरू से, और आज भी उनको माना जाता है। एंड इवन 12th ऑफ जनवरी हम लोग नेशनल यूथ डे मनाते हैं इन्हीं के नाम पे। एंड we all know the famous 473 words he spoke about this zero at the Chicago Convention. And his statement like arise, awake and stop until your goal is achieved. And there are n number of quotes which still जो कि आज भी काफी लोगों को प्रभावित करता है। जैसे कि आप जो भी सोचेंगे वैसे ही आप बन जाएंगे। Like if you are weak, आप अपने आप को वीक ही मानेंगे। एंड इफ यू फील लाइक दैट यू आर स्ट्रांग, डेफिनेटली यू विल फाइंड योरसेल्फ टू बी स्ट्रांग। ही वाज वेरी ब्रेव, courageous, and definitely while he not in the physical form but while speaking his mind. And उन्होंने और भी काफी सारी चीजें बोली हैं, जैसे कि अगर आप किसी भी चीज को प्योरिटी, पेशेंस या करेज के साथ में करते हैं तो आप उसको अपने करने की आप कोशिश कीजिए। एंड अल्टिल लास्ट में जब आपका गोल अपने आप जाकर के मिल जाएगा। नेशनल बिल्डिंग के लिए उन्होंने यूथ को कॉल किया था, और कई सारे इनिशिएटिव्स लेने के लिए भी उन्होंने उनका आह्वान किया। तो इनका भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। और हमें लगता है कि ये जो जितने भी आपने ये महापुरुषों के नाम दिखाए हमें, सभी अपने क्षेत्र में एक से एक बेहतर हैं। बट इसमें अगर हम छांटना चाहेंगे तो बहुत मुश्किल होगा, लेकिन सभी के गुण और ये चीजें जो हैं वो अलग हैं। तो हमारे हिसाब से स्वामी विवेकानंद भी जो है उनके एक अलग छवि है, और हमारा ग्रुप इनके लिए मतलब वोट करता है।
वेरी वेल सेड सर। 22,000 का चेक देना पड़ेगा। वेरी वेल सेड सर। एंड इन फैक्ट स्वामी विवेकानंद जी अभी भी रेलेवेंट है। आई थिंक दैट्स हिज लेगेसी। एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम अभी भी रेलेवेंट है, और वो अभी भी लोगों को इंस्पायर करते हैं, irrespective of the fact that they're long gone. That's exactly what your impact or their impact have been on us. Swami Vivekanand ji, I would say personally, I have a very different connect with him. I think he's an epitome of somebody who knows or who had that idea to build logic or combine logic with spirituality, science with spirituality, and somebody whom you read was so positive that you always felt that you were very confident after reading his lectures or his talks. So yes, thank you for sharing that. Group number 1, we had Madhusudan ji, we had Dinesh ji, we had Muhammad ji, we had Vijay ji, we had I just call out Vishal ji, right? Anybody from your group who would like to contribute?
I'm speaking from my group.
Yes, please.
I think Anurag is sitting there right in Calcutta, and Belur Math is very close by, so we couldn't go out of that influence.
Tripathi is there. Tripathi is the closest. Tripathi,
yeah, I correct.
I don't think you are close to Porbandar. That's why you are selecting Mahatma Gandhi.
And about APJ Abdul Kalam, again, I was always struck by the positivity aura, the positive things. Whenever he used to speak, you find that we are in such a beautiful country, and there we are developing so fast, and we have so much of potential. So he always took our heart, and it was like एक inferiority complex से निकाल के हमें जो है
exactly
confident बनाने में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है. Our group had no discussion. We all agreed on Mahatma Gandhi. We all think that he was his vision was 1,000 years ahead of the time when he was, or even from the current time, in which he visualized of an inclusive society for all, brutally truthful. He was always fearless and fought against apartheid when nobody thought of fighting about that. He went all the way to Africa. He found that reason to take a fight against the British after LinkedIn man. When he came back to India, he traveled all around and he got into the psyche of the people. And of all the issues, he found a place, Champaran, and found the issue of the Champaran farmers, and took their cause to fight. He knew that this is the issue which will strike a right chord with the masses. So in a way, his fight for freedom, his freedom struggle gave inclusive concept of India for the rural masses, the people who were downtrodden, who were from the not well-to-do. I mean, if I am educated, I can have the concept of a nation, concept of my nation. But when I'm fighting for my 2 days meal, 1 day meal, then it is very hard to tell me what the nation means. But he gave that belonging to the people. He gave them a reason. He asked, there are Britishers against whom we have to fight. They have to be made out of this country. So from our side, Mahatma Gandhi, and he is relevant today, and he will relevant all the time. Thank you.
Brilliant, sir. I think the way you have said about Mahatma Gandhi, the word inclusiveness, and आपको बता दूं कि महात्मा गांधी का एक एक्सपेरिमेंट जो नेशन वाइड इंक्लूसिवनेस पे था, आजकल वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अपने एक छोटे से 1500-500 लोगों के बीच में भी नहीं कर पाते हैं. How one person who didn't have anything could bring the entire nation together, that kind of inclusion. And वहाँ उस समय social media नहीं था, वहाँ so-called technology nahi tha. How this particular person, only because of his righteousness, his strength of character, could just, his simplicity was so magnetic that he could bring people along. एंड आजकल अगर आप देखेंगे हमें पैसे दिए जाते हैं कि आप ऐसा इंक्लूसिवनेस और डाइवर्सिटी और इंक्लूजन पे आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पे हमें कंसल्ट करिए। मुझे कभी कभी हंसी आती है कि प्लेस लाइक इंडिया, वहां पे आपको इंक्लूजन की बात करनी पड़े, जहां इंक्लूजन इज द वेरी फैब्रिक ऑफ आवर कंट्री एंड पीपल हैव नर्चर्ड इट। जितने भी लोगों की बात है, महात्मा गांधी हो गई, आप रानी लक्ष्मीबाई से शुरू करिए, यू नो, एंड आई कैन गो टू सेंट्स आल्सो लाइक कबीर दास जी वाज द epitome of inclusiveness, somebody who didn't have any lines, and still he is still a land, or what do you say, a great impact on that. और हम बाहर की किताबें पढ़ के ये सोचते हैं कि हमें इंक्लूसिवनेस आ जाएगा और हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस या अपनी लाइफ में कैसे लेके आए। वेरी वेल पुट दिस, एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि आपने फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल को कम बोल के एक ऐसे पार्ट पे पॉइंट आउट किया जो probably we should draw more inspiration on that area, that inclusiveness of our father of nation, that is Mahatma Gandhi. मैंने उनकी किताब पढ़ी है, Your Experiments with Truth, and you were right that he was so brutally true about his own emotions. He has actually bared himself in public. कितना गट्स होता है अपने ही थॉट्स को, जहां आपको एक अलग पेडिस्टल पे रखा जाता है और आप अपने गलत थॉट्स भी लिखते हो ताकि आपको दुनिया बिल्कुल सही ढंग से मापदंड करे। बहुत मुश्किल है। हम पब्लिक में हमेशा यही अपने आप को बेस्ट पोर्ट्रे करते हैं। किनमें इतनी क्षमता है कि वो अपने बारे में गलत बोले और लिखें अपनी ऑटोबायोग्राफी में? he did that in numerous occasions in his autobiography, and I think that is what his greatest strength of character was. And मुझे नहीं लगता कि आजकल कहीं ऐसा strength of character कहीं मिलता है, be it on public figure, being a private figure, anywhere. We don't want our dirty linen to be washed in public at all. And अगर हमें कोई point भी करता है तो हमें बहुत गुस्सा आ जाता है इस बात पे। So, I mean, very well put, and I think Sanjay ji complimented you for your intellectual views. Thank you, Sanjay ji, for pointing that out. I think he deserves, Vishal ji deserves that applause.
Ma'am, I am a fan of Vishal, so I think we better, you know, I wish we get more chance to listen to him more frequently.
I'll make it sure that he speaks more. Don't worry, Sanjay ji, I'm with you. Okay. Next is group number 4. We had Ajay ji in that group. We had, just a sec, let me scroll. We had Ajay ji, we had Anand ji, Atul ji, Hemant ji, Nitin ji, and then we had Sanjay ji, and we had Pamay ji. Anybody who is the group representative, or anybody of this group can share their person who has impacted them the most. Anybody? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Sanjay ji. Over to you, sir.
I am representing the group. What we have heard till last group, all the personalities which have been discussed, they have a common factor, and most probably this is our society based on that. That is the sacrifice and selflessness. And most probably it started with the Mahabharata and Ramayana. And till date also, if you have put in Mr. Modi's figure in those lists, it denotes that the sacrifice and selflessness is more important than the personal ambitions and all. We have chosen Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Certainly, we have divided his life in 3 parts. And the best part of Netaji was that he set example himself. He has not gone for studying the India or convincing somebody that what power we have. First, he appeared in the ICS exam. He qualified and he wrote to Secretary of State for India that I wish to have my name removed from the list. So that was the first thing which a leader who has got, or ICS was very rare thing at that time. So he has proven his credentials and in academics. The second part was that in Indian National Congress, he has a different point of view, but he never bothered about the legacy or the hegemony some of the prominent Congress leaders at that time were enjoying. Mr. Gandhi was almost double of days of Mr. Subhash Chandra Bose, but he fought election in spite of his opposition against Pattabi Sitaramaiah, and he left. Again, the sacrifice factor. He started in Congress also. His mentor was Chittaranjan Dasji, and he was, Subhash Chandra Bose was mayor of Calcutta, then he joined the Youth Congress, then he became president of Indian National Congress. He was having more totalitarian concept of Congress, which people are, some of, you can say, those who are closer to the power center of Congress were not like. The third and most important factor was he was the first geopolitical thinker of India. That INA part, he was the first secular leader, a political and a military leader who has Major General Sabas, who has Colonel Lakshmi Sehgal, and who has a female contingent at that time. Even now, also we are trying to get percentage good in the CFPF by making Mahila battalion and all. So he was a visionary. He was aware about the resources we had at that time against a mighty power of Britishers. In spite of that, nobody stopped him from making an international alliance. It's very rare. We have all the resources now and we are going to conduct a G20 and all in the 21st century, but he has tried all those things in 1940s. So you can imagine even reaching to a place far from was the most preferred mode of conveyance was ship, and the flights were very rare. The last part of his life was that life was not very fair to him, and the mystery behind his death, and he was not able to fulfill what was he dreamt of India, but certainly अगर वो जिंदा हो, और ये चीज और भी रोचक बनाती है उनके जीवन की कहानी को कि अगर वो जिंदा होते तो वास्तविकता कुछ और होती। तो ये जो मिस्ट्री बिहाइंड द मैन है वो उनको और भी ज्यादा, क्योंकि हम उनको फिर एसेस नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि उनको किसी ने मुखाग्नि नहीं दी। तो उनकी कहानी तो अमरत्व की कहानी है कि, और जितनी छोटी लाइफ और जितने तरह की आप चीजों को देखेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई किसी से बड़ा या छोटा नहीं है, लेकिन जिससे आप पर्सनली ज्यादा अफेक्टेड रहते हैं और वो मैटर करता है। इनकी हर स्टेज जो है लाइफ की एक बड़ी मोटिवेटिंग, थोड़ी सी उसमें आप मिस्ट्री भी कह सकती हैं, एबिलिटीज भी हैं। कॉमनलिटी नहीं मिलेगी आपको, इंडिया में और कोई लीडर नहीं है जो इस स्टेचर का है जिसने मिलिट्री और पॉलिटिकल दोनों चीजों को, और एकेडमिकली भी बैरिस्टर्स तो सभी थे, those who were having money he was also having, he was very from very affluent family of Odisha Brahmin. So in spite of that he chosen to wear the uniform, and that was not liked by many at that time. So I think that's why we have chosen Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose.
Very well said, sir. And I think जितना उनके आपके ऊपर प्रभाव है वो दिखता है, आप जैसे उनके बारे में बात कर रहे थे। मैं एक चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगी, सॉरी मैं हर बात में ऐड कर रही हूँ, it's just to make your answers better. I think लीडरशिप का एपिटोम भी सुभाष चंद्र बोस थे। मतलब अगर आप उनकी जीवनी देखें तो आप ये समझेंगे कि एक लीडर को कैसा होना चाहिए। मतलब मुझे लगता है कि हर लीडरशिप क्वालिटी में मे बी he has surpassed the scales of that of leadership itself. somebody who had so much of power but he shared power.
Yes.
कितने ऐसे लीडर्स हैं जो पावर शेयर करते हैं? हम अगर लीडरशिप में हो तो हमारी पावर को किसी और को देना पड़े, हमारा इन्फ्लुएंस हमारे सबऑर्डिनेट और कुलीग को देना पड़े, it becomes difficult for us. He shared it at national and international level. Somebody who was powerful but not egoistic. He could get along with Hitler also. जिनको वेस्टर्न, मैं ये नहीं कहूंगी कि हिटलर सही थे गलत थे, मैं कोई नहीं हूं उस पर बोलने के लिए, बिकॉज कॉन्ट्रोडिक्टरी है. हिस्ट्री इज नॉट रिटन बाय द पीपल जो होते हैं, हिस्ट्री इज रिटन बाय पीपल ऑफ डिफरेंट कंट्रीज, एंड आई थिंक that's the wrong part of defining history. But anyway, let's not get into a discussion there. But मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कितना ऑब्जेक्टिविटी था उनके गोल में कि उनको ये चाहिए था, और उसके लिए वो किस किस लोगों के साथ, अगर ईगो होती तो वो शायद किसी से मिलते नहीं, या मिलते तो कहीं ना कहीं फ्रिक्शन होता. He never had that. Of course, inside कहते हैं कि he had a bad time with people in India rather than at global level, and very well put. I think मुझे लगता है कि बाहर जितना हमारा क्या कहते हैं फॉरेन पॉलिसी जो है, इनफैक्ट वो जन्मदाता उसके शायद सुभाष चंद्र बोस हैं. Very well said. Geopolitical leader. I think this is something that I have learned new. Maybe a current term for Subhash Chandra Bose. Thank you, Sanjay ji, for putting it well, and thank you, Group 4. Our last group of the day for this section is group number 2. So in group number 2, we had Amitabh ji, we had Anand ji, we had Arun ji, we had Jagir ji, Jitendra ji, Sanjay ji, and Surendra ji. Anybody who would like to share? And then I hand over the reins of the session to Dr. Latangi, who would be taking it forward. Anybody from group number 2? मुझे लगता है इस एक्सरसाइज से आपको कॉन्टेक्स्ट इम्पैक्ट का समझ में आ गया, तो डॉक्टर लतांगी would find it very easy. Yes, anybody from group number 2 who would like to share the particular person who has impacted you the most and why?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, sir. Please, Arun sir.
From group number 2, we have unanimously agreed to accept Sri Narendra Modi as our role model and leader. Although he is a political personality, somebody may agree or disagree with the decisions taken by him. But as a man, if you look on his personality, on his history, हमने ये देखा है कि he was born and brought up in a very simple family. And what he has attained today, the stature and the status, that is all because of his own efforts. Political पर्सनालिटी बनने का उनके हिस्ट्री को देखे तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि ऐसा कुछ पहले से शौक रहा है. एक समाज सेवक के रूप में रहते हुए, and he was chosen to lead Gujarat. वहां से उनकी पॉलिटिकल एंट्री हुई, and the responsibility given to him was accepted by him. उन्होंने अपना एक गोल सेट किया, वर्किंग स्टाइल बनाया, और टीम लीडरशिप के साथ में गुजरात को एक पॉलिटिकल स्फीयर में नए आयाम दिया. वहां से उनके जो कार्य थे, जो उनके इनिशिएटिव्स थे, that attracted the people of other states also, and he was accepted as a national personality. So he is a man focused to his objective. जो डेवलपमेंट है या नेशन बिल्डिंग है, नेशन फर्स्ट, तो इसको उन्होंने एक्सेप्ट किया है और अपने एफर्ट से ही प्रेजेंटेड एन एग्जांपल ऑफ हिज ओन एंडिवर्स. उससे आज उन्होंने एक देश, हमारे कंट्री को जो लीड कर रहे हैं. He is a man whom we have seen as a very sincere and hard-working personality. सभी लोग उनके लाइफ स्टाइल से परिचित हैं.
कि वो कितना कंफर्ट लेवल को प्रेफर करते हैं और कितना एग्जर्ट करते हैं, और अपनी टीम के लिए खुद ही वो एक रोल मॉडल हैं, बाकियों के लिए मोटिवेशन है। Always with progressive approach, innovative ideas, हम ये जो सोचते हैं पहले, आज हम अपने लेवल पे भी अपनी लाइफ में भी देख रहे हैं कि जो चीजें अभी लोकल लेवल तक ही डिस्कस होती थी, उन चीजों पे भी अब उनकी नजर रहती है, और नेशन प्लानिंग में छोटी से बड़ी हर चीजों को शामिल किया जाना, ये उनके एफर्ट्स को दर्शाता है कि हाउ ही इज कंसर्न अबाउट नेशन बिल्डिंग। ही इज मोटिवेटिंग द यूथ ऑल्सो। आप देखें तो कई ऐसे यूथ हैं जिन्हें नेशनल लेवल पे अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिल रहे हैं नेशन बिल्डिंग में, उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन, उनके आइडियाज को एक्सेप्ट किया जा रहा है, और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भी सबसे पहले इनिशियली अपने पड़ोसी देशों के साथ उन्होंने अच्छा रिलेशन बनाने की कोशिश की, और आज जो वर्ल्ड में एक मैसेज है कि यस, आई एम नॉट ए बिलीवर ऑफ पोलराइजेशन, हमारा अपना आइडिया है, हमारे अपने कंसेप्ट हैं, और उन आइडियाज के साथ हम चलने वाले हैं। तो हमारे इन विचारों के साथ, इस कंसेप्ट्स के साथ हम नरेंद्र मोदी को अपना आइडियल मानते हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Of course, I'm not a political person, but one thing that people are going to, when Narendra Modi would not be in political scenario, I think the one thing that his people who don't agree with him will also appreciate the fact that his clarity about his goal and his sheer hard work to make it into a reality. I think वो आप ignore नहीं कर सकते। See, अपने जिनको आप पसंद ना करते हो, जिनसे आप नहीं शायद मतलब agreement रखते हो, I think वहाँ पे भी I think Narendra Modi ji would be somebody whom people would say, हाँ, मतलब ऐसा है ना, किसी आपके कोई प्रतिद्वंदी है, लेकिन आप उनको एक रिस्पेक्ट की तरह देखेंगे कि हाँ, काम तो भाई करा है इन्होंने, और काम के बारे में उनका और काम के प्रति जो उनका कमिटमेंट है, that is something that you cannot defy, irrespective of the fact that we agree or we disagree. So yes, you're very correct in pointing out those. I think with this exercise was to bring your awareness to what do we or what do you mean by impact. And now the session would go towards कि हमें ये समझ में आएगा impact क्या होता है, हमें ये समझ में आए कि कैसे लोगों से हम impacted हुए हैं. Now the discussion is going to be how we as people in the leadership positions can create that impact to people around us. And to take this forward, I'm joined by Dr. R. Latangi for this session. Good morning, Dr. Latangi.
Good morning.
I apologize for the fact that this group is so interactive and the kind of inputs they give. Sorry to be, they take out my selfish coach hunger, and I don't leave the screen. So sorry for keeping you waiting for some time. Now without any delay, I hand over the reins to you. But before doing so, let me formally introduce you. Dr. Latangi cohort has more than 25, or I'll say more than two and a half decades of experience in teaching and HR. She is currently involved with Amity Global Business School in Bangalore in planning for budgeting, ATL and BTL activities, seminars, session, coordinating for digital visibility, and etc. So you would find a combination of administration as well as somebody who's an expert in HR. She has been keen and has presented a lot of research on training and HR domain. She is a certified coach from AITD. So over to you, Dr. Latangi, to take the session forward. I am sure with the kind of, since you were listening in, I think the context is already set. Let's take it forward. Over to you, Dr. Latangi.
Thank you, Ms. Vani, for that, introduction of mine. And good morning to all of you. And I was listening to all of your contributions. You're speaking on so much of, the personalities that, came in, and it was really heart touching that, we had so many leaders in India, and we are still called the developing country. So, something which we all should be responsible. We should all take responsibility for. So with this, I will just share my screen. Yes, I always question myself, mostly sometimes to speak to myself about what is it that, we do once we come into, living in this world. What is our responsibility? Yes, we are doing our work. We are taking care of families. Aapka to baat hi alag hai. You have taken care of the country. You are putting in all your time for safeguarding us. And yes, it is a job for you also. So you also have your home responsibilities. You also have your job responsibilities. You also have to take care of your, staff down below. So there is a lot of things that you also endeavor. So in the class also, I ask the students tomorrow, as future citizens of India, responsible citizens, what is it that you would want to do in life? You should have a goal, you should have a plan, you should have a vision, you should have something set, so that you are clear about it. And with this generation, there is a lot of other issues with the gadgets that they have, the kind of technology that they are having, the kind of world that we are all living in. So there's a little bit of confusion in their minds, and that has to be actually sorted out by the individual person. So with that, I just, this as a brainstorming to myself, and going forward, why and how do you think they have made an impact? The pictures that we have all seen, I think it has made an impact on most of us, I would say 100%. Even my son also, he's just in 12th standard. And when I ask him a question about, these leaders, and then he also has something to say, and he will say, yes, this was actually correct, and this is not supposed to have done. Why did this thing happen? Why he had to, suffer like this, and a lot of things. So we have all those healthy discussions also sometimes, because now youth, the present youth, should know many of the things. So the impact, yes, it has impacted most of us, and even small kids, elders, adults, anybody and everybody. So I just had this question, like, as a leader, you are a leader at BSF, which is a well-known organization, such a big organization in India, and you're taking care of such a big responsibility on your shoulder. So there must be something that you also would want an impact on the staff that you are controlling, because that's how every leader or any person would always visualize. So what is it that you think, something which comes into your mind? Can anyone just think about it just a minute more, and then maybe we can discuss on this? It's a little difficult question, because when I also was thinking about it, I think this is something to do about our own self. So when this comes up, then we are a little, okay, now what are we trying to do? What is the impact that we want? What do we want from our team? What kind of impact do I want to make? I think rightly said, one of the speakers, one of the participants, I'm sorry to this one, while speaking, I will remember that he said that, what we think is what we want to do. We have something in mind, and that's what we would want to do. And whatever we want to picturize ourselves, that's what we would like to also portray. So if you want to show that you're very confident, then you will also, you can't just act with it. You can't pretend always that we are confident. You need to be confident. Only then you can, emulate that. And it is always visibly seen by others. So one instance is somebody is very confident, another instance, somebody is not very confident. The way they speak, if they are not, trying to have that same consistency, then people will not trust. So that's one thing that we all understand. So what we have as a personality, that's what we're going to be showing. So if you want your team members to show that, you're very many strong in decision making or something which is really creating an impact in your, group, then that's what you will always emulate. So that will be a part of your personality. That will be something which is not, it cannot be just displayed. It cannot be just some time being done. So that's what is the context. So now the impact. So anything that comes into your mind, sir? Sanjay Singh, sir, I heard you talk about Mr. Bose. Excellently done. So all of you have really spoken.
Now, ma'am, you have forced me to talk something about the impact. Basically, I don't agree with this one sentence impact because it gives a extreme of that meaning of this word. I would prefer making it change.
Change.
Impact, okay. Almost, I think it's a extreme or more of a transfer of kinetic energy on any of the object. So
okay.
That I can't say, but yes, there are thoughts, there are people which make changes or which impacted fractionally in form of 0.001% over a period of time and taking a considerable period. So why basically we need change? The first thing is, are we not happy with our current situation? This is not the case. We just get the impact or going for the change is have desire to improvement. Something which we have observed is better than what we have or what we have acquired, and then that is not the innate form of that. Genetically, hereditary, it has not been transferred. You can acquire that, you can get that. So in those areas only the impact factor or the other things, they make a change. So why we need, that is the reason, because we are not having those things, so we try to get that. How? It depends on the means which you have been taught, acquired or genetically transferred by way of. Some people, they always like the, in Mahabharata, Arjuna and Yudhishthir, both the characters, and there were Duryodhana also from the same genetic lineage. So what you have practiced is the thing which you will follow the mission. So how, this is nothing a tailor-made or customized, that how everybody should get that impacted with any personality or any vision, but certainly he will choose the ways he prefers most to get those. So I think these are two parts. Why I need this, because I don't have that those things, and how I do, because the way I have been taught, I have learned, and I found it fair, and that is very individual.
Right, sir. I was just thinking about this, sir, that you said impact is not the word and you want to replace it with change. But Sanjay, sir, if you would also agree, if you ask your team members, if you just take a feedback from your team members, sometime you will understand that somewhere down the line, as a leader, you have impacted them somewhere. So now I will not be able to tell which part and how, but it has been done. Any leader who is there in the chair is always, giving some kind of an impact. It's some kind of a positive or a negative, whatever. There is an impact on them. So they get that feel.
So how influence is different from impact? Because in working atmosphere, I always found that there are situations, there are conditions, and we have influence of some of our predecessors, seniors, or even juniors also, those who have executed those things perfectly or with zero error. So we get influence from them.
Right. Sanjay,
What I said, impact is a larger term in a broader way.
Right, right. You see, when we're looking at these personalities that we spoke earlier, Ms. Vani, whatever personalities that we showed, it is at a larger scale. And we were talking about in a general term wherein everybody recognizes them and they all know about you. Like we all know about them. Now, when it comes to an individual, like if I'm talking about you, I will not know from my side because I'm just meeting you, but then your team members will have an understanding. They know what kind of a leader you are, and somewhere some part of the maybe in terms of decision making, in terms of empathy, in terms of whatever, so you have kind of impacted them somewhere. The only thing is that what we want to have as an impact is what we're trying to talk about now. So when we try to make an impact, we will start thinking of, okay, this is what the impact should be, this is what the impact I should be giving to my team members. Now why and how and where, so all of those we'll be trying to look into a previous the next few slides. So I just wanted anyone else who can contribute, want to say something about this?
First of all, I'd like to request you kindly to clarify the two terms, that is, one is influence, other is impact, as Sanjay has stated.
Right.
Just I would like to add to what Sanjay was saying. Perhaps his science background doesn't allow him to digest the other meaning of impact than what exactly has been given in the physics.
Right.
That is there. That is fine. But otherwise, also impact and influence, there are two terms.
Right, sir. Sir, actually, see, when we're talking about influence, influence is something where you're trying to actually, yes, you're trying to actually put in some kind of an effort to bring in that change in that person. You want for example,
in a way, ma'am, if I come to your statement, then rather I should assume it, rather I should interpret it that influence is more temporary than that of impact.
Right, sir. Yes. For example, my if you want to look at it in a personal thing, that maybe I influence my kids to do certain things. Guest आएंगे तो आपको wish करना है, पैर छूना है, you have to ask for water, and this is the influence that I put in. But if it is an impact, then it is something where they are trying to understand it, they get the feel of it. Okay, my mother is very she's a very good host, so I think this kind of a thing I also like, so then I should also be a good host. Something wherein it is not, I am not telling that explicitly, but then it is impacting them. So as a leader, it's always that, sir, when you're working, the working style that you have, I'm sure you may be having mentors. You may be having mentors from the previous, your seniors who you may have liked some part of their work. So then you may be even now in talking terms. Why is it so that you talk to them? Have you ever analyzed? Is it just because you're friendly to them? Is it just because that they are friends with you? It's more than that. They have impacted you. Your own friends now who are here, they also must have mutually impacted you, sir.
मैम, जो चीजें प्रीवियसली घटित हो चुकी हैं उनका इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है. इन्फ्लुएंस कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस है. जो भी लीडर्स हैं, जो पुराने लीडर्स हैं जिनकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, जो चीजें उन्होंने कही है उनका इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है. और जो इन्फ्लुएंस ऐसा है कि कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस है जो चलता रहता है.
यस सर, राइट सर, दैट्स ट्रू. सो ये वाला जो व्हेन यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इम्पैक्ट जो है, मे बी दैट पार्ट ऑफ द टाइम आपको you won't know exactly if it is a positive one or a negative one. वो पीरियड तक वो इम्पैक्ट रहता है. उसके बाद आपको पता चलता है whether it was a positive impact, whether it was a negative impact. ये सब चीज आपके ध्यान में आता है. So this is what we're talking about even in organizations also. So how do we actually look at it? Now, how do we handle that part of it? As a leader, what is it that you also have? So आपके friends maybe they have impacted you. some part of it, maybe something which they have, and then that has impacted you. If you can think of something and share.
Impact is something like leaving indelible mark.
Yes, sir. Mark in the mind. Yes, and which you may not want to forget, because it's you have deposited in your mind. You want to keep it because you like it, and maybe you want to even use it somewhere.
Yes. Influence is somehow temporarily.
Temporarily.
Social media influences
Yes,
influence the way you live, the way you spend, the brands you.
Right, sir. Yes. Impact as a larger word, sir. It is. It just hits your mind and it is there. So that's something.
Yes, iska.
Maybe you can, maybe for an example, when somebody has a accident, road accident, now they have always been driving, and on that day also they were having the same mindset, driving fast and confident, and everything was all right. After the drive, after the accident, when he falls down and when he's admitted in the hospital, and after the operation and everything is done, he's all right. After some few days, he's all right. Few months, he's all right. But that impact that hit him because of the accident is not going. Now, each time he is actually driving, maybe he gets back to driving, but each time he goes back to driving, he still has that thing in his mind. It will not go easily. It cannot go easily. So the same way personality also. So somebody's personality, your friends also may have impacted you. So from your team members, do you have anybody like that, sir? Where you can share from your team members? One or two instances where you can share. I think, yeah, mute. Right. So can we have anyone who can support anything that you had?
Tendency, देखो ना.
Yes, Mr. Sanjay has raised.
किसी का माइक अनम्यूट है, हम सारी नोटिंग यहीं पढ़ रहे हैं.
Yeah, I think we need to mute. Right.
मैसेज दिया मैसेज आ रखा है सर कई यार लेकिन कल रात को फोन आया ना सर
Can you please mute your mic?
Jitender, please mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Please somebody call him on mobile. सेल फोन पर कोई कॉल कर लीजिए.
किसका म्यूट नहीं है? माइक म्यूट कर लो. किसी ने बोला होगा.
Yes, I think it's muted. Right, Sanjay sir, you had something to say.
Yes, ma'am, may I?
Yes, sir, please.
Ma'am, actually, the deliberation, the discussion started at a very, macro level. All those visionaries whose faces and pics were shown to us, we were forced to, expand our thinking. I was thinking on a very, low scale.
Right,
when it came to making an impact, a person who made an impact, because we are talking of, creating an impact in our organization somebody who created an impact on me, man. When we joined force, after undergoing our basic training, when I joined my first unit, ma'am,
Yes, sir.
so it is always said that your first unit is a make or break unit.
Right, sir. Yes, sir.
So the way, somebody may groom you well, or somebody may, groom you in a very bad manner, man.
Right, sir.
Somebody, that, sets the tone for your rest of the service. I was lucky enough to have been groomed by an officer.
Yes, sir.
Certainly, I would like to name him, Shri Shivadar Srivastava, who was deputy commandant of my battalion, who was adjutant of the battalion, ma'am. And today now, he's of the rank of DIG. Ma'am, we are always assessed, when it comes to appraisal, when we are assessed on an annual basis, ma'am, I have found that officer, I was an immature officer 26 years back. When I think about his attitude to work,
yes, sir,
sense of responsibility, maintenance of discipline, communication skills, leadership qualities, capacity to work in a team spirit, capacity to work in time limit, interpersonal relations, appearance and bearing. That officer 26 years back perfectly fit the bill. Right. And I stand by my views even after 26 years now. So, discussion started on a very, wider note. And what I have to make an impact, definitely all those people were visionaries, but definitely this is one officer who has impacted me the most on my official front.
Right, sir.
When I come to my personal front,
yes, sir.
It was only 7 years back that I came, my wife on a personal front, which I should not be sharing, but she was diagnosed with breast cancer.
Okay.
It came as a shock. It came as a trauma to her. It was very traumatic for her. And, she was faced with the dilemma, why me? What wrong I have done to anybody?
Right, sir.
And, but she was timely treated.
Right, sir.
And she fought as a survivor. It is she from whom, I draw my inspiration. She is a cancer survivor today. She is a champion. She fought like a champion, man.
Right.
Then again, she stood by me in my official cause. And definitely on my personal front, she has made the biggest impact on me. And may God give her good health. So,
right, sir.
This is how I want to sum up the two people who have impacted me on official front and personal front.
Right, sir. Thank you for sharing such a personal information and incident of your life, sir. Yes, so the impact is always more on the mind when you have something from the personal, your family members. So now, can we have anyone else who would want to share anything from the impact point? Maybe any colleague, seniors, juniors, even from the junior also, sometimes we get impacted.
I want to say something on this impact and influence.
Right, sir.
Yeah, that is, if we'll see the term, the impact and influence will not go with the science terminology. And if we'll think it in a common way.
Right, sir.
The impact is basically the person or the idea which change a person's path or directions in the life. Whereas, if we'll take the influence, it is basically by influencing, you are encouraging some person.
Correct, sir. Yes.
For certain kind of work or for limited thing. But what Tandon was stating, the impact is the broader thing. Yes. And impact change one's path or the directions of a life. That
right,
I feel so.
Right, sir. Yes, that's what we are now trying to sum up. We are trying to say that, impact is a larger word, and we are trying to see how we can impact our team members. So what do we have with us that really impacts or which can be used to impact others? Can we do that? Is it possible? Is what we are trying to find out. So anyone who would want to share?
Yeah, ma'am. Basically, to have an impact, first of all, you need to convince yourself. Yes, you are right. First of all, you need to be empathetic. You need to be convincing. Yes, this is what I am doing. I am right, and that should be that also should appears be right.
Right, sir.
From the other perspective, then only you can leave an impact. If I do something,
yeah,
and if appears to be beneficial, rather it appears to be true to others also, then only they will follow it, and then only you can expect the impact of it.
Right, sir.
So impact means, first of all, you need to convince yourself that what you are doing, it is right. Secondly, you need to be empathetic. Yes, you are right. Thirdly, that should also be appears to be right.
Right, sir.
Then only you can have an impact on the others.
Right, sir. So the belief, self-belief is more important.
Yeah, that is definitely be there.
Right, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Right, I think Vani is hinting for the 10-minute break. So can we break now, Vani?
Yes, Dr. Latangi. Yes, we can take a break.
Okay.
Time my watch is 11:06. We resume back at 11:16.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right. Can we go ahead?
Yes, Dr. Latangi, please
yeah.
continue.
So yes, the previous before the break, we were just discussing about the impact that you have in mind, or somebody has actually impacted you. मुझे लगता है थोड़े बहुत सोच भी आया होगा आपके ध्यान में, तो can you please share it now? So I can see Raghavendra sir wanting to speak. You can unmute yourself, sir. We're not able to hear you.
Madam, I have to say about the motto. That motto is always given for an organization to give a direction and to set your path. And
Right.
It is a kind of thing that if you will take any motto, this is mainly given for this purpose only. And the person should think on this motto and he'll work accordingly, and the direction is set. If I'll take my school's motto, it was fight to the last. So it has an impact on my life, and it makes me to not give up easily, and to take all the challenges and to fight. So similarly, the BSF motto is duty unto death. So Jivan Paryant Kartavya. So somehow it has impact on us as far as the organization is concerned. And the rest part is the vision. So that is the professionalism and other kind of thing that is required. And we always keep ourselves in that, and these words somehow they influence us also and has impact on us also.
Right, sir. So anything that who has impacted you apart from your organization, maybe something which has impacted you during your career?
Ma'am, there are not a one person who has impacted me. There are so many things and so many personalities who have impacted in one way or other. Right. And beginning from my college or school days, there are certain things which was impacted from my teachers or the principals, and thereafter in my job I got impacted with and influenced by a certain commanders. So list is quite long, and before going to this class, there was a deliberation and impact about the leaders. So so many good participants, they have elaborated about the impact, and certainly those leaders have impact on us. The great leaders like Mahatma Gandhi or Subhash Chandra Bose and others. So in the life, person gets impact, have an impact on us.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you for the input. I think Mr. Sanjay, आपको बोलना है.
Yes, ma'am. I think I would not like to add anything, but just to make a correction in the motto. The motto of the force as on date is Jivan Paryant Kartavya, ma'am. Duty unto death has been done away with a few years back.
Okay.
Because this word was taken into, it was interpreted, it was taken as in negative connotation, ma'am.
Negative. Okay.
It was it was very demoralizing for the force. So kindly make a correction that
Sure,
duty
sure.
has been done away with. The
Mhm.
motto of the force is Jeevan Paryant Kartavya, and in English also it remains the same.
Right, sir. I will do that. I'll make the changes. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the updation. Right. So, when we talk about our own impact, like we were talking about, as leaders, impacting our own team members, what makes it difficult to create an impact? So let's just see.
ड्राफ्ट ले आने से फिर कोई फायदा नहीं है ना, साहब तो फोन उठाया नहीं ना, नहीं तो हम सीधा नोट भेज देते हैं.
Yes. So what is the worry that we carry? Whatever your main concerns are in life, think for a second about the amount of control you have over each of these domains. So the main concerns in life. I think most of us have main concerns in life. So can you just think about it, and and also the amount of control you have over it?
Ma'am, इसमें two issues. Number one, what is the difficulties to have an impact? First of all, as a science student, I feel our genetic design is such that we generally oppose to the change. Human beings are always opposed to the change. They generally do not prefer a change. It may be positive, it may be negative. Initially, there is a kind of opposition you will find.
Right.
So after then, when they find that it is suitable, then only they accept to that. So
right.
what actually fear in the major fear in the life, it is the failure. If you converge everything, ultimately end of the day, you feel that if you have a feeling that there is a possibility of failure, then you will have the fear in your mind.
Right.
So
sir.
that is the major concern. Yeah, I may fail.
Right.
If
sir.
I am doing something, it may be to the disliking of my seniors. That is a kind of failure, you can say. In other term, if I say it is a failure, that's why my senior will dislike that, and ultimately I am having some kind of fear in my mind. So
yes, sir.
fear, the main reason of fear is the reason of failure. I feel this is
Yes,
again
sir.
my personal opinion.
Yes, I think this is with all of us, sir. We all have the fear of failure, and that's why we do not want to move out of our zones. There is a zone that we always create. We call it as a comfort zone.
Yes.
So when we are in the comfort zone, we do not want to think about the other part of it. What is there on the other side of the table? So we are here on this side where there is a chair, and this is the place where we are sitting, and that's it. So we do not want to go beyond that, sir. That's the
second issue. What actually why fear has been created? Because there are certain factors when I execute certain tasks, there are certain factors which are beyond my control, and these are the factors that result in fear ultimately.
Yes, sir.
So that is the thing I feel.
Right, sir. Okay. Anyone? Thank you so much for the input, sir. This was really good for a start to think about what is our concern, basic concern in our minds that's stopping us. So yes, this is what we're trying to figure out. This is the circle of influence and circle of concern. Usually the circle of concern is more. It's a larger circle, and we all have a lot of fears and apprehensions and things in our mind, and that becomes a bigger circle. And the circle of influence is smaller. So we need to actually expand the circle of influence to push it further so that the circle of concern can be reduced. Because if we are going to be in the circle of concern, then we will not be able to do anything that we really wanted to do in life. So when we have certain things that we have set as a goal, as a priority, as something that we need to achieve, then we need to actually be ready to push the circle of influence further away from us so that our circle of concern becomes minimal. So we cannot zero it down for sure, because it's not that we can zero it down and then we may get into something else. Then we will be called something else. We are more than humans. So that's not going to be the situation, but we can always look at minimizing the circle of concern. Now, this is what we look at in terms of circle of influence and circle of concern. If you look at the circle of concern, there are so many factors which are there. These are some of them which are listed here. Political influence, the news that we hear on a daily basis, the weather that we have, natural disaster, there is a earthquake or something and then we don't know what to do with it, or maybe there is tsunami and then we're scared of even venturing outside. There was pandemic and then we had fear in our minds. Oh, what do we do? What happens to us? Maybe we will die. So our neighbor is no more and then probably we will get it next. So these are some of the things. Other people's behavior. So these are also some of the concern. And we don't like somebody's behavior, but we can't do anything about it. We can't tell them that we don't like your behavior. So this is something which is our concern. The economy, the fast growing economy, a lot of gas is so expensive. So each time we'll remember all these expenditures, then we say, okay, this is our concern. So social media feeds, a lot of things that are come and then we are lost because it's uncontrollable. We can't control something that is there on the media. A lot of cases, rape cases and things like that, which will always pull women down, thinking of, okay, how do we venture out? Where do we go? We have to be careful. There's that. War is also something which always keeps us on the zone. So these are some concerns which we have listed out. Now, if you look at the influence, you can see there are some things which are with you. Your attitude, your health, then what you buy, your behavior, what you watch, read, listen to, your sleep, whom you're surrounding yourself with. These are some of the things which will influence you. So if you can expand the circle of influence and push to the, the circle of concern, then probably you will have what you want to achieve, you will be able to achieve, because that's your agenda. You have something in mind, only then you can do it. So अंदर हम comfort zone में बैठे रहेंगे तो बिल्कुल नहीं होगा. So for example, sir, as a girl, when I was me and my sister in the family, so always my father was an impact. He impacted me so much, because he never ever gave me the feeling that I am timid, that I should be timid. He always used to say girls have to be, on their own feet. They should stand on their own feet. तो कभी कभी मैं ये भी बोलती थी उनको कि पैर पे खड़े रहने के लिए बोलती हूँ, I am on my toe, I am standing on my toe. Now what do I do? That was my area of concern, because I always used to feel everything around me is not, under my control. Now what do I do? So that was the thing. But then I went ahead with all the challenges in life, studying, doing my PhD, a lot of other, studies in between. So all that I achieved because there was some kind of an impact that he gave me. So he said, always you should be doing things that you really want to do. So as a girl, even driving a car also was something which, people used to say, no, girls don't drive well. Oh, maar denge gaadi, unko, signal ka koi ye nahi hai, wo nahi hai. Sir, I can see smile on your face.
But madam, factor तो है कोई ना कोई ये भी एक ये थोड़ा सा हकीकत तो है मैम. Although I'm not against, I'm having also a girl child. I'm not against that, but ये थोड़ा सा तो है मैम fact.
Sir, इसीलिए मैं बोल रही हूँ. जो first time when I took a car and I started driving, so people used to look at me on the road, because ये कब की बात बोल रही हूँ कि 10 years back. So 2008 में 12 years back. So उस time पे people used to look at me. Oh my God, she is driving. I don't know whether she'll be able to drive kind. उस time पे elbowed था. ठीक है, उसमें भी मैंने cross कर दिया. Comfort zone से मैं बाहर गई. Because I wanted to do it. That was my goal. I wanted to learn and all that. Fine. उसमें मैं चलाई and all that. Then they said, no, long drives तो बिल्कुल नहीं जाना है. So that was something which was my concern. I said, long drives क्यों नहीं जाना है? सब लोग तो जाते हैं. So why should I not go? So questioning myself, and I started doing it. Now I have driven almost 600 kilometers to Hyderabad from Bangalore, long drive, single driving, and people are they were surprised. मेरे colleagues, ladies are surprised. They said, "Ma'am, आप अकेले चला लिया with my family?" So they said, "Yeah, single driving कर लिया मैंने." उसमें बाद में I also went pushing myself to even driving mountain range. ये तिरुपति की बात है. Tirupati में, you know how it is. I think many of you maybe have visited temple. So there in the entrance, sir, जब मैं enter कर रही थी, वो सामान luggage का जो checking हो रहा था, that man, he looked at me. He, बेचारा, it is not his fault. I will not say it is his fault. He just looked at me and he said, "Ma'am, आपके पास papers सब है?" Then I said, "से कौन से papers? सब कुछ है मेरे पास, मैं दिखाऊं?" Then he said, "No, no, no, please don't, not necessary. This आप थोड़ा देख लीजिए, ज़्यादा पिन कर्व सब है and it is dark. 6:30 को आप आए हो तो ऊपर जाना है तो तकलीफ शायद हो सकता है." But I said, I just smiled at him. I said, "Thank you, sir. Thanks for the concern." But I went, I came back. So what I mean is, if we come out of a comfort zone, only then we can explore if it is possible with us or not. The possibility तभी होगा when we are coming out of the comfort zone. अगर हम उसी में बैठे रहेंगे, so we will not be able to understand a potential, whether we can impact others or whether we cannot impact. Now I can say that maybe as a leader, I don't know how much I have impacted, but I hear from others, they say, "Ma'am, how do you do all this? How are you able to do this? You really have, we really appreciate your, boldness and the courage." So maybe that is an impact. I don't know. So अभी आपका भी ऐसे ही, sir. What I mean to say is, your team members will have something from you. You must have impacted them somewhere, which you do not know. So this is only possible if we are going to push our circle of influence and get your circle of concern, reduce it to further smaller zone. So anyone who want to share their thoughts here, sir? किसी को कुछ बोलना है, कुछ, like you said, sir, yes, this is true. Anyone who want to please add in something?
Ma'am, what you say is, it is basically coming out of comfort zone to have an impact.
Right.
Basically, it is the thing. True to that, in addition to that, I would like to add something. It is, even if you are coming out of the comfort zone to have an impact, the people sitting in your front, whom you want to impact upon, he or she also need to be receptive. That is also a factor. So, ma'am, I would like to request you kindly to tell us something, how I can make him receptive. How can I make him receptive, and how can I make him positive to accept my views? Rather, how can I influence him to have an impact what I am thinking?
Right, sir.
About that.
Right, sir. That's what we are going to do now. We are going to have all of those things in the next few slides. We will discuss about it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for what you wanted to share. Anyone else who would want to share something? Please go ahead. आप हिंदी में भी बात कर सकते हो, मुझे हिंदी आती है. अनुराग sir, you spoke so well. अभी आप चुपचाप हो. So please unmute yourself. Apart from this, do you have any circle of concerns? Jitendra sir, do you want to share something?
Circle of concerns, political issues, circle of concern, mission to other people's behavior, nature. I think both the circles cover almost all the aspects. Like circle of influence में ये जितने भी, there are 7 points which have been written, and circle of influence also, it has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, these 14 points, they cover almost each and everything related to circle of influence and circle of concern. I don't think कि इसके अलावा कोई ऐसी issue हैं जो कि इन दोनों में fit हो सकता है.
Right, sir. So, if at all, if there is a chance, then how would you?
Ma'am, why this sleep has been mentioned separately from health?
Which one, sir?
In circle of influence, your health, your sleep.
Okay, your health, your sleep. Okay.
Okay. So, your sleep ka matlab, the more we have good sleep, if we are able to sleep well, if you look at the, some of the people, the leaders across, the politicians and maybe the rich people who have a lot of money with them, sleep is a problem for them. They're stressed out. They're always in the mind of what do I do? I have so much of money, hiding it here and there. During when we had this, Modi had come up with this demonetization, we had a lot of stories coming out. So, sleep is a problem with most of them, sir, because as in when you are in the career growth and as a leader, if you need to take some challenging decisions, this also becomes a, something which you can control. If you can control your stress and if you are able to sleep, that's a good thing. So that is your circle of influence.
डॉक्टर कलाम तो बोलते थे कि सपने जो देखो कि आपकी नींद चली जाए.
नींद चली जाएगी because
पैसे वाले हैं, वो ज्यादा पैसे का सपना देखते हैं, इसलिए नींद नहीं आती उनको.
नहीं sir, if you, I don't know, if you ask them, they will have a different story to tell. Because अगर हमारा goals set है, and if we know that we are supposed to be achieving it, and if your path is very clear, नींद तो आएगी sir. There's no problem.
लेकिन ये तो overall health का part होगा sleep.
हाँ, sleep, it cannot be a part of the health because health is something where we're talking about in terms of taking care of your own self. If we take care of your own self, only then it is going to. अगर आप देखोगे अभी की generation में, people are having all kinds of food, so it is available to them. Swiggy, Zomato, and a lot of things online जो भी मिलता है, all these people are taking it. So they eat everything that is possible. Sleep नहीं है उनको. IT वाले को देखोगे तो there's no much sleep. They're working all through night shift में, day shift में, दोपहर shift में. So it's a mix. So in across other sectors also, you can see that this is happening. So the sleep factor, Bangalore में मैं अगर आपको बताऊं, the traffic is tedious, very tedious. It takes almost 1.5 hours for me to travel from home to college. And return also same. Can you imagine? I reach back at 7:30. उसके बाद जो भी करना है करो, do. It is very stressful. So अगर आप, if you are able to control all of this, because it's in your hand, you can do all of those. The health part of it, if you are able to take care of the food, if you know how to take care of your health part, not eating all these junk food and other things, your diet, oily food. लोग बोलते हैं कि we eat good food. What is there उसमें? But तले हुए food, तेल में ये करे हुए food खाते हैं, fried foods खाते हैं, and they don't realize that. So this is something which every one of us can control. So that's what we say, circle of influence.
What about
good morning. May I add something, ma'am?
Right, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, from both the circles, what I can foresee, there's so many things which can be added.
Right, sir. That is what I was telling.
Circles.
Yes, sir. That's what I was asking.
Like circle of influence and circle of concern. Circle of concern, in the circle of concern, your family members, your relatives, your background, your house, your finance, marriage of your daughter, marriage of your son, job of your son. Just so many things which concerns you. All those things can be put together in the circle of concern.
But
similarly,
agar nahi sir, this I just wanted to add in here with what you said. So if you say these are your circle of concern, if you are able to control that, I mean to say, if you said daughter's marriage, agar aapke paas paisa hai, if you have the boy you have identified and you know when to get her married, so then this concern is actually reduced. It becomes you can put it into your circle of influence because you are able to achieve it. So ye wala jo cheez hai, if you are able to know,
the point,
right, sir. Please go ahead.
The point is only the time will tell whether the concern is addressed or not. It is not that today, if I am thinking that my son will get a good job, only the time will show me after passage of 2-3 years that where my son will be. So this is basically it is no, at this point of time, it is a matter of concern to me. Similarly, if my daughter is studying, whether she will be married to a good person, good boy, only I will come to know after a certain number of years. Today uncertainty is there, so it is concerning to me.
Yes, sir.
It is influencing my decisions. It is influencing my personality. All these things are somehow these are related.
Yes, sir. So here I would just want to also say that since it is your, of course, what you said is right, that these are all our, concern, a circle of concern. उसमें आप डाल सकते हो because अभी के लिए it's bothering you. But then you know very well that you can achieve this. You can push it. It's not out of control. जो चीज आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल है उसको हम सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न में डाल सकते हैं. जैसे इकोनॉमी है, वी कैन नॉट कंट्रोल इट, इट्स नॉट इन आवर हैंड्स. जैसे न्यूज है, वी कैन नॉट कंट्रोल इट. हर जगह पे कुछ ना कुछ होता है. दे से दैट एटीएम कार्ड है या क्रेडिट कार्ड है, अगर वाईफाई है तो आप कभी भी कहीं जा रहे हो तो देन दे कैन एक्चुअली स्वाइप एंड पीपल कैन यूज द मनी. So these are some things which are, in your control. You can do something about the card. Maybe you can stop it. Maybe you don't. You can instruct the bank that don't give me such cards. Give me some card which is having only generating OTP. So things like that which can be controlled. You can control it, but things which you cannot control. So ये जो भी अभी interest rate बढ़ रहा है, home loan लिया, interest rate बढ़ रहा है, you can't do anything about it. But you can do one thing. Maybe you can close the home loan by paying it off and then closing. But till that time, it's going to be an area of concern. So this is something which we can understand and something which we can use our own influence, our own you can say ability to push it and make the concern area lesser, and influence will be then automatically more. So anyone else who would want to add anything? Sanjay Singh sir, you have something to say? Can I go to the next slide? Yes, so this is what we were trying to say, that the circle of influence can be enhanced, and that's where we become proactive. Because if we take the proactive stand, if we can become little more proactive in our issues that we have on an everyday basis in our lives, we can always push the circle of influence and increase it. But if you're going to be reactive, then the negative energy actually reduces the circle of influence. अगर हम, you can see some people are so negative. अरे यार ये क्या है, ट्रैफिक इतना, ये है, वो है, ये है. They don't try to actually minimize the trouble. अभी सामने वालों को भी दुखी बना देते हैं. So yes, we all have that feeling in mind. Even I also have that feeling. Every day when I come to this issue of traffic, I also have this concern. But I just stop it because 1-2 minute के लिए जो आता है, then I'm out of it. I do something else to keep myself occupied, so that it's not actually bothering me so much. And if it bothers me, I'm going to actually bother the other person. So this negativity will actually increase. So this is what we are actually looking at. So reactive focus is not what we are going to look at. We are actually looking at the positive and proactive side of our minds to push the circle of influence. Any questions here? Nothing, right? So we're just having some few questions here. Where are you currently spending the majority of your focus and time? Now that we understand what is impact, what is vision, what is the motto of the organization, as a leader, then what is your circle of concern, circle of influence? So coming to this, then we now come to a conclusion of certain things that you can picturize. You can sum it up in your mind. So in the circle of confluence or influence or the concern, where is it? Where is the focus? So are you currently being as personally effective as you can in your life? Have you done that? What strategies or tools could you use to help you focus on things you can control and transform your life? And lastly, what can you do today to expand your circle of influence to build more positive energy in your life or at work? Anyone who would want to say something here?
I think, to be very frank, as of now, I'm in circle of concern.
Okay, circle of concern. Right.
Yes.
Right.
To be honest.
Okay. So what are the concerns that you, apart from all of this, did you have anything else, or these are the only things major?
Well, basically, the issue is that mind is basically on things which I cannot change. That is basic human nature. And a lot of time is spent on these things.
Right, sir. But do you think that it is possible you can reduce it?
Yes, definitely it is.
Okay.
I
For
agree
example, yes, please,
yes,
sir.
I agree with Anurag.
Yeah.
He is very true. We focus on the circle of influence only during the training interventions. When we are reading some, we are taking some training session or something, then we think about the circle of influence, that we should change this, or we should change my attitude and my behavior and think positive and that.
Right.
Otherwise, most of the time we are in the circle of concern.
Right, sir. So actually, may I just, if you
maybe organizational structure not favoring that.
Ma'am, one more thing I would like to add to that.
Yes.
Cycle of concern and cycle of influence are not mutually inclusive. It seems to be mutually exclusive. Once if you are having concern, you cannot have the influence on the others, because you are concerned yourself. You are not sure what you are and what is basically the correct and what is basically wrong. So once you are coming out yourself that yes, I am right, there is no doubt, there is no ambiguity, then only you can have the influence on others. So I think both are not mutually inclusive.
Okay. So if I may just, if I may give this one example, if you don't mind, that, the economy and the part of it that, this money part of it always bothers us. The kind of salary, the kind of lifestyle, the kind of expenditure, and all of these. So, but this is actually, this has also bothered me for a large part of my life, thinking about, okay, what do I do? And this is what it is. The lifestyle is so much, and you're living in a metropolitan city where everything is expensive. So you call a person to do something at home, repair काम के लिए आप बुलाओगे, electrician हो, कोई भी हो, minimum charge is again, 250. But any other city, it's not like that. वो हाथ ऐसे चलाएगा, बस टच करेगा और उसको 250 देना है, बस उसके बाद आप वो बात करेगा. So this is the kind of inflation that we're talking about. So I also had this feeling, but then I read in so many, one of the books I was reading. So the talk was on, how do you actually come out of this situation? What do you do? If you keep on thinking about, okay, this is what it is, aise hi hai, kya kare, and all that, it's not going to work. Either I should, look for a different job, or other thing is enhance my, the prospect of earning. So push your, because if you are capable of doing it, you can push your circle and try doing something which will actually support you. So that's something which is very nice. So, we always look at what is not possible, but we can also look at what is possible. If we look at the possibilities, then we will be able to do something. Concern to har kisi ke life mein hai. We all have concerns, and maybe, this concern will be there till our, end, till the death. But then we need to come out of this botheration, because otherwise this botheration is going to be with us. It's going to be bothering everybody else. So even at home, it is going to be bothering, or at work, it is going to be bothering. So somewhere it comes out. When you speak, when you discuss, when you do things, it is going to be seen. So that's what a leader is actually trying to emulate. When he speaks, people are going to be observing him. Whatever you speak, it's going to be observed by your team members. So they listen to you intently, and then they will try analyzing, evaluating, doing everything that they can. So they will dissect each sentence and identify, okay, this is what sir said. So this thing happens. So that's why we're talking about the influence factor. So anyone who wants to add something here, kuch bolna chahte ho, please add in.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Vijay Ojha, and I want to speak something on the point number 1.
Right,
that basically here we have to have 2 factors, that is concern, circle of concern, and circle of influence. So if we address circle of concern without strengthening our circle of influence, then the effect will be less. Because at this age, like you have mentioned, sleep is a concern of influence. So if the circle of factors which relate or which causes our circle of influence is weak, then naturally we will not be able to address the circle of concern very effectively.
Yes, sir.
So my major concern is to improve the factors or the parameters which guide the circle of influence first. And circle of concern comes thereafter, only after we have strengthened the concerns which influences us.
Right.
So that is my present motive of this thing of focus. And another thing is that the circle of influence basically deals with the immediate and things which are in close vicinity. With age, basically, what our circle of concern becomes diminishes, because with maturity we understand that we cannot change many things in the life or in the society. So circle of influence is my present majority of my time I'm spending on the circle of influence.
So that's a great thing, sir. That's actually what we are trying to say, that if you are focusing on the circle of influence, and if you can strengthen it, and if you can be confident about it, and you can come out of your comfort zone, and that's where you can minimize the circle of concern.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
So I am spending more time on circle of concern and more focus on circle of influence.
So that's what is needed, sir. If you can do that, then I think the rest of it will be much easier. Yes, sir. Sanjay, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Also, I would also like to add to my dear colleagues only that once we have addressed the circle of influence, which affects me directly, all these parameters, I think more than half of the battle is won, because the circle of concern looks good on paper, looks good for discussion purpose, and there are so many institutions and institutional mechanisms, system, government, administration to look after it.
Right.
Over which I have no control as a reactive person, ma'am.
Correct.
So
yes.
I also would like to, support Vijay Ojha and discussing that once I have addressed the circle of influence, I think more than half of the battle is won, and there are so many agencies and institutions to look after the circle of concern, ma'am.
Right, sir. That's what we are trying to actually confirm here, that the circle of influence is what we all should be looking at, and that's what we are trying to now see. How do we do it?
Ma'am, I have to ask one thing, and as far as this
yes, sir,
circle of influence and circle of concern is concerned, and maximum of time, I don't know what others feel about so, but definitely the circle of concerns are very much existing in our life as far as the unit or the battalions are concerned, which are deployed on the borders. And ultimately, it is not in our control also, because there are so many factors which are there. Maybe you can take any kind of example of this trans-border crime, etc. And it can happen at any time, maybe because we are deployed for 24/7 and cannot be equated with the other departments who are having a 9 to 6 job and coming back to their home, and they are just having the time. So economy and other parts, they are not bothering us, or they are not the area of concerns of us at all. But as far as our job profile is concerned and our job is concerned, when our troops are deployed, and ultimately the people who are commanding the battalions, or the officers who are commanding the battalions there on the border, every morning, because ultimately the whole night passes, and the morning, the whole night they remain, a concern remains in our mind. Yeah, everything will be okay. And if we'll get a call in midnight, so ultimately, once a person who's sleeping with in such a frame of mind.
Yes, sir. I think he has a technical problem.
Ma'am,
influence is okay. You have theoretically part. I got all those parameters. I understood all those kind of things. But as far as this course is concerned, I just want to know in our situations where we are working and where there are so many area of concern as far as the job is concerned and as far as our accountability and responsibilities are concerned. Because if something happens, the morning definitely we will be asked so many questions about that particular incident, and we have to answer.
Right.
So, ma'am, I just want you to just tell us how this area of concern can be reduced in such a atmosphere, in such a working place.
Right, sir. So we are going to do that exercise, sir. We'll do it now. Right. Yes, sir. Please.
Not exercise, ma'am. What Raghavinder is saying, that we are suffering with zero syndrome that is humanly impossible to achieve at any cost, at any point of time.
So zero is not possible for anybody, sir. Getting to zero is not our question. We are not focusing on getting it to zero. That's not our botheration.
No, but certain organizations, certain people are obsessed with that zero.
But that is our concern. That is our concern.
They just believe in that zero factor.
Sir, if you look at it, Sanjay sir, if I may just say, sir, concern तो हर किसी के लाइफ में रहता है. You cannot put it to zero. अभी हमारे नॉर्मल आम आदमी का जिंदगी में भी आप देख लो कि we as normal human beings working 9 to 6 kind of a job, we also have our own concerns. अभी like sir said that शादी का बेटी को शादी करना है, बेटे को जॉब मिलना है, ये सब तो होगा. शायद उसके बाद भी there are so many times that girls are having problems. शादी बना दिया उसका तो that's not the end of it, but after that you also have things coming up.
मैम, ये जो सोसाइटी के जो प्रेशर है उनकी बात नहीं राघव कर रहे हैं, और मैं भी उस पर फोकस नहीं कर रहा हूँ. वो तो पर्सनल मैटर्स को तो वी आर वेरी एबली वी आर हैंडलिंग, बिकॉज हमें बताया जाता है पर्सनल मैटर आप खुद ही हैंडल करेंगे, तो दैट लर्न एट आवर ओन. उसके लिए ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सपोर्ट नहीं है पर्सनल मैटर के लिए. व्हाट वी आर सेइंग, ए फियर ऑफ अननोन कीप यू awake whole night, and then you are asking about a good health, a physical fitness. These are very good terms, and management classes, institutions, they are made to tell us. We also try to invite those qualities. There is nothing harm in it, but the situation is this, that nothing happens in morning, but whole night you have a fear of unknown, and it keeps you bothering, because you know that if anything happens, what will be the defense, how you have followed the things, why you have somebody on your behalf has unfollowed. We have such a mechanism of endorsing the system that even a psychiatric or any psychologist may not be addressing that, taking whole responsibility of or not more than 1,200 persons. So it's not a very easy task.
Right, sir. Of course.
That you should be responsible, accountable. Even parents having 1 or 2 kids, they are also not accountable and responsible. Their words are going outside. They are creating havoc in even the civilized society like USA. The children are going to school, they have opening the fire. So they are already pressure. And again, the pressure from your professional, we know that this is the professional hazard, but it should be in odd one cases of militancy, insurgency. In normal duty, there should be some relaxing factor. Accepting the human error of 5, 10, 7%, what is humanly possible and research oriented, facilitated by the management school, which says that the machines and the computerized system they have a zero error syndrome factor. Even the tolerance limit of 1 to 10, any scale you can give out of 100. There is nothing available like that to the field commanders.
Yes, sir.
Personal considerations are there, but on paper, this is zero syndrome. There are.
Shall I speak, ma'am?
Ma'am, I would like to add to Sanjay. Ma'am, the issue that is related that you have quoted, like personal issues, that can be addressed very well within the personal competency, because many of those factors are within your control.
Right, sir.
But what he is stating, the zero error syndrome, that is suffering from, basically we are suffering from that factor particularly. We don't have the control those factors which actually influence that particular issues. So those are the factors. Like, for example, my boss is expecting that I should work in a zero error syndrome. I don't have control over my boss. I cannot say him, you have no right to expect me to work within work like that, means with a zero error syndrome. So with a zero error. So in that case, these are the factors which is beyond my control. So under that scenario, how do I supposed to react? That is the question. Second issue, as far as influence is concerned, means concern is what you were telling. Concern is basically the course correction. If I have to address the concern, meaning thereby I'll have to do the course correction. That is one issue. But influence is a byproduct. I hope you will agree to me. Influence is a byproduct. If I correct the course, that will automatically have the influence on the other people also. Okay, bhai, yes, this is the product and this is better. So my concern is that is working in the zero error syndrome and control the factor which are beyond my control. How should I address that? How should I correct the course in that case? That is the factor.
Right, sir. So I would like to say this particular module, that you're going to have now for the rest of, I think it's a week-long program. You are going to be given equipped with a lot of these things. You may have experience. You have done everything. The management, part of it, maybe it's a theoretical part, but there are so many tools that you will be getting through with a lot of examples, cases, and things like that, which will always, be of some help. I cannot say that it is going to completely guide you, but it will be of certain, it will really help you in many of your endeavors. So the outlook, the approach, that whatever you have done it based on your experience and expertise. So now the course, you will have to keep it a little open. So if you keep your mind a little open, I request you to just keep your minds a little free from all of these things. The pressures, the concern that you're going to have in your work, will be there. But then how do we do as an individual? What is it that best you can possibly do? Ultimately, sir, I would say that we are all not gods. So we are not gods. So there is somebody who has created this world for some reason. But even that also is not, we are not keeping it properly. We are doing whatever, हम अपनी मनमानी कर रहे हैं, कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, फिर बोल रहे हैं कि green house effect है, फिर पानी ये हो रहा है, suddenly you have floods, suddenly you have lot of, all of that is man-made. So zero error जो है, this looks very nice, like what you said. It sounds very nice to me that, zero error. But then really, is it going to be happening? That's, I think even your boss also knows in mind that he cannot expect zero. But then he will still insist, because he wants to say you push your area, push your abilities to the fullest, to say that you can do your ultimate best to bring in some little minimum errors. So maybe that's what there are a lot of challenges in your work, sir. I really know that you people are really doing so much for the nation, and for all that you're working. I think we all have regards to you people. But our thing is now that during this course, I request you to keep your mind a little open so that you can get in the things effectively. And you can see wherever you have, and by the end of the session, I'm sure you will have a different approach to it. So let's just see what is building vision. So we're looking at building vision, why the purpose, then identify the values. There is a model called as BAG. There's a concept which is called as BAG. We're also going to look at what is this, how will it help you in bringing your impact on the team members and describing it vividly. So these are some things that we're going to deal with. So what is building vision? We need to also look at the core purpose. So as an activity, I request you to keep your mind a little free from all this tension. Come out of your concerns, area of concerns, because those will be there. It will pull you down. So I just want you to relax and come out with your creativity. So this is just a small activity. There are some few pictures that are displayed here on the screen. They're very light, nothing too complicated. You can figure it out what it means. So we need to find out what is the purpose. So when we look at this, then you can find out there's a shopping mall, maybe people are shopping, there's a restaurant, people are eating food, there's a metro, you can see people are traveling, a lot of these things. So you can just evaluate, look at this and analyze it. And this is a small activity which I wanted to actually give you. This is what it is. So you will have to, first of all, your observations of how things are from the picture. You can pick up any picture and say, what are your observations? Then what do you want to impact? So you'll have to just think about something creative as to what do you want to impact here? Think of an alternate reality for them. Now, what is alternate reality? I would say is, let's say alternate reality is something where the normal life, like for example, the schools. Schools are normally where children go to get their education, and they get their degrees or the certificates, and board is giving them certificates and grade sheets. But normally this alternate reality is something where we call it as maybe mobile school. There's something called as mobile school also. The concept of mobile school is now coming up in some few villages. So in Andhra Pradesh, AP, there is a concept called as mobile schooling. So mobile schooling, why? Because the village students are not able to actually even travel to that extent of a school, a proper school. So the mobile schools are actually educating them. And it is certified by the government, and they are doing that job. So that this is an alternate reality, because we never assumed, we never thought of there can be a mobile school. Because Gujarat mein to thode bahut villages hai, and there is a school which is beyond their reach. So they actually go by water, rowing the boat. छोटा सा वो बोट जैसा है, वो बास्केट जैसा, उसमें बैठ जाते हैं और बच्चे बेचारे, they are wet and they reach the other side of the shore, and then they go to school, again come back the same way they go back to their village. ऐसे भी situations है where schooling is very difficult for the kids. So this is an alternate reality, so where we never expected, but we're getting it. So you'll have to think of something as an alternate reality here with one picture you can identify. And then the last of it is the, how do you actually, yes, how do you actually bring in this positive impact? So positive impact कैसे ला सकते हो इसमें?
सिंगल है, तो ये कह रहे हैं कि एक उनके कमेंट्स जो है सीडी पे कॉल फॉर, मतलब कमेंट्स मांग लिए थे.
So can we do this exercise? Can you please look into this picture? You have it also in your worksheet also, but you can just look into this picture and just give you 2-3 minutes to think over and then come up with some creative thought. So what do you want to impact? And the third thing is alternate reality for this. Can we do something very creative to bring in alternate reality? Another example for alternate reality for you to understand is, for example, work. काम जो है हम ऑफिस में ही आके करते हैं, वो तो बहुत जमाने से चल रहा है. ऑफिस में जाओ, काम करो, फिर शाम को घर आओ. But अभी alternate reality is also this, that work from home. During pandemic, we also had something called as work from home. And how did we manage to do it? Teaching भी ऐसे ही हुआ था. We had this Teams, we had Zoom, we struggled with it initial few days, but then we got used to it for almost 1.5 years to 2 years. So we still managed to do it. Students का effectiveness बोलोगे, तो that's a different part. So how the students, did they really learn? Did they really understand? That's a different question. But then that's the alternate reality. Or maybe Kindle, e-reading. Book आप खरीदते थे पहले, वो जो लाइब्रेरी में जाके देन कार्ड देते थे, नहीं तो पैसे दे के आपको कार्ड लेना पड़ता था, देन मेंबरशिप, देन उसमें 2 बुक ले देते हैं, देन यू ब्रिंग इट होम, रीड, देन एक्सचेंज, दैट वाज अ नॉर्मल थिंग. बट अभी का जमाने में यू हैव ई रीडर, किंडल, so you just need to purchase it with very minimal amount. It is there in your e-reader, so anytime you want to read, you can read it.
There was a term, ma'am, alternative fact, if you remember, during the era of President Trump.
Yes, sir.
And, a counselor was asked you how you said, how the press secretary said that the largest gathering took place in the oath-taking ceremony of President Trump, whereas the largest gathering in the history had taken place in the oath-taking of Barack Obama.
Right, sir.
She told that it is alternative fact.
Oh, okay. So,
so it came, it was in news.
Right, sir. So I just need you to please look into the pictures and come up with some thoughts, alternate, and the impact that you actually want to bring in.
I find this picture of this public transport system. I wish I could make it more fashionable for people to travel into millionaires and billionaires and influential people who could travel in this, and by that way we could contribute to the lessening this pollution, the vehicles on the road, and the effect of global warming by this is one thing can be done.
Right, sir. Yes, sir. That's a great thought, at least, that, you know, billionaires and them traveling in these kind of transport.
Making it fashionable for
fashionable, right, right. Yeah. So that they are compelled to travel. They say, oh my God, this should be done.
Yeah.
So there's one train, there's a coach called as Vista Dome, if you have tried. In all the trains now, government has brought in this called as Vista Dome. So इसमें क्या होता है, every train has 2 compartments which are exclusive for people who are purchasing those tickets. You can sit there. The windows are huge windows, 360-degree angle. हर जगह से आप scenery देख सकते हो. Your chairs are actually movable. You can push it to you can just press a button and it will go to the window. So most of the chairs are 45-degree. You can turn. You have flight में जो चीज आपको मिलती है, सुविधा मिलती है. There's a pantry. There is a cafeteria. There is food, खाना रखने के लिए छोटा सा टेबल. सब कुछ है उसमें. चार्जर है.
Introduced in South or Maharashtra routes.
नहीं sir, all these, the coastal area, जहाँ पर भी आपको जो नजारा मिलता है, जो the scenery, beauty, तो उस जगह पे ये लोग include किए हैं, and it is beautiful. It's really good. The travel is excellent. It is worth going. So ऐसे जैसे आप बोल रहे थे कि you can make this good for the billionaires to actually travel. Compel them to feel, oh my God, मुझे तो travel करना ही है इसमें. Yeah.
So from picture number 6.
Yes, sir.
All the power lies, all the knowledge of the power lies in reading, or reading the books and gaining knowledge. And from picture number 5, nothing is difficult. All the problems under this cloud have solutions. If you sit together and find out the solution.
Okay. तो आपका alternate reality के लिए क्या सोचे हैं आप? कुछ where you can suggest something, some idea wherein this can be modified or changed.
Ma'am,
yes,
creation of library at different places. Now it is not adequate. It should be made adequate, and so that anywhere everybody can go and read.
Okay.
It must be facilitated to read. In small cities, like big cities, you may have central library sort of things. But small cities, you don't have that kind of thing. There should be enough space for reading. If you have some leisure time, say 1 hour I am having, I may not be able to purchase sufficient number of books due to so many reasons, maybe financial, maybe other factors. But if I am being facilitated in some other ways, say public reading is available, if it is there is some public place for reading, like library sort of thing from at different places, so people can easily walk into and they can read, they can spend time to reading, and that will definitely change their vision. Reading, one thing, reading is one of the biggest strength I feel that one can achieve through.
Right, sir.
So
Yeah.
if somebody is reading, then he may be knowledgeable, he may bring the change, he may bring everything into the other side also.
Right,
So
right.
that I feel. So that may be there. Like schools, there should be library also.
Library also. Yeah, actually there is something called as, the wheel, books on wheel, wherein books are available on the, vans. So library kind of a thing. So you can go there and then read. So one interesting thing that I read, sir, in one of the things I just wanted to share with you is in Gujarat, there was a chai wala, a tea shop, which was running in a small way. So this man came up with this idea, and overnight this became very popular. What he did was he expanded the tea shop, थोड़ा beautify कर दिया, छोटा सा वो आगे का ये सब रखे, and 4 टेबल लगा दिया, and उसमें वाईफाई कनेक्शन दे दिया, and लोगों को बता दिया कि चाय के साथ आपको वाईफाई भी मिल जाएगा. तो वो स्टूडेंट्स, जहां पर वो कॉलेजेस थे, साइड में विसिनिटी में कॉलेजेस थे, स्टूडेंट्स स्टार्टेड कमिंग देयर फर्स्ट. ओके, फ्री में वाईफाई मिल रहा है तो थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ लेंगे, कुछ काम भी हो जाएगा. सो दे स्टार्टेड सिटिंग देयर विद देयर लैपटॉप्स और मोबाइल्स एंड ऑल दैट. उसको देख के बाकी सब लोगों देख रहे थे, अरे ये क्या है, व्हाट इज दिस, दे सिटिंग एंड वर्किंग देयर, इतना छोटे से जगह पे क्या हो रहा है. तो द चाय, दे एंजॉयड द टी, they also enjoyed that few biscuits and other things that he gave, and they also used his Wi-Fi. But at the end of the day, his sales increased. So this is how he increased his sales. So ये छोटा सा जो idea था उसका, Wi-Fi जो उसको spend ही करना था उसको, he had to spend on the Wi-Fi, but that actually gave him a lot of income. So this is something which was out of the box.
Yes, मेरा वही कहना है कि जैसे प्राइमरी स्कूल, हर आपको every villages you will have a primary school, but every villages you won't have this thing library.
Right, sir.
So if you have a library, at least people can go, people can read, and people can sit there. At least in library, people will speak something constructive, I feel.
Right, sir.
Wherever in other places there may be gossips which may not be of any word, but in library somebody gossips even, that may be of word. So that may have a positive impact on the society.
Right, sir. Yeah, that's a good say, sir. Thank you for that.
My views is for first photograph, ma'am.
Right, sir.
This is the most ignored part in our society. Scarcity of food and wastage, scarcity of raw food and wastage of cooked food.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So the education, food and health, these are the 3 basic ingredients of a stable society. Even in the present PDS system or distribution which we are following since outbreak of COVID, it is wasting almost 40 to 60% of food subsidy given to the people.
Right.
So this management of serving a meal to working person or person not having access to any income, that is supposed to be streamlined in a more proper way.
Proper way, right. So yes, sir, I think this is more like, the hotel should know the body mass index of the person, and the eating ability, habits of the person, and wherein he can just feed in those information, and the food that has to be prepared. So the cook knows that, okay, this much has to be cooked. So only that is given so that he is consuming everything instead of wasting the food.
And all the menu card and recipe has to be revised considering the quantity and calorie,
right,
rather than the item and the cost.
Yes, sir. That's true. I think in foreign countries where I was reading in the Europe and other Western countries, there are some few hotels, they have come up with this concept of, a kitchen which is very transparent. यानी कि अगर वो खाना भी बना रहा है, the person who's eating here, the side, is able to see what he is using, which kind of oil, what is he putting, and everything. So it's not closed kitchen. It's an open kind of a kitchen, and there's just a small kind of a wall barricade where these people cannot enter into that zone because of their own cleanliness and other things. So ये भी हो रहा है, and the menu, like what you said, is very clearly written that this is the amount and this is the calories and this is what it is, and the definition of the menu, the items that are there, it's also there in that. So this is there in the Western countries. So abhi India mein to what you said is true. So if we have this, then wastage will be minimized. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the input. Any other creative thoughts? Yes, so that is the alternate reality that we were trying to speak. Now, what is the core purpose? Now, thinking of your responsibility areas and your team. So what do you want things to be different from them? So abhi aapka jo role hai, it is all there set. Aap bahut saal se bhi kar rahe ho, and there are certain things that you already know, you're very comfortable with. And what is that you want to look different? What do you want it to look different? Which part of it you feel should look different? Anything that you want to share, sir? Think of a future that you would like to see. What does a new reality look like in your work sphere? Now, if you come back to your work sphere, काम में कुछ ऐसा है कि आपको लगता है this can be changed because आपका area of concern was big. आप बोल रहे थे कि area of concern
मेन है मैम, जो आपको चीजें इरिटेट करती रही हो वो दूसरों के लिए आप ना करें. You have learned, you should try to make it practical for others also. क्योंकि ये legacy system जो like the family soap opera सास बहू ऐसे ही सिस्टम हायरार्कियल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में भी सबको ये फीलिंग है कि स्ट्रेस है. भी सेमिनार और क्लासेस भी कराते हैं, लेकिन ये स्ट्रेस जो है ट्रिकल डाउन है, ये ऊपर से नीचे ही आता है, नीचे से ऊपर बड़ा रेयरली जाता है.
Okay, got it.
So जो कथनी करनी है ना, what you preach you should practice.
Right, sir. That's true. Whatever, yes. So that's why, sir, whenever we have this, BSF program, we also had a DIG program. So, we also did a program for them. So I can't go into the details, but that's what it is. So ये तो होता है, sir. आपको जो आता है मन में, ये तो आता है, हमको भी आता है कि, हम ही सब ये करते रहते हैं. What about the boss? ये आता है.
मेरा कोई पर्सनल या किसी ये बीएसएफ से रिलेटेड नहीं है. ये फादर की भी सन से वही होती है और एडल्ट्स की एंगल से भी.
राइट सर.
ये जनरल एक कंडीशन है, मेंटल स्टेट है.
राइट सर.
फ्यूचर, थिंक ऑफ ए फ्यूचर यू वुड लाइक टू सी मींस दैट वर्किंग एटमॉस्फेयर या पर्सनल लेवल पे आप देखेंगी तो पर्सनल प्रोफेशनल यही दो ही पार्ट हो सकते हैं आपके फ्यूचर के, कोई तीसरा एंगल है नहीं.
Right.
Society भी और nation भी आपका.
Right, sir. So anything you want to change in the way things are, any new reality that you would want to add into the work sphere?
हाँ, बता तो रहा हूँ मैं. Preaching और practice ये हमें
should be there. Okay.
क्लास 1 से सिखाते हैं. स्वच्छ भारत पे निबंध लिखो, लेकिन उस पढ़ने में जो स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक होती है उसको फाड़ के हम पड़ोसी की तरफ फेंक देते हैं.
That's there, sir.
Or teachers, society, bosses, mother, father, everybody has contributed a lot to create this type of mental setup in us.
Yes, sir. That's true.
Or most of the countries, they don't preach, but they practice good things. We preach, but we don't practice.
No, sir. But I also would want to, just put in a few things. Like, sir, हमारे कम से कम India में, if you look at it, अभी classroom के setup में, because I am a faculty, I am telling about it. If you look at in countries, like US and all that, there are some places where the weapons are legal for them.
Yes.
So they have guns with them. So they come to the classroom, even UK also, some part of the UK, they come to the classroom with guns. अभी फैकल्टी कुछ भी बोले, दे आर नॉट सपोज टू अब्यूज देम, दे आर नॉट सपोज टू बीट देम, दे आर नॉट सपोज टू डू एनीथिंग, बट उनको पढ़ाना है। और अगर ये खाते हैं पीते हैं टेबल के ऊपर रखेंगे, इधर कम से कम हमको ये वैल्यू सिस्टम्स है। हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ये सब नई चीज नहीं करते हैं, तो ये कूल ड्रिंक्स रख देंगे सामने, they will drink, they will have chips, they will eat, they will throw all of that in that dustbin भी शायद throw भी करेंगे, but ये सब they keep their legs crossed in front. So these are things which are attitudinal, behavioral.
मैं वो सिविलाइजेशन नहीं है, वो एडाप्टेशन है, वो कैपिटलिज्म का, दैट इज वी आर सिविलाइज्ड पीपल।
राइट yes,
हमारे से अमेरिकन का कोई मैच नहीं, दे आर शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स। we are religious people, we have regards for society, elders, concern and all, उस पे डिटेल पे नहीं जाएंगे, लेकिन इतनी अच्छी जो चीजें हैं वो हम सिखाते हैं। हर प्रसंग में देखेंगे आप, गुरुवाणी ले ले आप, रामायण महाभारत पुराण, प्रैक्टिस क्यों नहीं कर पाते हैं?
Yes sir, ये तो सही बात है, because we had, if you look at in our history, or if you look at even the पुराणों में भी आप देखोगे, महाभारत, everywhere you can see the purpose, the value systems, तो होता ही था, flaws भी होते थे, अच्छे लोग भी होते थे, बुरे लोग भी होते थे, but still things have gone. So this is what this is, I think, some things which we'll have to take it forward.
नहीं मैम, बुराई में जो भी आप बोलते हो कि अच्छे भी होते थे बुरे भी होते थे, ठीक है, महाभारत में उसमें भी सब जगहों में दिखाई देता है, बट एक चीज तो जरूर है, उसमें बुराई में जो भी होते थे, अच्छाई में जो भी, दे आर हैविंग गाइडेड बाय सर्टेन प्रिंसिपल्स। आप देखोगे ना उसमें जो भी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है, इवन रावण इज आल्सो हैविंग सर्टेन कैरेक्टर who is otherwise iconized as the biggest villain. If you see, he is having a very important character. देखिए, रावण वध की पुजारी रावण है।
Yes sir.
He was a knowledgeable person, sir. Yes, नहीं, you see the example, वो अपना हिस्सा, मतलब अपना वध के लिए जो राम पूजा कर रहे हैं, उसके रावण की वध के लिए उसके पुजारी कौन है? रावण है बेसिकली। सो दिस इज मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट थिंग। मैम ऐसा है बेसिकली, जो फ्यूचर में जो आप पहला क्वेश्चन जो डाला है ना, हाउ डू यू लाइक टू सी द सोसाइटी इन फ्यूचर, मेरे को लगता है कि हम लोग जो एक जनरल मेंटेलिटी है ना, कि जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेरे घर में पैदा हो और भगत सिंह पड़ोसी में पैदा हो, वो हमने जब तक बाहर नहीं आते ना तब तक नहीं होगा मैम।
Yeah sir, that is, see, this is the level of concern that we all have. मुझे भी लगता है कि ये सब तो बाहर कंट्रोल ही नहीं कर सकते, बट एक चीज है सर, इफ एट ऑल वी हैव दिस इन माइंड, वी कैन एटलीस्ट मेंटेन आवर ओन सेल्फ। हमारे एटीट्यूड, हमारे बिहेवियर, हमारे जो संस्कार, वी कैन मेंटेन दैट, because ultimately we are not here to please anybody, we are actually here to please our own self, because कल के टाइम अगर maybe few years के बाद आप रिटायर हो जाएंगे, घर में रहेंगे, we know that we are ultimately, हमारे chapters को अगर हम पलटेंगे, we will feel happy, satisfied at the end of the day. We are not going to get appreciation from others, it doesn't matter, but we know that we have done to whatever extent to our best. तो हमारा responsibility, हमारे this one we have done to our best, and as a leader you have done whatever could be possibly done. So that
और एक एग्जांपल है मैम, जो आपने अमेरिकन वाला और इंडियन में आपने एग्जांपल दिया था, वी आर बेसिकली द कल्चर्ड सोसाइटी, वी बोर्न एंड ब्रॉट अप इन कल्चर, वी आर हैविंग ए कल्चर, डिस्टिंक्ट कल्चर, राइट। जो वेस्टर्न में हम, जो ऑल्दो वी आर जनरली the most used word आज की डेट में वेस्टर्न कल्चर, वेस्टर्न कल्चर, वेस्टर्न का कोई कल्चर नहीं है मैम, राइट, इट इज इंडियन कल्चर ओनली। यस, it is distorted, it is distorted form of culture, that is we generally termed as western culture, it is Indian culture only, culture means in Indian culture.
Yes sir, so that's why, so area of concern, yes, we will always have. So let's move ahead with core values. So what is a value, why is it useful? Value system, abhi aap bata rahe the ki we all have things, but then what about the others? So these things are not controlled by us, so how do we control them? So can you do anything about it? So ye BSF ke value systems, what is it? Credibility, integrity, honesty, character, then inclusion, then professionalism, compassion. So these all together actually forms the values. And then I think even in BSF also, all these components are a part of the value system that you carry. Anything to debate, sir? Anything that you have in mind that you want to?
Dr. Latangi?
Yeah.
After this, can we take a short break after this slide?
Okay. Yeah, it's a 5 minute, 10 minute.
Whatever you feel comfortable. Can I be?
Yeah, I just have a few more slides to go, so maybe yes,
Sure.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So anyone wants to add in here with this?
No, ma'am. You have taken all Panch Tattva of good habits. There is nothing more to edit it.
So what about compassion? Anything that you feel that, compassion, how do you include compassion in your values?
Ma'am, once you have mentioned inclusion, then compassion and credibility. Compassion is part of it, because without any organization will be soulless.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks for that input. Yes, Sanjay, sir. Please unmute.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Just with respect to compassion, because we are working in a battalion formation. So when it comes to compassion, as a commandant, I am, supposed to be a fatherly figure. The commandant is supposed to be a fatherly figure. So compassion naturally comes with it.
Right.
Being the senior most in the hierarchy in a battalion.
Right.
So he has to be compassionate. Compassionate is one of the parameters.
Yes, sir.
Which has a direct bearing on the morale.
Yes. So, but this is also right, sir. If I may actually ask you this question, when we look at BSF as a you have a lot of discipline and the concerns for discipline. You also take disciplinary measures. There are people who also take fall into that category where you need to take disciplinary measures and all that. So I was having this question in mind. So compassion, how do you actually balance this?
Well, compassion is a subjective term, because compassion is not only having compassion or love or affection. Apart from that, it broadly covers. You have to give that constant assurance to your troops. You are with them at all times. That hand holding will be there. You are going to stand for them at all times. So these all, your concerns for them are also broadly covered under the broadhead compassion, ma'am.
Okay.
And once they have that assurance that my commander is standing with me, I think you have one half of the battle, ma'am.
Right.
As a commandant.
It's great, sir. If you are having that as your leadership trait, then I think you're a wonderful leader, because
in a nutshell, it can be termed as sharing is caring. How you are caring for others.
Right. Yes.
How you are caring for others.
Yes. Okay. So with that, I think we'll take a 5 minute break, and we'll come back again in 5 minutes. That's 45. Yeah, 12:40.
Okay.
Right. Right. So we were talking about all the core values, which includes the credibility, integrity, inclusion, professionalism, and compassion. Sir, I just remembered something, because when you said the area of concern for you is zeroing down, right? But I also wanted to say, from the normal, if you look at the people who are working on a 9 to 6 basis, Twitter, which is an organization which was earlier separate, now Elon Musk has taken up that. He has removed 2,500 employees at a stretch. Now the area of concern for them is their livelihood. They don't have a salary. They don't have anything to support. And normally here, we do not have, if you look at many organizations, private organizations, they do not have PF, which is not mandatory, unless the employee, says that, they want a PF and they want the account, and also they can contribute from both their ends. And even the central government, I believe, from 2005, they have not made it mandatory for the organization to actually have all this. So the area of concern is actually the livelihood itself. What about the salary? If I don't have a job, and uske baad, if you look at Twitter, ye wala hai. Then if you look at Amazon, they also said they're going to remove employees. Then Infosys, Wipro, they have also in between removed. So this is the situation that normally you find. So at least agar aap ye dekhoge from your part of the organization, there is something called as a permanent job. You are secured. Your job is secured and you have other amenities and things like that. But yahan par to kuch bhi hua, health ka problem hua, kuch bhi hua. It was only the government who gave 3 lakh rupees during pandemic, corona. Agar death hua, family members ka 5 lakh या जो भी वो they have given some treatment के लिए 3 लाख and death हुआ तो उनके लिए 10 to 15 lakhs ऐसे कुछ दिए हैं. So it is only the government who did it, but otherwise उनके organization through कुछ भी नहीं मिला है उनको. So this I wanted to add in, sir, because the area of concern is something which is there throughout. You can see it in most of people's lives. Right. Now we're looking at credibility as the first one. So what can you do to strengthen your team's credibility? You believe that they all have credibility, or do you think that you can enhance this?
I would like to give 9 to my team.
Yes,
for the credibility.
Okay. Okay. Is there no scope of improvement, or is it that this is good enough?
As of now, their performance is 9, but definitely there is scope. That's why they have not got 10.
Okay. Okay. So how do you want to improve, if at all you feel that maybe, because if at all you want to do something, then what would you want to do?
So whatever they are performing, whatever they are achieving, they should be given due recognition for their achievements. They should be rewarded for their achievements, appreciated for their achievements, and I should do my bit so that they are attracted towards goal all the time.
Right, sir. Thanks for the input. So anyone who would want to add in from your end about your team and what would you want to do? Anyone with the
passage of time, when we are in a position of decision making, we become fond of self-praising and taking credit of everything. This is more particularly in case of the armed forces. That every credit is mine. There is a tendency in many. If we have a team and we constantly keep on saying for all the good things that this all is done by them, at the end of the day, you as a leader will be having your name.
Right.
But at the same time, when you say that it's all they're doing, I'm nothing, they have burnt the midnight oil, I was just there with them. Without them, it was impossible for me to do. But somehow we, in many cases, we forget that and come to that thing. When I was there, I did that. When I was there, I did that. Storytelling about self praise and self boasting. So that has to be reduced, and this team has to be given maximum credit in order to have a better atmosphere and better resolve and common purpose.
Right, sir. Yeah, credit की बात अगर आप बोलोगे तो I think this is more by and
नहीं
large.
केवल यूनिफॉर्म सर्विसेज में नहीं, ये तो
हर जगह पे है
हर
सर.
जगह
That's what
पे
I want. I was just trying to add in that, you know,
इसमें
power
मैं
के
ऐड करना चाहूंगा. इसमें मैं और एक चीज ऐड करूंगा along with Bisal, Mr. Bisal. What I would like to tell basically, storytelling is fine. That again have an impact. If I say something that I have done that, but yes, I must share the credit. One thing in armed force is there कि लड़ाई तो सैनिक ही लड़ते जीतते सेनापति. ठीक है, ये तो this is a fact. There is no doubt about that. Your credit will always be there with you. And it is not in armed force, it is everywhere. It is a fact, everywhere it is there. It is not in armed force. It is because we are from armed force, we know about more about armed force. We do not know more about others, but this is a fact in everywhere. So what is basically required here, if I want to improve my team's performance, team's credibility, then I have to explain the benefit of that, what they are doing, how they will be benefited out of that. So I would love to explain about that.
Yes.
I'll definitely explain them कि भाई अगर आप आज ये रास्ता बना रहे हो, आपने जंगल साफ कर रहे हो, आपको कल जब यहाँ से ड्यूटी करने जाओगे, आपको सांप काटने का जो डर है, वो थोड़ा सा रिड्यूस हो जाएगा. That will be beneficial for you. आपने काम करोगे तो आपका बेनिफिट पहला होगा, उसके बाद क्योंकि दूसरे का बेनिफिट है. So I'll definitely love to explain to them about their benefit out of their work.
Right. So credit की बात अगर आप बोल रहे हो sir, Vishal sir, it's in most of the organizations. If you look at the leaders, and it is because of the power mostly that they start taking this. They said, oh मैंने ये किया अच्छे. When if the result is good, they'll say हाँ, because I directed them, I told them, this is successful. कुछ गड़बड़ हुआ, then they'll say the team has not performed well. ये वाली बात तो होता है because of power and the kind of the thing that you carry with the chair. तो ये आप उनको आ जाता है. So but that's what we will be dealing with all of these topics subsequently in the other few days to come in. So how do we deal with it? What do we do? So this is credibility. It is a quality to make people believe and trust you. The quality that you want to make them believe that this is what is good. Like आप बोल रहे थे चौधरी sir, you will make them understand that this is good, and if you do this, then this is going to be better. So that's the quality of a leader who wants to bring in that kind of a trust factor in the team members. So that's credibility. So when we look at the next thing, so integrity. We say integrity is something where, if you look at the meaning, it's like quality of being honest and having strong moral principles that the leader carries. Now we're talking about leader. So as a leader, then these are the things, qualities that are actually needed to be called as integrity. So what can you do to strengthen your team's belief around this value?
Forces में तो integrity अगर grey है तो you will lose all the benefit of promotion and all. the integrity का तो कोई doubt ही नहीं है यहाँ पे. It has to be 10 out of 10. It should be always 10. There is no 9 to 8.
इसमें एक चीज जरूर है कि we'll have to explain the adverse impact of his dishonesty or other things.
Okay, right.
I'll have to explain him कि उसके ऊपर क्या हो सकता है if his integrity is not at par.
Consequence.
Consequences I'll have to, yes.
Right,
correct terminology is that.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. That is the correct terminology. I'll have to tell them the consequences of being dishonest.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That is the thing that I can do.
Right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sanjay.
Already, ma'am, as Sanjay Kumar Singh already brought it out,
okay,
we have got only two connotations. Either we are being assessed by our seniors or we are assessing our subordinates. There are only two ways to, assess somebody. Either he is, his integrity is beyond doubt, or
explain him on the consequence part of it so that you bring him to the normal.
Definitely, doubtful integrity is to be proved.
Okay.
Doubtful integrity is to be proved, and there are only two ways to it. But now this is a broad term which is being discussed. So integrity as a whole, we feel one has to be honest to oneself, to his team. Here in our parlance, a team means we are, carrying a team of 1,210 persons.
Right.
More than 1,000 persons. So there are ways. I have got my immediate subordinates. Their integrity has to be impeccable. And in turn, those subordinates have another, I say, a chain of subordinates under them. So
Right.
the broader message for the team: be true to yourself, be true to the organization. This is how I sum it up.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the input. So we're looking at inclusion. Inclusion is everyone, regardless of their mental or physical ability, is understood, appreciated, participate, allow them to participate and contribute. So what is your say on this? So is there any area of improvement? Can you strengthen this in your team?
It is not wish and will of individual. He has to be included in the team, irrespective of the place or the reading or say his mental ability capabilities. He has to be part of the team. His services will be utilized by commanders at different levels. Say we are sitting as the unit head, as commanding officer of the battalion. But there are lower formations also within a battalion. Everybody, whosoever is, he may be, everybody is combatized first of all, and whosoever has it, having a different stream is there within the battalion. Say communication, MT, and we are having followers, statesmen. Everybody is included in, say, be it operational matter, be it administrative. Even if we are organizing a function, regimental function, or maybe some even international event also, we have to meet with counterpart or different regions. It might be operational, it might be routine affairs. One has to do the job because it is assigned to us.
Right, sir.
So, by design, inclusion has to be there.
Has to be there.
All the rank, it is not only the officers are included, even ministerial staff, the one who are working in the office only, they are not mostly given tasks as far as operational things are concerned. No doubt when required, they will have to do that also.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Part at the scale of 10, you can say it is 9+ always.
Okay. All right, sir. Yes, Sanjay, sir, you had something to say?
Ma'am, with passage of time, the concept of command has changed. Because earlier, this term inclusivity, inclusion never used to be there. When you are commanding a formation, when you are commanding a battalion, you are supposed to order. And it is only giving clear and concise orders. You have to get the job done as a commandant. In terms of discipline, in terms of operations, you have to give crystal clear orders to your troops. But with passage of time, the command is becoming inclusive.
Okay.
But you have to limit that inclusivity, because in a command, when you are commanding, you have to set limits up to what extent inclusivity can be tolerated.
Okay. So you need to actually assess the situation and then accordingly be using the discretion of allowing them to contribute or say something. Right. So professionalism, compassion we touched upon already. So let's look at this BAG, the concept of BAG. So what is this concept? This was actually derived by two people. Actually, the name itself, the word looks like it's the Hindi BAG, but this was coincidentally coined by two people, Jim Collins and Jerry Porras. So they were the people who wrote this a book, and the concept of BAG was actually coined. So BAG means B for bold, H for hairy, A for audacious, and G for goal. So the concept says, the first one says that, clear and compelling. BAG should be so clear and compelling that it requires little and no explanation. So if this is there, then you can bring an impact, because we are doing this to bring in impact to the leader's role that he is doing. a bug shall fall well outside the comfort zone. So we are also talking about the comfort zone. If the comfort zone, if the leader is able to come out of the comfort zone and try challenging the other areas, then probably you will be successful in creating that impact on the team. The third aspect of it is bold and exciting. So if the idea is bold and exciting, so what happens is it stimulates progress. The team is also motivated, the leader is also motivated, and the change or whatever needs to be done is brought in. The fourth one is looking at the consistent, looking at the aspect of why we exist. This question is always there in mind. This also brings in the challenge of achieving the goal. Whatever is set, yes, the impact is brought in. So any thoughts over it? This was all actually summed up in the previous slides. We have just brought in this concept of BAG to say that if it is bold, hairy, the thought, then audacious, the idea has to be audacious, and the goal has to be set. So if you have all of this, then the impact can be brought in. Any thought over this? Anything that comes into your mind? Is it possible, not possible? What is the thought that comes in that as BAG that you can think about? You must have done a lot of things during your career. You must have brought in so much of things. Maybe in terms of developing a community. I have heard in the previous BSF troops, their commandants were discussing about what all they did for the nearby community, water, then some issues related in that particular village or area, and what all they did for that particular area. So those are something which the person as a leader, he brought in this. It is not that, it just happened. It happened because he had that idea, the thought that actually triggered him to get that job done. Maybe something that you have all contributed, maybe something where you can just, share with us here. Anything that you already did, or you have something in mind that you want to do?
ये कॉन्सेप्ट कुछ क्लियर नहीं हो पा रहा है मैम, मुझे लग रहा है इसलिए थोड़ा.
No, sir, आप यहाँ पर देखिए, B is for actually bold. The idea has to be very bold. So we are talking about how to bring an impact in the area where we work and on the employees. So the concept of B, B-H-A-G, B is for bold, H is for hairy. It has to be very spiky. यानी कि वो idea जो है, we did that. If you look at that, that picture, and then we try to analyze and then bring in some creative thought to it. So that is something which we are trying to bring in a different way, something very creative, and the alternate reality. So similarly, we're trying to say that B is for bold, H is for hairy, A is for audacious. The idea has to be very bold, audacious. It has to just come out, and then people should be just, oh, this is really very good, that kind of a thing. And G is for goal. So if that goal is set with all of these qualities, then it can impact your team. So this is what we are trying to say with this concept.
So this is already part of planning.
Right, sir. So that's what I wanted to ask.
In the operational duties or in the civic action program which you have just referred to, these all are the basic ingredients. but generally in our parlance we say improvisation or initiative, but the clarity of boldness and audacity is there inbuilt in that plan and operational or civil, whatever task we are executing.
Right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Example is concerned, you have asked to cite some example. I'd like to quote one example. Here, I was earlier posted there in this thing. Again, somebody may quote it is self-praising. I am not self-praising.
No. It's just sharing the information.
You are doing, but you are you have
sharing
negated it by saying so. You have negated it by saying so that you are not praising yourself. Just the example.
I am just quoting all these 4 elements there in that particular aspect. What I did.
Right.
I was posted in Fazilka. When I reached there at Fazilka, there is that location was very old location, and it is connected from there. The border is about 15 kilometers. There is a border called Sadgi border. And along the road of that Sadgi from Fazilka, both sides of the road, there is a stretch of about say 100 meters on either side of the road, which is covered with bushes and jungles. And there are lots of elements, antisocial elements. I should not say antisocial, rather you can say some elements which disturb the societies. Many a time the drug abuse, they used to sit there and they have the drugs. And say the alcohol, some people also used to consume alcohol sitting in the bushes just alongside the road. So when I reached there, I had a thought in my mind. There is a plantation drive going on in the BSF all along. So I contacted the forest department. I asked them that I, along with my troop, like to carry out the plantation along side of the road, at least for 5 kilometer stretch in that area. So I started that project, and the forest people first they clean it, and then I, along with the troops, I did the plantation over there. Initially, we about 100 people came together. There is a group called there is a paddler group. There is a cycling group is there. They're known as Fazilka paddler groups. So they also came together, and we started that project. And initially, we started with 100 meters. Then it has been extended up to more than 3.5 kilometers alongside the road on either side of the road. So there was time when people did not venture to come after the sunset in that area. Even the male member did not dare to come. So now, after then, when we started plantation and area was clean, then Fazilka municipality also came forward. They enlightened that area by erecting some street light also. I approached the DM, and DM also did that. He acknowledged my request, and he did that. So area was illuminated, area was clean, plantation was done. After then, even up to midnight, the ladies used to walk in that area. And people used to tell this turned to be Chandni Chowk. Chandni Chowk, it became turned to be Chandni Chowk in that area. Even the area nearby the campus of 52 battalion. Now 52 battalion is located over there. And that turned really something very special for the people of Fazilka.
That's a great thing, sir.
Yes, that is the thing that I mean to say, that's an impact. People
certainly, because this was never thought of. And
again, ma'am, I would like to tell it is not me alone. It is my team. There are people like along with me. There is a deputy commandant, J.K. Singh. He did it. There are constable like Pargat Singh and other people. They contributed handsomely to that project. And everybody, we all together did that. And now that was wonderful area to walk even in the midnight. So people used to roam around during summer season. Then even in the midnight also, the ladies used to come. So that's a satisfaction. Even
that's an impact, sir. That's an impact. Actually, see, you have done it not in the context of getting into the limelight, but what happens here is because you have done it, it has impacted the people around that place, and they are now free to walk around without fear in their mind. So obviously, you have done a good thing. And why it is impacting? Because they will now feel the BSF as a brand. You have enhanced the brand of BSF, and they will always remember that this part of the incident will not be forgotten. for a
Yes,
very
ma'am.
long time.
Even people used to told at that time कि यहाँ जो काफी battalion आ गया चला गया, लेकिन 52 ने जो यहाँ किया है, it is really memorable for
Yes,
them, for
yes,
the
sir.
people of Fazilka.
Yeah.
That's the impact that I feel I had left over the year.
Right, sir.
Or at least my team has left over the year.
Yes, sir. That's a great thing, sir. Thank you for sharing it. Yeah. Anyone else who would want to share? We are in the fag end of the thing, so we can also go ahead preparing the vision template if there's no one else to share. So we are looking at the vision template. Now, how do you create this from as a leader? How do you do this? First is who do you want to impact? If you make this clear, what matters to them? जैसे कि आपने कहा चौधरी sir that it was very dark, अंधेरा था, बहुत सारा illegal things and not nice things were happening there. So that was something which was mattering to them. And what you imagine as for the future. So what you did for them is make it safer and make it more usable, that stretch of road. So what do they benefit out of it? They're benefiting out of it because they're safe. They're happy to go around and there's no restriction. So that is something which by doing this, we will be BAG. That means we are achieving the goal. And by using the strengths and the mindset. So you have used all of those to get this thing solved. So this is something which we can do it in your teams. You can also bring in some kind of a change in your teams. So you can make your own vision template and probably act on it to see how it really impacts your team members and what is it that they derive out of it. So ultimately, they also will be happy because they've got something out of the goal that you have set. So with that, we are closing. So we have learned, we have gone through all of these, building vision, why, the purpose behind it, identifying the values and the concept of BAG and describing it vividly. That means very clearly as to defining it and what is to be done. So if that is clear, finally we get the impact that we are looking for. So to be very positive, so this is what we have. The area of concern can be reduced. The area of influence can be increased. So I'm sure you must be having some kind of doubts and apprehensions which have been addressed. Maybe at least you're okay to go ahead with your next courses. Your next sessions are on various topics. They are quite interesting and quite debatable. You can experience all of those in a few sessions. So I will also be there for 2 other sessions. So on 16th and 17th. So I'll also be meeting you there. So I would like to close this session now with any thing to say. Do you have anything to say finally? Anyone wants to share about this topic today? Because this was actually setting the tone for the next few sessions to come. Divya, I think we are okay to close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Dutangi. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you all for the wonderful participation, and I'll also be there for the next 2 other sessions. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you. So after break, we have one of the very experienced person from forces. He'll be joining us. So since we have ended our session early, let's go for a break and let's rejoin at 3 o'clock as usual. And then we'll be joining by Colonel Sohail, one of the experienced person from your background. And he'll be talking on decision making. So is it okay? Can we go for a break and rejoin at 3 p.m.?
आप इसको 3:30 भी कर दीजिए तो भी चलेगा.
नहीं सर, 3 o'clock, 3 बजे तक. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Colonel Sohail. How are you? You'll have to unmute here.
Good afternoon, Vani. How are you? Good
I'm
afternoon.
good.
Good afternoon, Jai Hind, gentlemen.
Jai Hind, sir.
So in the earlier part of the day, we did the impact that you want to have. Now, while we have talked about what we as a leader would leave legacy behind, or as a person, what legacy that we have or we would like to leave behind, I'm joined by Colonel Sohail, who would talk about decision-making. Decision-making in what parlance? Decision-making in workplace. Before I hand over the reins to him, let me formally introduce him to the cohort. Colonel Sohail has an experience in supply chain management and logistics in the Indian Army. He is a veteran Army officer with more than over 3 decades of service. Colonel Sohail also has about 20 years of experience in IT and system analysis. He has an in-depth knowledge and first-hand experience in managing logistics operations, providing integrated advisory service pan India in various sensitive appointments. Currently, he's working with Amity University, Noida as OSD to the Vice Chancellor. Colonel Sohail, you have been part of most of the batches with Commandants. And I saw you joining in yesterday and today, listening in through. So I know you have tried to understand the participants and you know BSF because you have worked very closely in your prior assignments. Let's hear from you as how the decision-making is taken forward and what it takes to take a better decision. Over to you, Colonel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vani. It's always a pleasure to be part of this forum. Well, Jai Hind, ladies, Jai Hind, gentlemen, I am Colonel Sohail Kumar. Much that I would have joined at 3 o'clock, but I couldn't resist from, moving in and out yesterday as well as today, just to see the faces in uniform and get me back to my, just about a year back when I was wearing one, when I was with the Indian Army. And so whenever such an occasion comes my way, more than Vani, I am the first one to jump at it because I love to be back with the forces. So, Jai Hind, gentlemen, just a small introduction. I said my name is Colonel Sohail. I am from the Army Service Corps, rather was from the Army Service Corps. I was commissioned in 1989 after doing my 3 years with the National Defense Academy and a year with the Indian Military Academy, and went to a regiment called 3 Bihar Regiment. And thereafter came to my parent corps, which is Army Service Corps, which is a logistics corps, you all are aware. Probably one of the corps which has been deeply related to the border security force in many places because of various aspects of supply chain management. Now, of course, BSF is on its own. I did my basic training in Bareilly, and I've held appointments of logistics as well as operational. Like Vani mentioned, I have been 20 years as an IT professional in my logistics branch. So I was posted in Bangalore, where I raised the network center and was part of the IT hub during the millennium. I've had a couple of operational service areas, the most prominent being the Kargil operations, where I was there in 1999. I've had Op Meghdut, Siachen. I'm sure you related to it much better. The Siachen, Nagaland, Mizoram. In fact, I credit myself to be the most traveled batch officer, having seen a maximum number of countries. Only the cliche is from the border. There's not a border where I was left out, whether it's Myanmar or Pakistan or China, I was there. So I've been very fortunate to have had this good fortune, thanks to the MS branch, as I say. I've done a couple of important assignments like, handling the networks of one of the corps of the Indian Army, setting up the centers. But primarily, I've been a logistician. I did my last 2 tenures in the academics area with the Girls Battalion, one at Patna and one at Moga, one in Punjab, where I belong to, and Patna, that was my first posting. After which I superannuated. People say retired. I say I re-attired in November last year. And in December, first week, I joined the Amity University as the OSD, or the Officer on Special Duty to the Vice Chancellor, Amity University. So I'm a veteran from the Army, but a baby in the Amity universe. So, but I'm telling you, I enjoyed both. I'm enjoying both. I revel with the experience of 36 years, and I'm enjoying every moment of it here, and especially on occasion like this. So welcome from my side as well. And let's move ahead and let's see. Today, I want to be a military man, so I'm not going to give you theory. We will talk. At the end of the session, maybe I'll take a few lessons home. Maybe with the experience, maybe I'll give you a few lessons which will assist you in this wonderful subject of decision making. Well, the decision to decide is a decision by itself. So, you know, when I was to plan the first session that I took with the commandants was somewhere in February. I was just a month old, and I was honored when Dr. Batra and the team told me that, you know, you'll be part of it. So I was deciding, am I a Amitian, or am I a management man, or am I a soldier? So I made a very nice presentation the management way, but what I delivered was the soldier way. So I plan to do it the same way today also. And maybe you're going to have great talks, and maybe we get some common friends. Like in the last session, I happened to have served with one of the commandants in Firozpur. So with the BSF, I was lucky to have served in Srinagar. I served with BSF in Far East, and very recently in Firozpur, where I commanded my battalion. So if there's anyone from there, we could exchange a few, share a few thoughts. So I will first get on to a little bit of a PPT that I have made, so that we could have a framework by which we could speak. Please stop me and interrupt me whenever you feel like having a break. I'll try my best to make the session lively and we are happy together. So allow me a minute and I will come to you with my screen. Are you able to see the screen, the presentation?
Yeah, yes, Dr.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. So, so whatever little time one has from here, one likes to deliberate so that one is able to have a great session. So welcome once again, Jai Hind. I love to use this word because we're getting out of practice in this place. So decision making. So well, decision making, I don't think there is anything to teach or bring out new to a commandant of BSF, because he himself is the biggest decision maker for the armed forces. Like I was at one point of time as a CEO of a battalion, you are the cutting edge. So how are we going to go ahead with this? I'm going to primarily touch a few issues, not sacrosanct, but we will follow this framework. I'm going to talk about the challenges that a commandant faces, maybe take a few lessons from you, that what are the new challenges, whatever I know of, I'm going to bring them out. We'll dwell a little bit about problem solving and how does it relate to decision making, a few steps to undertake to solve these problems. And we finally come to the brass tacks of a BSF commandant's perspective in decision making. We'll come to a little bit of a knowledge part of it, that which are the types of decision making and approaches, some tools which may assist you. It helps me a lot nowadays. We'll try to delve into a commandant's mind, and maybe we'll have a time permitting a case study very close to our hearts, both yours and mine. And we would just talk as a complete forum. So this is how I intend going ahead. So let's first start about the word, the commandant, the appointment, the person, the human being. In my first session, I coined this term after the discussion with the commandants, and having taken a lot of pride in my army tenure as a commanding officer. So I said, leave that aside. It's a BSF commandant who's a superman. Is he a man or a superman? So what does he do? I'm sure you know what he does, but a few things that come my mind are, he is doing training. He is doing growth of his people. Today, you are responsible for his growth. Administration. We all do it. We have done it. We do it in Amity. You're worried about his welfare. You're worried about the technology update of the Jawan or troops. You're worried about his health. Today, that has got a lot of importance. I was in Kargil commanding a unit. I know what that matters. Srinagar, motivation, big thing today. Psychological needs of the individuals, your troops. That's absolutely imperative. Something new is aspirations, their discipline, morale. I think the list is endless. We could carry on. Correct me if we can add a few more points. Gentlemen, can we add a few more issues to your tasks and work? Or we have
legal thing.
Absolutely legal. Yes, I missed out that is. I think it's coming from the heart.
Construction, sir.
Construction.
And other
Yes.
thing is accountancy.
Accountancy accounts. Yes.
Purchase.
Sorry.
Logistics.
Purchase. My God. And I thought I knew a lot. Sir, this new thing which you are mentioning is absolutely perfect. Accountancy is, of course, there. Legal. I have gone through it. I am from a core which has a maximum number of legal issues because of the various civil aspects and, so legal, yes. And
More things are there, sir.
One of the
Management.
Sir, looks like you have not mentioned the operation part, sir.
Yeah, yes. I agree with you. Well, when the operation is something which is, first in our blood. So, God has been kind. I'm from the Army Service Corps, which is supposed to be Aram wala Corps, you sit down and have rations and fuel. But I've had all 4 operational areas, and I realized that is the best time I ever had. But yes, operations and all these aspects are related with operations: legal, accountability, psychological needs, motivation. So you're very right, sir. In the next session, you'll have operation as the first one. Right. Thank you, Ajit. Right. But by and large, just give me if my facts are wrong. The BSF came up in 1965, so it's about almost 60 years now. What was the manpower situation in 1965 and how bad are we now? Would we be down to about 20%, 10%, the deficiency, 30%? I wouldn't be, just thought for my next slide, so that I could, take a cue from it. How much is the deficiency of manpower in a battalion nowadays?
20 to 25%, sir.
Right, 20 to 25%. Right. So let's see what decision making and problem solving is really. Problem is simple. As a layman says, the problem like in the army, we had my Risaldar or Subedar Major always coming and telling me, sir, baki sab to theek hai, but ek choti si problem aa gayi hai. So I was always worried about this problem. Where is he going to lead me after this? कि हथियार गुम है या बंदा भाग गया है, but वो कहता है तो problem छोटी सी है लेकिन बाकी सब ठीक है. So a thing that is difficult to deal with or to understand is primarily a problem or a question that you have to solve by thinking about it. So anything which involves a little bit of a thought is what we relate to as a problem. So the problems are simple or they could be critical, crisis. We are going to come to each decision making and problems in details. So simple problem is which occurs suddenly and the cause is obvious. So obviously, let's have an example. In operations, what could be a simple problem? I'm talking about operations. What could be a simple problem in operations? Anyone? Chandraji.
Say, sir, in counterinsurgency, your troops are engaged there and that sets are not functional. So they are in such an area where from communication could not be made.
Right. So you would call it a
problem, though functioning of set, you know it better, sir, how it is line of sight communication or set distance and all. And
but would you relate it to simple problem or a crisis problem?
It may appear simple for others, but yes, it is a crisis problem at the same time.
True, sir. So in administration, we have in peacetime, a lot of simple problems come up. You need to send your basketball team, the vehicle breaks down, or these are simple problems. Crisis problems are primarily those problems which can lead to disaster. So in operational area, I'm sure many of the problems which may seem simple may lead to a crisis or a disaster. So we could have an example of this. For example, like I had this problem in the Kargil war. We were looking for some equipment and of course, not to be quoted, the shoes and they all came off the left foot. So could be a simple problem, but yes, it could have delayed the operations by some time. So I always put it under crisis problem, which is a fact. Of course, now time has gone by. It's been almost 20 years. So there is a difference between a simple problem and decision making, or problem solving and decision making. Every problem we have a solution, and we, or rather now I've always get back to before, you all are actually sitting on this heap of problem solving. Correct me if I'm wrong, the commandant today is the most difficult appointment, whether it's the commanding officer of an Indian Army battalion or a commandant of a BSF battalion. I'm sure the appointment over you or the appointment below you is not as taxed as the commandant of a BSF battalion. Am I right or wrong, sir?
Right, sir. Absolutely right.
Very true. Now, all the things that I have spoken about, it comes in your charter, they somehow relate to you also. There is growth for you also required. There is, accountability, health, psychological needs, family, welfare. They're related to you. But don't you feel that for these 2 years, I'm sure you have a longer command, we have for 2 years, these things get relegated. And at times, certain decisions which are pending in your personal life do not come back as a solution later. Am I right, sir?
The stagnation is not only hampering the professional growth, it's hampering the personal growth and family growth also.
Very true, sir. वो 2 साल या 3 साल जब you're totally involved in this kind of life, and you suddenly realize that now my time has come to go on, move further in life, you say, I have missed out something. Like in my personal life, I always regret saying that I missed out my children's growth. Not because I was not with them for some time. I've always had field area. I was not part of the decision making because I was busy in taking decisions for the men you command, which was honorable by itself. But I'm just giving an example. The decision making, it cannot be delayed as well. So your personal growth also matters. So problem solving is a difference between the actual situation and the desired situation. This difference has to be solved. So it is focused on the past. You've seen something happening earlier. You know it's going to be a problem. So you focus on the past, pick up the lessons, logically, step by step, lead on to make a successful decision. So that is just a problem solving. And what is decision? It is the act of making one or two, working on one or two options to take the most correct or plausible decision. So you could solve a problem by looking at the past. कि पहले ऐसे हुआ था. Like हमारे वो कहते थे ना, कहते सर कोई बात नहीं, पुरानी फाइल उठा के देख लेंगे, पहले भी हुआ था, हम देख लेंगे. Pardon me, I'm still living in the army world. I'm not yet into the management world. So my examples are all there. And the decision is always focused on the future. The commandant today is thinking only about कि मेरे decision से इस unit का या पलटन का आगे क्या फायदा होगा या क्या नुकसान हो सकता है, या what is going to be welfare. Like for me, I made a KLP of the battalion, stayed 2 years of my command in tents for my Jawans, but today that KLP in Firozpur is one of the most beautiful accommodation which is available. So you take a decision for the future. It is not a short-term thing. It is also a process of analyzing critical data. Problem solving could be based on a hearsay. The Subedar Major comes and says, sir, isko aise kar lete, you find that's okay, you do it. But decision making of your future perspective is going to be based on certain scientific critical data. What it is, how we do it, you know it better. I'm only going to assist you in certain tools or maybe take you back to the experience. So they say intellectuals say solve problems, but geniuses prevent them. And like hell, we have been doing this. We've only worried about the future. The new DIG is in joining. What is his going to be his KRA? We're thinking ahead. But the intellectuals just solve problems, but the geniuses prevent them. So this one of my bosses used to tell me, he was a major general. He used to always tell me, I don't want to read your mind. You read my mind. So when I was doing the psychology course in DIPR, I asked this question to my trainers. I said, what does this mean? Reading the mind of a senior. The only answer he said was saving yourself. So actually, it's all about, so what we're going to do now is we're going to see an example and move ahead in our session with an example. So that's why I was asking you about the reduced manpower, because this is the example I thought I'll bring about. So let's take an example like reduced manpower strength in battalion, affecting training, administration, and man management. I think this is a very common example. It is applicable all across the armed forces. Maybe BSF, I'm a little alarmed. 20 to 30% is a higher figure. The defense figures would be about 12% or 9%. So let's work on it. Let's see what exactly. So the various steps, let's go one by one. I have already stated the problem. So can someone tell me the present state of affairs and what is happening about it? We are not coming to a decision. We are just talking about the present state of. So 20 to 30%. What is the situation earlier? What is the situation now? Is there any work on this? Anyone, sir? Any idea about the perspective planning of the manpower which is happening at the DGBSF level?
सर पहले क्या होता था कि जो भी पहले सिस्टम था, लेस नायक नायक सिस्टम था, तो उसको प्रमोशन मिल जाता था तो वो रिटेन हो जाते थे। 20 साल 25 साल 30 साल तक वो सर्विस करते रहते थे जितनी रिटायरमेंट एज है।
ठीक है।
अभी जब से प्रमोशन एवेन्यू और स्टेग्नेशन आया है उसके बाद से वॉलंटियर रिटायरमेंट का रेशियो इतना ज्यादा बढ़ गया है। आफ्टर कंप्लीशन ऑफ 20 years दे टेंडर देयर रेजिग्नेशन।
20 years, राइट। हमारा 15 साल है, राइट।
20 years। स्पेशली वो जो पुराने लोग हैं जिनका 20 साल में पेंशन है और जो नए लोग आए हैं उनको पेंशन है नहीं, तो एक तो पुराने लोग कंटिन्यूसली जा रहे हैं, उसकी वजह से भी जो वैकेंसी पोजीशन है बटालियन के अंदर में वो बढ़ती जा रही है। और नए रिक्रूटमेंट में सर टाइम लगता है। नए रिक्रूटमेंट हो रहा है लेकिन उस पेस से नहीं हो रहा जिस पेस से होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ट्रेनिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इतना नहीं है बीएसएफ के पास में ट्रेनिंग कि सारे लोगों को एक साथ कराया जा सके। एक जवान अगर जाता है उसकी जगह आने में अराउंड 2 साल लग जाते हैं नए जवान।
बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं।
ये तो सिचुएशन, इसके ऊपर आई थिंक कि कोई ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं दिया जा रहा।
तो इसमें से आपने भी बोला कि ये पेंशन इज नॉट देयर फॉर द न्यू जवान्स नाउ।
नो सर।
अच्छा, दिस ओके, आई नीड टू बी अपडेटेड। ये मुझे नहीं पता। तो ऑब्वियसली तो एवेन्यूज भी कम हो गए, पेंशन भी नहीं होगी, तो दे विल लाइक टू लीव अर्लियर। सो इसमें वो नहीं हो रहा। बट एक पेपर पढ़ा था मैंने where they said that in the I'm talking about defense forces, they said that the minimum level of deficiency or maximum level would not be more than 10%. तो ये इसका मतलब अभी फॉलो हो नहीं रहा, इम्प्लीमेंट कहीं भी नहीं हो रहा।
यस सर।
सो विद दिस, जैसे आर्मी में अभी अग्निवीर इन्होंने शुरू किया है, सो देयर इज नो प्लानिंग फॉर बीएसएफ एज सच।
अभी तक शुरू नहीं हुआ है सर।
ठीक है। सो ऑब्वियसली, सो दैट मींस द स्टेट इज बैड। 20%, 30%, स्पेशली फॉर I wonder you have 7 companies, I think, तो आप deployment पे at times 6 companies deploy होती है, वैसे तो 4-5 होती है ना, पर अभी how much are being deployed on the?
सारी की सारी ही डिप्लॉयड रहती है, 7 की 7 ही डिप्लॉयड रहती हैं कि टाइम पे या तो इलेक्शन ड्यूटी में।
BSF is unlike army.
Sir.
We have out of 10 months in a year.
Right.
Out of 10 months in a year, all our 7 companies remain deployed.
Right. So
and
when you
apart from this, if you are not in Jammu or LC,
right,
then more often than not, every now and then there are elections, and out of those 7 companies also you have to pull out troops to send them for the elections.
So the IS duties also take the toll from
their toll. The IS duties also take their toll. Apart from this, on an average, there say for example like the Nafri in one unit is 1200, but as of now, on an average, every unit is having not less than 150 men shortage.
Sure. So, in
addition to that, SP company, there is a support company in the battalion that is also deployed. That is also deployed in different places.
So support company, which is primarily the administrative company. Is that the support
and apart from all this, not even a single attachment has been reduced.
So that is what I was coming to, sir. Agar Sanjay ji, if you find deficiencies 20%, uske baad aapke medical categories, attachments, and various other duties, plus the basic essential duties for the your battalion security. So you are not left with your deficiency actually goes further. So when it comes to operational area,
sir, I'll give you my example. On an average, out of 1,200 people, a CO stretches out and becomes, I mean, he remains, I mean, he's the most distasteful person if he keeps fighting for his men, for keeping his attachments as minimum as possible. Yet he has to provide the attachment. That is not a, I mean, he doesn't have much of a scope.
So while you may have a confidence,
400 आदमी border पर रखने के लिए वो struggle करता रहता है कि किसी तरह से मैं 400 आदमी रख लूं.
I have had a great equation with one of the commandants, so that time company commander at Firozpur, and I understand the ceremonial part of the, other than that issue which was there.
This is apart from the ceremonial part. This is apart from the competitions that we are having, कभी or sports competitions or shooting competitions or this. और आजकल तो एक नया तमाशा शुरू हुआ है. We call it displays and what do you call
exhibitions.
नए आजकल आपको पता ही है मतलब.
Before we go further,
in addition to that, what he has stated, I would like to tell you, in my battalion, 110 men are there LMC.
Exactly. So that is another part.
110 about vacancies.
Right.
In addition to that, there are courses in which not less than 35 people, as on that it is engaged, temporary courses. It's not the career course.
So sometimes the LMCs also take 1 or 2 people with them. If you have that category of people.
Sir, obviously.
Somebody who's got an ADS,
is there.
ADS or a psych case, so obviously you are more concerned. So actually, you may have a conference to discuss the problem, but the end solution is fend for yourself.
End solution is nothing. It is the border has been given to you, and that border is your baby.
Sir,
right, so,
end solution is that who will bail the cat. That is the thing.
Correct. So that is where my case study is, but I'll come to it later. You have built a cat earlier. So our objective is very clear. We need to have operational efficiency. But with the discussion that I've had, I really don't know how to go ahead with 20%, 30%, especially the operational area, 400 men on the border and 400 men requiring emergent leave, 400 men requiring all those aspects of welfare, family, psychological needs, courses. So obviously it's a tough call for the commandant, and hence his decision making. Hamisha, I used to say my decision making in army was like a squirrel crossing the road. कभी आपने squirrel को देखा हो ना सर, तो वो जब road cross करती है, it doesn't know what is happening. वो left, right. So I have gone through the stage wherein there was no resource in my hand, but I had to command troops and I had to deliver. So when that comes, decision making is not in your hands alone. It has to have the support of a lot of people for which we come out. So the possible cause you rightly brought out, that one is the aspiration of the Jawan. He is not getting his promotions. And now I'm surprised, I've heard that he is not getting his pension, which I thought that was the norm for the defense forces. And third, any other reason that the troops are leaving early, other than the pension, the promotion and the pension?
That is
any other reason?
Stress. One factor is there. Stress factor is there. They are away from their family. See, in case of your army, they are having some peace time as well as field tenure.
Service conditions.
In our case, there is no concept of peace. Everywhere it is field. From one corner to they have to move the other corner. One remote area, they have to move to other remote area. They hardly have any time to spend with their families. Out of the 30 years of service, he can spend with his family maximum 4 to 5 years. So this golden period, that is 30 years of his life, he can afford to spend maximum of maximum, that is 5 years of his life.
So, जो defense में where conditions are slightly, in the army slightly better, वहाँ people are wanting to, उधर भी people are wanting to leave for reasons that you have mentioned, for reasons of family, for reasons of various other issues. Nowadays, we are nuclear families, we are not joint family. You reminded me of Agartala, sir. I don't know if there's anybody from Lychee Bagan. I was there in 1989. when I was commissioned.
I was there in that area.
I'm here.
Yes, so that area, sir, I may have changed now. We were very impressed because there was some accommodation of the BSF. But when we used to sit together and, over a drink, when we used to talk with our counterparts, young officers, so there was always this issue of people having a problem with that guy. People were from Punjab, most of them. And we were in Lichi Bagan. Chutti was a problem, traveling was a problem, accommodation was a problem. So we were having cases of OSL, KLO, AWL. So these are issues which are related to the service condition, and hence people, and they want to get away. The family pressure. I have an officer with me who left the services doing very well because his wife and children didn't want him to be away. So these psychological needs are also aspects. So, so what is the most likely reason you feel out of all these is the reason that we are having a deficiency? Is it because of the service conditions, or because of the psychological conditions, or is it because of any other reason?
Deficiency, there are few issues. Deficiency is one reason of deficiency is that not able to recruit. Recruitment is a very long process. Now the written part is conducted by SSC, then physical part is to be conducted by BSF or the CAPF. After the medical process, the whole process takes not less than a year or so. So after the training, so you have to go through almost 2 years of the whole process takes not less than 2 years.
Okay.
So naturally, there will be vacancies.
Right. So all these reasons are equally important. So we take it that this is a condition which probably people sitting a little higher than us need to really think about it, and bring out writing papers and writing new articles on this may not be the solution. Right. So we will see the now we'll see the solutions, various solutions that we have. We'll dwell upon this. And just one moment, there is some sound. I'll just. Can you please keep quiet? Can you please keep quiet? Thank you. Sorry. Can you hear me now, sir? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are clear, sir.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
You are audible.
Audible, right. So the alternative solutions to this, one is, of course, that you have a drive in recruitment. Second is to improve the service conditions. Wonder whether a lot of thought has gone into it or not. Doesn't seem to be, because for the last about 12 to 13 years, I'm seeing these deficiencies, and maybe they're increasing. There has never been a dip in deficiency, or during the Kargil war, maybe I thought that there was a drive to increase. Was it so in BSF also? Was there a drive to increase these recruitment ever in the last couple of years?
No, the recruitment has already been brought out, sir. It is like written part is conducted by the SSC, physical part we do it at our respective CAPF, and thereafter the merit is drawn. That is a long drawn process, and that takes time.
So there has been no change.
So there is no change, and moreover, the government has its own agenda, and it takes its own time, sir.
Right.
We rather have no say.
So when we say that we need to take a decision, so decision, is there a part that a commandant can play in this, or is it purely at the DG BSF level?
Sir, since you are an army man, let us honestly put it across that BSF commandant की जो गर्दन होती है वो सबसे आसान होती है चॉप करनी. बस. Simple, last year bottom line, sir. Anything goes wrong, your head is there to be, you are there to be slaughtered.
Absolutely. So
you are accountable for everything, but you are not having any authority. Simple.
So do you also have a strata of people as commandants who put it down in writing and say that this is what you should do?
The moment you put it in writing, you will be removed, somebody else will be put in.
So the garden will go faster. That is what
बस वो सबसे अच्छा ये है कि उसकी गर्दन काट दो, उसको हटा दो, और उसकी जगह तू नहीं करेगा, कोई और काम करेगा. And it is a very simple dictate by our higher command कि if you can't work, we'll bring somebody else.
Kargil war.
That's why I at the very initial my initial statement was that who will bail the cat.
Yes.
That is the point.
I remember during the Kargil war, I was a young adjutant of a battalion, and we were told, get 100 vehicles. So get 100 vehicles and we'll move the troops ahead. Now, I have a friend from Kashmir, Israel ji. I think you are there. I was there at the old airfield, which was as such a fortress at that point of time. And so I was told to get 100 vehicles by the formation. And my commanding officer told me, get it, like you said, bell the cat and you get in trouble. So I was out in the night trying to unofficially impound the vehicles and, get fired at occasionally here and there. So when the results, when the vehicles got picked up at 63 vehicles, I remember, I was made accountable for 37 vehicles. So he said, where are the 37 vehicles? Not realizing it is not easy to go around to it. Well, that's part of life. So then we draw a plan of action, we evaluate the results. So let's go back to our simple commandant life. We state the problem. We must be specific in our problem. So we are coming down now to our level. We may have a simple example of an alcoholic in a battalion. You may get various inputs from your JCOs, from your officers. So you need some specific input. You will be clear in making your decisions. You give a solution. And so it's a chakka. So as far BSF planning is concerned, the manpower, I accept that it may not be at your level, but within the battalion, we are doing this manpower, shifting and reorientation. You are, I think, the pioneers and you are the best at it, the commandants. I would even be very candid to say that the company commander is not doing much. He's handing over to the commandant because the neck of like bought out. I think somebody needs to go on mute.
जो मन होता है वो करते हैं.
सही बात है. The only thing is somebody's on the phone. I can't see the person. Dineshi? No, thank you. Right. So let's come back to the commandant. Orientation, you've told me that every company is picked up, manpower is picked up, support company is also pressurized. There have been times when my own administrative staff of a battalion commander was picked up to be utilized, but I'm sure the situation in the army is far better. So how do we define the parameters? Present state of
सर अभी क्या हो रहा है कि अगर आप ऐसा नहीं है कि चीजें नहीं बताई जाती, ऊपर वालों को बताते हैं सारी चीजें उनको, लेकिन अभी होता क्या है, वो बॉल हमारे कोर्ट में डाल देते हैं, बोलते हैं कि इसका अगर आपने आपको कोई बिल्डिंग चाहिए या कोई और चीज, पानी की सप्लाई चाहिए, तो मतलब सेल्फ कंटेंट प्रपोजल बना के भेजो. सेल्फ कंटेंट प्रपोजल रिक्वायर्ड लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट सर. उसके अंदर में इंजीनियरिंग भी चाहिए, एफर्ट्स चाहिए, बहुत सारे टेक्निकल नो हाउ चाहिए उसके अंदर में. तो ये कमांडेंट्स ने एक सिंपली बताया कि वो लोग सेल्फ कंटेंट प्रपोजल बना के भेज दीजिए. तो सेल्फ कंटेंट प्रपोजल हम तो उतना लेमैन की तरह जानते हैं, ऑपरेशन पार्ट की तरह जानते हैं कि हम क्या बना के भेज सकते हैं.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. And then other thing is, you are on the ground, you are deployed. You don't have the time, you don't have the wherewithal.
In addition to that, I would like to add one more thing. A few days back, a very senior officer has taken some video conference for all the commandants, including DIGs also, sector DIGs. तो उसमें सबसे पहला जो लाइन था, अंडरलाइन किया था उन्होंने, उस बंदे ने बोला था कि स्मगलिंग कुछ जगह घटा, कुछ जगह बढ़ा, कुछ जगह स्टैग्नेंट है. व्हाटसोएवर बी द केस, मतलब जो बॉर्डर क्राइम था, उनमें सबसे पहला वो बोलते कि तुम लोगों ने ये क्यों बढ़ाया, जिस इलाका में बढ़ाया, सबसे पहले बोलते हैं कि आप मुझे टेरेन के बारे में मत बताना, क्या रिवराइन एरिया है, अब फॉग बढ़ गया है. ठीक है, फॉग बढ़ गया है, मतलब आपका विजिबिलिटी कम हो गया है, आपको पानी बढ़ गया है रिवर में, वो मत बताना मुझे, वो तो रहेगा, बट फिर भी ये क्यों नहीं बंद हुआ क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटीज. सो दैट इज द थिंग. So you do not want to understand the basic reason of your problem, but you want a solution.
So what happens then?
नहीं सर, मैं डिसएग्री करता हूँ सर दोनों बातों पे.
सर इसमें एक चीज है ध्यान देना.
Even
after all such odd conditions,
but you are still delivering, sir.
BSF is contributing well.
That's what I'm saying. You are still delivering. आप तो डिलीवर कर ही रहे in spite of all odds. We still won the war that जैसे भी लड़ी हो, but वो you deliver against all odds.
Sir, मेरा ये कहना है, where is the support system? Where is the support system?
Sanjay ji wanted to say a few, like you can jump in, Sanjay.
सर द बेसिक थिंग इज कि उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन किसी की भी ज्यादा कम हो सकती है, लेकिन होगी उसी से जो डिलीवर कर सकता है.
Yes, that is true.
That rank is of commanding rank.
But is there
लेकिन
also
जो सर उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन और हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन में देयर इज ए मिसमैच. दैट इज
but sir,
ऐसा
ये
नहीं
बात
है
भी
कि वो हमारा बेटरमेंट नहीं चाहते हैं.
नहीं चाहते. But point ये है ना सर, चौधरी जी भी यही कह रहे थे, if such a situation arises, then 5 out of 10 commandants will probably not go an extra mile to take a chance with the senior. He'll say कि अभी मेरा tenure निकल जाए. Am I wrong in this?
Points are conveyed, sir. Points are conveyed. But even after that, we accept the challenges, and it's our managerial skill, command skill. Because of that, the BSF is performing well in every field. Even ये सही है कि हमारे पास scarcities है, कई problems हैं, कई odd situations हैं, लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी हमारा command structure, हमारा managerial skill ये ऐसा है कि हम हर फील्ड में अच्छे परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं. Not only in border management, but in internal security, crisis management.
I will tell you something very, very candid. Management तो सीखा ही हमने आर्म फोर्सेस से ही है, डिफेंस फोर्सेस से, आर्म फोर्सेस से या पैरामिलिट्री सबसे. उसके बाद ही ये सब टर्मिनोलॉजीज आई हैं. We have been doing it for years.
जो क्वालिटीज हमारी ली, लेकिन टर्म्स अभी मैनेजमेंट
में बदल गए.
मिलिट्री लीडरशिप में अपने टर्म्स डालने शुरू कर दिए, हमें प्रॉब्लम आ रही है.
बट फर्क क्या हो गया सर कि जो आई एम अ सेकंड जनरेशन ऑफिसर, जो पहले के कंपनी कमांडर थे, वो सीओ वो कमांडेंट या सीओ तो बहुत दूर की बात थी. देयर वाज सो मच ऑफ सपोर्ट फ्रॉम बोथ साइड्स. टुडे द कमांडेंट इज एट द ऑल्टर. नीचे वाले का भी प्रॉब्लम आपको सॉल्व करनी है, ऊपर वाले की भी आपने करनी. वो एक चीज अभी हो गई है. मैंने अपनी लाइफ टाइम में देखा.
सर जो आप इस चीज को महसूस कर रहे हैं क्योंकि इस फेज से आप गए हुए हैं.
जी सर.
देखा नहीं सर, उसको क्या फील करा रहे हैं हम, क्यों नेसेसरी उस आदमी को जिसने कान में रुई डाली हुई है.
बट दिस इज वेयर मेरा
दैट आई मीन टू से.
पर ये मेरा,
लेकिन सर जो सेंसिबल है वो सुनता है, नीचे हो या वैसा नहीं है कि आपकी परफॉर्मेंस अनऑब्जर्व्ड है.
अभी इसी के लिए मुझे आपसे पूछना है, जो कि द आर्मी विल किल मी फॉर इट. The DIGs are coming from an organization which is not aware of your organization. They're coming from my organization. So they may kill me for it, but don't you think that also makes a difference? जब सुनने का कुछ समझ भी आना चाहिए ना थोड़ा बहुत.
नहीं सर, ये किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पर्टिकुलर ट्रेनिंग का कोई फर्क नहीं है. ये इंडिविजुअल
I'm talking about.
We find many from army laterally and they were very good. Some may be here for time pass also.
Yes, that is the difference.
में भी ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसा नहीं कर
सकते. Generally there are very good people. There are very good people.
Because
absolutely fine.
Because for the first session, I took assistance from a brigadier who was a very good friend of mine. He's in Chandigarh. He had a wonderful experience with BSF, and he was all praise, and I had a great time talking to him. So great. This is wonderful news. So we set the objective. I don't know where I am for time, but let me just rush a little bit. The prime objective of the commandant will be to have high level of preparedness by optimum utilization of personnel, logistics, time, leadership skills. You have done it. आप सब कर रहे हैं. There's nothing great about it. So let's see what are the possible causes. We have already found out. These are the various causes: socioeconomic changes, individual and organizational aspirations of the BSF, service condition, early retirement, post-retirement prospects. Yeah, breakdown of a joint family to a nuclear family. I have seen it in the army. I'm sure it is there in the BSF as well. This aspect of a nuclear family, the psychological aspects and the pressure on the Jawan is much more. We pick up the most possible cause and then we take out a few alternative solutions. And so, of course, these are very, very premature solutions. SOPs need to be defined at the highest level. Men need to be known, because today also with 20% deficiency, your biggest concern is, or your biggest strength is knowing your men. You know that today he may be stretched, but if I tell this gentleman that you do this also in addition to what you're doing, he will do it. Or there may be somebody who's physically weak, you may like to put him on a different job. So this is what today, the commandant has also become a platoon commander, a company commander, because today the commandant is also aware of his men. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've commanded 3 battalions actually. And I know that Jawans, by the time I finished my command, you knew at least 60% about them, their families and all. Am I right, sir?
Yeah. Right. Sir, one thing I would like to add to the first point, the SOPs, which you have referred to, the first point, that is SOPs. SOPs are, many a time SOPs are find to be backfired also. It is not for, not to help, rather to fix the commandant. Many a time it happens.
Yes, I agree with you.
So I don't know how the SOPs to be helpful. Otherwise, it's okay. There may be
SOPs, by which we mean that there should be some framework, realistic framework should be there. Whether you call it SOP or rules, procedures, like here we call regulations, something should be there. Anyway, these were just random thoughts. So
sir, honestly, बताइए एक चीज.
हाँ जी.
आप कमांड में हो एक यूनिट का और आपका हायरकी में कोई एसओपी बना रहे, आपका हायर ऑफिसर कोई एसओपी बना दिया, क्या लगता है कि वो उसका सुइटेबिलिटी के हिसाब से बनाएगा, आपके सुइटेबिलिटी के हिसाब से बनाएगा?
नहीं, पर जब एसओपी बनती है तो वो बनाने से पहले वो पूछा जाता है ना कि भाई
अरे सर वो all these are hypothetical, sir.
अच्छा, so there is nothing called circulation of draft SOPs. Okay, let's set the better. So you're right. I totally agree with you, Chaudhary. So of course, in evaluating the objective, you see the pros and cons, short and long-term impacts. Resources has always been a matter of discussion in defense forces. Like you rightly said, SOP ban gayi, make sports ki bana lo, and you say that we will have an event for the entire IG range or DIG, and resources are not there. And then somebody at the higher up says, the decision tumhara hai, tum kar lo, it is up to you, get managed, like hamare wo NDA mein kaha karte the beg, borrow, steal, and you do it. But effective resources has a viable effect on your operational efficiencies. Like again, quoting Kargil, a few days before the war actually started, we had sent some vehicles for an administrative trip. A weapon which did not have ammunition for many months was suddenly given that ammunition. Obviously, the indicators were that we are going to war. But in that ammunition, that trial and the people have to get used to it. So resources are there, effect has to be aware. So that is one very important. Practical viability, you bought it very rightly, SOP बन तो जाती है. Practical viability होनी चाहिए decision making के लिए. Comparison तो आप करते हैं in your mind, this is always going on. If I have PT, reduce PT by 2 times a week, is it going to make a difference because of the cold weather? Or should I go ahead with 7 days? कई लोग mind को apply करते हैं, कई heart को apply करते हैं. So decision making is done by various factors. Then you take out inter se priorities, and if you reach, then you finally decide. Now, decision can be minor decisions. You can take it easy. Major decisions, obviously, you dwell a little bit more. Finally, decision, action bhi ban jata hai, decision bhi ho jata hai. There is something which is after a decision is taken. Can somebody throw some light on that? Results, of course, aa jayenge, what decision you take, uska result bhi viable honge. In units, Army, BSF, results are very, very viable. Decision that you take, uska asar, kai bari usi time aa jata hai, kai bari 6 mahine baad aata hai, 1 saal baad aata hai. Result bhi aa gaya. You've taken a lot of decisions on training. Your BPT standard has gone to 78% excellent. Uske baad bhi ek cheez reh jati hai. You may have taken a very good decision. Can somebody tell me what could be that? After everything has happened, decision भी आपने ले लिया, उसका result भी अच्छा आ गया या बुरा आ गया. What is the next step or the last step? क्या हो सकता है? I had mentioned when I was giving problem solving that this is very, very important. Feedbacks, qualitative and quantitative results and improvements. This is absolutely important. Why I'm bringing this out is this you are doing on your own as a personal, as a commandant, as a human being. Anything decision that you take, you are taking a feedback from a Subedar major or from your troops, from a company commander, कि कैसा चल रहा है. When every time we go into the unit and ask, training हो रही है, कैसी हो रही है? So actually you're looking for a feedback. You may come back and realize the decision that you've taken needs a little bit of a change. And how are you going to do it? By qualitative and quantitative results. Sir, आपके decision लेने से पहले 50% आते थे excellent में, अब 70 आ रहे हैं या 20 आ रहे हैं. And thereafter you improve your decision, and maybe in the next time or whatever you so decide, you could take a call on it. But problem is always this. We are always, can someone just tell me the time? Right, I'll just take 5 more minutes and we have break. So we always stuck with this issue of this way and that way. Even today, be it choice of your subjects for you or for your children in school, be it joining the armed or the defense forces, be it joining a particular stream in the defense forces, sometimes to continue or to quit. And in your command, I'm sure this thing comes your way many ways, this way and that way. But it's very lonely at your top. Correct me if I'm wrong, at the commandant's level, it is very lonely. You've yourself bought out. It's lonely from the top, it's lonely below. So it's very lonely with you. So this decision you have to take, this way or that way. Some very interesting facts. In 1976, a questionnaire was sent to 200 business leaders and said, what is the most valuable attribute of the top level management? They all unanimously said, ability to take decisions. Nobody said that, you know, he got me good salary, package, resources, good working condition. He says ability to take decisions. I'm sure you're relating to me. When at times you are faced with the situation when you are referring the matters up and you have the staff officers to struggle with and the DIG, and at times the decisions come either delayed or they're denied or they are not able. So this is the most important aspect when you talk about management context. Even the industry and the corporate say the ability to take decision is the most important aspect in a corporate for senior level leadership. So how does the commandant approach this? Abhi tak to yahi pata hai ki you are faced with the problem. You analyze the situation. Analysis be today you are doing, or you are taking help of your team or core. That's called group AD decision. We'll come to it. But you analyze the situation. And with your rich experience, and you are of, I'm sure the age bracket is about 50 plus, sir. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
So there's a difference. In the army, the colonel CO Saab is 36, 37 now. So with your rich experience, you've gone through the rut, and you are from that BSF, which was still going through that evolution process. So you analyze the situation yourself, whether it's quietly or amongst people, it's always, your mind is always moving. Then you think, were you faced with a similar situation? You reflect upon it. Or was it earlier in your command this has happened? Or was it an aspect which is related to a neighboring battalion? I learned a lot from a neighboring battalion, where that neighboring battalion had issues all the time. You learned from them and you prevented. Like I said, geniuses prevent the situation. Then you decide the kind of answer and then you go ahead. This is all that is there in the entire session of ours. Your perspective. You analyze, you think and reflect, you decide the answers, then you go ahead. But to do this, aapko thoda bahut assistance keh lo, ya experience keh lo, ya exercising your faculties, your mind, we need to work on it. So here are some questions. ये आपकी दिनचर्या में, day-to-day life में, this must be very, very common. You can relate this. I can send it to you earlier. It's maybe there in the booklet. I picked it up from the training team only. That do I make seldom impulsive purchases? I am an impulsive purchaser. I know. I don't have the patience to go with my wife and my kids and think about 6 times, 7 times. My idea is very clear. मुझको ये लेना है, इतने cost का approximately होगा, आगे भी ठीक, I take it. This is my perception. I don't make impulsive purchases. No, I make. I believe in love at first sight while buying things. Something that appeals you, you buy it. There are many who say, no, let me check up. In my house, my better half is totally opposite. She will go 2 months into buying a thing. So we have this issue. So decision making is slower. I am sharing my personal life. It's all about learning from each other. I rely heavily on innermost feeling and intuition while making decisions. No, I don't. Maybe some do. There's some who are very biased in the defense forces. The DIG likes Sirohi ji or Chaudhary ji. He comes with a proposal. He says, good, banalo. There's another person who's going, Maniji is going. He'll give 6 questions and he'll say, we'll work on it. The decision has to be proper. So somebody is working on intuition. How that intuition comes up is all a personality issue. I have a small slide on that. So some other questions, random, I'll take a few. I often need to organize my thoughts on paper before deciding. 50% of the people I'm sure are doing it with you also. I do it. I get a thing, I'll put it down on paper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, strike out, draw a tree kind of a thing. Ho jata hai. Maybe that's how I've been brought up. Some people don't. Some are great. They have great memories. So this is how I'm just trying to build up on decision making. I usually talk to others before deciding. Some people are very, very clear. I won't use the word autocratic, but very clear. Like for me, my Subedar Major in the battalion, he's supposed to be your second half, was a great guy, paratrooper. वो आके कहता था सर ये गलत है ठीक है साहब बताइए कैसे आप भी कर रहे हैं चीज while there are some who are very clear कि मैं ऐसे ही होगा and this is how it is going to work out. I have seen DIG levels of commanders in my defense forces where they do not even consult the staff officers, the logistic staff officers, the DQ or the BM. આજકલ they call them G1 and AQ. So I'm sure you also have the same. They don't. They say it'll happen like this. I usually will try something before I like or dislike it. My children do it. They'll pick up a product. They'll say if it's fine, we'll do it. Thanks to Amazon. I use a calendar to plan my week and try to adhere to it. I make a calendar. I'm good in IT. I do Outlook, everything. But I find it difficult to adhere to it. These are facts. So please think about it yourself. I am very trusting of others. I have this strength or weakness. Others don't. They will not trust you. You will not trust your company commander. I believe in the other way. I say, okay, fine, let him prove otherwise. But the first person is also right. Be careful. So I'm sure your personality is built on certain questions that you would like to answer like this. So would it be time to take a break or should I continue? Can I have a yes or no?
Break, sir. Short break, sir.
Yeah, I'm sure. I just got carried away with great discussion with you all. So, Vaniji, can we have a whatever time, 10, 5 minutes, whatever the time involved? Right, I think we can have it's 4, I have a lot to cover. So can we have a 10 minutes break? That'll be fine. Yeah. Thank you.
10 minutes break, sir.
See you across. वो हमारा commander कहता था have a 10 minutes break, come back in 5. So, but you please come back in 10. Take your time. Thank you, gentlemen. So I'm sure आप सब तो you must be from various places, no? You must be all across.
Yes, sir. We are from various places.
Okay, the furthest would be.
We are from all over the country. In fact, you can say.
Great. By the second session that I took, उसमें we had people right from the Myanmar border in Manipur.
It is also there. It is also there. Manipur. There is an officer from Manipur, Mr. Lenskai Chitlao. He is from Manipur, and I am from Assam.
Which part of Assam? Which part of Assam?
Yeah, I'm from basically I belongs to district Barpeta, but presently located in Guwahati.
Guwahati, great. That was my first posting. I got commissioned to Bihar Regiment. We were going
Sangsari?
to a place.
Did you post? Did you post it in Sangsari?
What happened was I was going to a place called Varente in Mizoram.
Oh, I see.
So our Pulton was stopped there because of Pavan Khatam hua tha. So we waited in Guwahati. So we had a great time moving around, buying things, fancy bazaar, and again I'm coming from there. I was in a place called Dibapur for 2 years. So Guwahati used to be our pet place to go. Otherwise, I belong to a place called Panchkula, which is in Haryana.
Okay, it's in Haryana.
Yeah,
it's in Haryana.
So Amity, I am here for the last 1 year, exactly now 1 year and few days, and so Delhi में ये है कि कोई ना कोई get together या कोई मिल ही जाता है course get together, yeah, WhatsApp pe koi, so one tends to jump on a weekend and go and meet them. So it's good fun. My course mates are now probably all major journals. So they either Delhi mein ghumte rehte hain. So we have good fun. But वही है, I was overhearing last 4 sessions that I've seen. जब break होती है तो interesting discussion takes place. So I was telling the training team once, I said, this is what the defense forces are. In the previous discussion, there was a good exchange of the liquid gold.
Yeah.
For 15 minutes, everybody was saying, you know, kitne kahan pe. So I was enjoying that. Good fun. But things are changing. Things have changed a lot now. The defense has changed.
Dynamics has changed because the perception of the new officers has also been changed. In every force it is. Now even in army also. Army otherwise earlier there's a very close bonding, but that bonding is somehow it is reduced nowadays.
Very true, very true. Today, if you we have these clubs and all, aapke bhi hai. You go to the clubs, you only find retired people there. You don't find serving people any longer.
Yes,
they avoid this kind of.
They are more concerned about their personal issue rather than collective issue. They are more concerned about their families, more concerned. Now earlier also people were concerned about their families, but they still have some time to spare.
I've had a good fortune. If somebody from Delhi, we have a club here called Defense Services Officers Institute, DSOI Club. It's an inter-services club in Dholakwa. So I was handling that club. I was the master events organizer. So I was always on stage. And I used to organize these events. So even New Year's, the serving people tended to go out rather than come and, you know, subscribe to the clubs because they tend to avoid. And family issues also, but their general tendency. I'm in Chandigarh, Chandi Mandir, nobody comes. The reason that they give is that, you know, gone to the mall or, you know, we have gone out of station. So that is the kind of.
There is a serious change in dynamics in social life. There is social life has changed diagonally. I mean, there is a serious change.
जब आप commission हुए थे तो commandant was a big thing. सुबह डांट खाते थे, शाम को उनके घर पे जाके we used to enjoy the party.
Yes.
Dynamics भी बदल गए. Calling on used to be a norm. कि भाई चलो सर सब CO के घर चलेंगे या commandant के चलेंगे. वो dynamics have changed today. It has changed in me also.
In that case, it was a true family-like feelings. Environment was there.
Yes.
As on that, you won't find that kind of environment. As on that, there is no environment like that. In any force, you will not find. In any force, you will not find that.
We lost officers in our Paltan, and the family had nothing to worry after that. They lost a nearest, but everybody was there to look after.
Yes, it is there.
From Gaon to the CO, I still remember my first CO from 3 Bihar. He is in a place, Ranchi. I spoke to him yesterday, the first CO, imagine 30 years back. I'm in touch with them. So it was his birthday. I spoke to him, and of course, he was very emotional. So he asked me, he said, "Wo Someshwar Orao ki family ka kya hua?" Imagine, I served only 1 year in that Paltan. So that was the bonding that the gentleman had. My father is 88. My father is 88 and he is down with cancer now. And when he speaks to me, he's a true soldier. Even today, my friends call on him, you know, because he's been like that. So this, and I had a BSF commandant there in this place, Lichi Bagan. I forget, it must be 89. I remember we were playing hockey with BSF. After there's such a great bonding we had, he would invariably host a party in his house. All youngsters of 3 Bihar 8 Kumaon regiment, we would be in his house.
Brotherhood in uniform service earlier, it was very much there, but that is somehow it is reducing, it is diluting.
Abhi bhi hai.
It is there, but it is diluting. Still, it is. I feel there is a dilution. There is slight dilution is there, but still, it is better than other organization. I must say, there is no doubt about that.
Yes. Uniform is never leaves you.
Uniform itself is a religion. Uniform itself is a brotherhood.
I was very fortunate. Last month I had not seen National Defense Academy. So one of my course mates is the fleet commander in Bombay. So he said, come to Bombay. The other one came to know that I'm in Bombay. So he invited me to Pune. It was such an honor to go back to the National Defense Academy and see but when I saw the cadets there, I realized that things have changed a lot. It's college now. It's college.
Yes.
Good fun.
Yes.
Good
Yes.
fun. I'm of course a veteran now, but this service bracket has reduced so much that the CEO is so young now that first 6-7 years he's in the Pulton, then he's out for 4 years, then he's out for staff college, then he's out for another 6 years as staff appointments. He straight will become the commanding officer. So he has no communication with the troops as troops pata hi nahi hote usko Pulton mein. So that is a very big issue, and that is why you find problems happening for man management and manpower. So man management also issue आपके होता तो होगा, काफी issue रहता होगा.
हाँ है, man management is an issue because main problem जो है it is attachment problem, एक बहुत बड़ा problem है. LMC is an issue. और दूसरा जो ये temporary duty and particularly election duty and other duties, ये बहुत बड़ा issues है.
Attachment का एक बहुत बड़ा नुकसान ये है कि जिसको आप attachment पे भेजते हो, शुरू में तो he resents, but थोड़े दिन बाद he gets used to that kind of life.
नहीं सर, इसमें दो सर फैक्टर है. आप जैसे पोस्ट क्रिएट करते हैं, यू आर देयर इन एमईटी से, आपने आपका एमईटी यूनिवर्सिटी में एक पोस्ट क्रिएट करते हो. उस पोस्ट जब क्रिएट करते हो, क्या कॉन्सेप्ट लेके करते हो? सबसे पहले उसको क्या क्या टास्क होगा, उस बंदे का कितना काम होगा, वर्कलोड क्या होगा, पूरा एनालिसिस किया जाता है, एडिट किया जाएगा. ऑडिट करने के बाद यू विल गो फॉर दैट क्रिएशन ऑफ दैट पोस्ट. नाउ सडनली उस पोस्ट का बंदे को दूसरे जगह आप भेज दिया, वो पूरा वर्कलोड किसके ऊपर आएगा? किसी दूसरे बंदे के ऊपर आएगा. नेचुरली दैट प्रेशर विल बी ऑलवेज देयर.
Naturally, absolutely.
सो दैट इज द पॉइंट. आपने अटैचमेंट में तो ले लिया, आपका काम नहीं चल रहा इसलिए आपने मेरे बंदा ले लिया, फाइन डन, मैंने मान लिया. लेकिन मेरा बंदा का जो अटैचमेंट में वो उसका काम कौन करेगा?
I agree with you.
किसी ना किसी के थ्रू तो कराना पड़ेगा. मीनिंग देयर भाई, किसी का वर्कलोड बढ़ेगा
और जिसका बढ़ेगा उसका मोटिवेशन लेवल भी फिर कम,
मोटिवेशन लेवल डाउन होगा. तो मैं कहां से मोटिवेट करूंगा? और आप बोलते हो कि मोटिवेट करके रखो लोगों को. मोरल एंड मोटिवेशन शुड बी हाई. सो वेयर विल बी द मोरल, वेयर विल बी द मोटिवेशन? ये फैक्टर है.
In all the ceremonial parade that we had the privilege of seeing in Firozpur for 2 years, or getting people those wonderful passes and sitting. So one day I was talking to the commandant. This is 2008 to 10. I was in Firozpur. So talking to him, he told me that, sir, ये ceremonial is just one part of my job. वो जितना IB देख रहे हो ना, ये सारे मेरे troops वही हैं. इनमें कुछ चले भी जाएंगे रात को वहां जाके. They'll get deployed. Something amazing. BSF has got in hands more than.
आपको बस this is the difference between army and BSF. आर्मी में क्या है सर, आपको जैसे 2 year आपको जैसे पीस टेन्योर में आ जाते हैं, वो बंदा सिंपली ही एंगेज्ड इन ट्रेनिंग वर्क, ट्रेनिंग रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज है, उसका कोई ऑपरेशनल एक्टिविटीज नहीं है. तो बट हमारा क्या है, इट इज थ्रू आउट योर सर्विस इन BSF आप यू विल ऑलवेज बी ऑन ड्यूटी. आपका कोई रिलैक्सेशन नहीं है, कोई आपको
There's nothing called ERE or something जैसे IG में रेंज में चले गए, DIG में आपके
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है सर. एवरीवेयर इट इज. आपको जैसे सबका नाइट हॉल्ड है. फॉर एग्जांपल एवरी लेवल DIG आल्सो नाइट हॉल्ड फॉर 3 to 4 days इन द बॉर्डर. उसका भी कमिटमेंट, उनका भी एक अलग कमिटमेंट है. IG का अलग कमिटमेंट है.
So retirement, what is the retirement age today of the DIG?
60 years. 60 years.
And commandant?
60. It is 60 for all.
60 for all. So you could be having an extended tenure. आप सबके 4 years, 5 years type tenure रहते हैं. Yeah,
command tenure. As such, there is no fixed tenure, but generally 3 to 4 years, depending upon the person.
So 3 to 4 years में the pressure does wear on you. 3 to 4 years when your children are in that age of 18, 17, or maybe less or more.
Yeah.
So this is something which I'm writing these days. That you know that the CEO or the commandant also has his life. You are self-motivated because you got others to motivate.
Yeah.
But the question is, somebody. I have seen a lot of people crumbling because of the family issues and just not able to support because they were very committed to their profession. So it happens sometimes.
It is a 24/7 hour duty. It is a 24/7 job.
Yeah,
so you don't have enough time to spare for your family. You don't have.
Sure. So it's 4:10. We'll get back. Nothing much I have, but some good examples.
Yes.
So, gentlemen, can we start? Right. Thank you. Yes, we are getting some people over. So I'll just go back to my screen.
चल रहा है.
Just one.
प्रोग्राम अभी कराए चेक किया सर. हाँ. वो तो बोल रहे 14 तारीख को दे रखा है या
Right. So we were just done with these questions. Maybe you could try it out. So let's come to decisions. Chaudhary sir, if you could mute. Chaudhary sir. Chaudhary sir, can you mute your this thing? Yeah, thanks. So what is a good decision? Everybody in the defense forces say, sir, what a good decision you have taken. But sir, ये decision थोड़ा उल्टा पड़ गया. You know, this is what we've been hearing. Don't take a wrong decision, right decision. So what is a good decision if it really exists, to be honest? That's why I put it in bracket. A good decision is not a perfect decision. This is what I feel. It's a decision. It is a decision which you take after considering logically all options, all data, all inputs, all experiences. But it may not be the best decision. It may not be the perfect decision. So it is not good in the sense of intention, but it is good in the sense of outcome. So if you're doing welfare for a Jawan, like I was faced with a decision in high altitude, I was told, कि sir वो जो liquid water होता है जवान्स का, इसको आप हफ्ते में 3 बारी कर दीजिए. I'm sure the commandants are relating to what I'm saying. The gold, the black gold. So I said 3 times they will get high and then there'll be problem, there'll be decision. I was just a lieutenant, second lieutenant. I was just commissioned. So very senior junior commissioned officer told me, sir, इसको आप 3 बार कर दीजिए, आपको फायदा होगा. And I did not do it. I said, let me ask my commanding officer. I was on a detachment in Sikkim in a place called Kapup, near northeast Sikkim, somewhere. So it was about minus 18 degrees and it was 13,000 feet. So I said, it is dangerous for health. I didn't do it. So I gave a call to my commanding officer, who has been my mentor and a great human being. And I have examples of his to say also. So he told me, go ahead and do it. I just said, something happens. He said, don't worry, I'll take the responsibility. Do it. Keep a tag on that one only. So I did that. You won't believe it. There were a lot of people who used to be just lethargic and sick. So then I went to the doctor and I told him that this is not a good way of doing it. But he gave me 2 advice. He said, 1, you try it yourself. I was a teetotaler at that time. And second, he said, morale and motivation is very important. So I did that for some time. I remember that lesson. Maybe when I was commanding, I was hesitant to do it in peacetime because I had some people like this. So decision was only good. It is not good only कि intention क्या था उसका जो drink पिएंगे तो खराब हो जाएगा, but उसका outcome came out well. So sometimes decisions have to be just practical. So if I break up decision making, decision is just a choice between alternative courses of action in a situation of uncertainty. You make a choice when you are not certain in amongst many courses, and making, of course, the process of applying. So simply, it's a course of action amongst various alternatives. The thought process of selecting a logical choice is what we have just dwelt upon. So the cartoon says, my job is to make decisions. Your job is to make them good decisions. We all try to do that. कि मैंने decision अब ले लिया है, now go ahead and implement it. So sometimes this is very, very applicable to people like us. I put this slide only for a reason, because a great man is saying it, but I must also confess that he did not say this. I don't believe in taking right decisions. I take decisions and make them right. When I did the first session, I did this slide. Then I read somewhere where Ratan Tata ji had said, I have not said it, but it is true. So it's got a lot of meaning when he says that I don't believe in taking right decisions. I take decisions and then make them right. He's the one who went ahead and bought the Jaguar. He's the one who's gone ahead and bought 3 airlines. Everybody thought that it's a no-go situation, but he's trying to make it right. So which are the types of decision making? I'm sure you must be wondering कि मैंने photograph कहाँ से ली है सारी? But that was my that was my first.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
On the previous slide, sir.
Sir, just go back. Right.
So, how relevant this statement is for the for forces, particularly BSF and Army?
Yeah, I know it was in the lighter one, but if you really read it internally, I don't believe in taking right decision is not applicable to us.
It is not applicable. Yes.
You have to take correct decisions.
Yes, in corporate world, it may be. It may be right thing. If Ratan Tata decides that he wants to acquire some of the firms.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually,
it may be at the time of taking decision that he is acquiring a firm, maybe a wrong decision, but after interventions and after injection of huge amount of wealth and talent, he may set the decision right. But so in our case, in the case of forces,
our wrong decision means that it can lead to disaster.
Yes, exactly. Sir.
And loss of life and property and everything. Yes.
Pressing the trigger is also a decision.
Yes, the right time.
If a commander takes a wrong decision.
Sir, acquiring the Jaguar was not a wrong decision. That was the decision. After that, he make it right. That was not a wrong decision. How is it a wrong decision?
He said, firstly, I must confess, he's not said it, but even if you read the line, whoever has said it, I don't believe in taking decisions, right decisions, is something to talk about his own overconfidence. To say, I don't take right decision, but then I'm confident enough to do it. So,
I'm taking a decision. I'm taking a decision because I am considering it is right. That is why I'm taking the decision.
Absolutely. This is only in the lighter vein.
Yeah.
So that's why I said he's not said it and maybe it's not relevant. But yes, I would totally agree with you. Our decisions have got, I always say I'm still not retired. Your decisions are always, it has immediate effect and it could affect your future of your command also, future of your troops also. The Kargil war, I remember decision, not only that it was right or wrong, a delayed decision is also disastrous. A decision which is not taken at the right time, it can also be a wrong decision. Because if the aim is defeated, that means now you're taking a wrong decision. For example, in one of the operations, the person waited a little too long to say that let my resources be complete. Let me go with one additional MMG and one additional, battle battalion support weapon that time. But it took a little extra time. They got highlighted or daylighted rather. It was a disaster. So we leave it at that. So which are the types of decisions that we have? There are plenty in the management circles. They all are being done by the commandants today. You have the routine decisions, you have the strategic decisions, you have programmed, linear, organizational, personal. So there are a whole lot of decisions which are there. So let's see some important ones. What could be an example of routine decision? Operational or peacetime, anytime, there's not an issue. Any example of routine decision? Hanji sir. Just a routine, anything? Operational, normal, you're taking evening patrolling or whatever, border patrolling or organizing a game, is all routine decisions that you take, which you probably do it and then leave it. Any example of strategic decisions? I'm sure you would be able to give me a good example of this. Any strategic decisions that you take as commandant for the battalion?
Deployment of my platoon or on specific area to occupy specific.
Bang on, sir. Excellent one, sir. Your deployment has long-term effect, so it is strategic planning. Likewise, your DIG would be taking some. Any other example at the commandant level? Any? Is your shifting of troops from one company to the other could be a strategic decision? Deployment? Any yes or no on that, sir?
No, it is not.
No, it is routine operational.
Correct. Perfect. So routine and strategic is there. Then you have organizational and personal. Personal, I'm sure there's nothing to discuss. Personal decisions we take all the time. For your children, for your personal growth, everything. So no examples. Organizational decisions. So here, patrolling and all a routine. Any organizational decision which you are taking for your organization. Understand that little bit of a variance. All they've got a thin.
Basically, at commandant level, it is very, very difficult to take organizational decisions.
Okay.
Organizational decisions are actually taken at the force headquarter level.
Okay.
Then, when the from six companies, the number of companies were increased to 7 in a BSF battalion. It was an organizational decision.
Right.
Change the organizational structure of BSF.
Right. So that also came from the higher ups. The 6 to 7 was a decision which came from top, or was it initially at a DIG level and then went up?
It was basically taken at the top level only.
Top level, great.
No feedback from the bottom.
Right. So any example of programmed and non-programmed? What is programmed and non-programmed, sir? Program is something similar to routine. So I'm giving a hint. Anything? What is programmed decision? Program is actually routine, repetitive, which you take most of the time. So these are programmed decisions that you know this is going to happen like this. Any example? For example, can a guard of honor be a programmed decision?
Yes, it is.
Yes, so it can be a programmed decision. So these decisions deal with actually common and frequently occurring problems. You have a visit coming up, you have to give a decision, it is programmed, that's about right. So is buying of rations a programmed decision?
Yes.
Right, sir, good. Is the sanctioning of leave a programming decision?
Yes.
Right. So then what is non-programmed decision?
Handling firing from across the border, sir.
Great example. Operation, great example. Any other example, any piece example? So we said that leave is a program decision.
Incident, that is a non-program incident. Generally, any border incident, that's a non-program incident.
That has been bought rightly, very right, sir. Any in administration in peacetime?
That is, higher headquarters asked you send a person suddenly, then you have to send him. So that's a non-program decision.
Yes.
So you cannot plan it.
Can absent without leave of an individual be programmed or non-programmed?
Non-programmed.
It is a non-program.
Yes. So leave, while it is a program decision, somebody who has created a discipline issue becomes a non-program decision because this is not a routine that is happening with everybody at every time. Right. So this is very simple individual and group decisions. We've dwelt upon it earlier also. Individual decisions are the decisions which are taken by you yourself. How you take it, what technique you apply, up to you. What could be group decisions in our parlance as a commandant?
So group decisions are like nowadays many events are being conducted by BSF. For example, in 2021, there was a Maitri cycle rally on Indo-Bangladesh border.
Right.
It passed through entire border and many battalions were involved in it.
Right.
So it was to be hosted with full pomp and show. And for that, a meeting of the all staff officers and stakeholders, including lower ranks, was called, and decision was to be taken as to how it has to be conducted, including their night stay, Bada Khana, inviting of civil dignitaries, and
so it was a kind of a
celebration of Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav.
Yes, Azadi Ka Amrut. So a conference or a meeting took place and you decided and a group took a decision. Correct me if I'm wrong, what is the court of inquiry or a committee, board of officers?
Generally, it is one man this thing in BSF. So generally.
Okay, maybe. I am relating to the army where you have a chairperson or you call that, inquiry officer and members. So we take it as a group decision. But you're right, if it's one man, so it's individual. Any other example of what could be, okay. What could be a visit of the DIG to your headquarters? What decision will the commander take?
It is group decision only, sir.
Yes, very correct. You have your core team, your staff officers, company commanders, you do sit down, you do make a plan. So things have changed from earlier times also. I had a commanding officer who used to put down everything in a diary. He was, of course, excellent, but then he used to just give it out. While the conference was to decide upon the visit of the general officer commanding, but the points were only one way.
In the end, CEO gives generally his mind and outline of the visit or any other event.
No, but generally you go back to him and then tell him, sir, isko aise kar le. Oh, that CEO was different. He would say, note down, implement. But wo zamane chale gaye na. Now those days are not there. Up to the family, the father doesn't do that. Right? So aajkal to situation, right? So what could be irreversible? I don't think much to dwell. Irreversible and reversible. Irreversible decisions are those decisions which you cannot change. Something what you were just mentioning, operational areas, your tactical plan. Sometimes is irreversible. Sometimes reversible also. Can you give me an example of a reversible decision? Reversible is something which is very interesting. It happens sometimes because of
say somebody has been sanctioned leave. So I have sanctioned leave to somebody.
Great example.
Because of some temporary duty, he need to proceed. So leave has to be cancelled. Leave has to be cancelled, and he will have to proceed on temporary duty. That is a reversible decision.
What if there's a decision you are doing? You are organizing an event. Everything has been done. Decisions have been given by you. And you receive a direction from top as an add-on or a change. Now your decision would be what? Is it a reversible decision? Supposing you change it.
Reversible. That is definitely reversible.
Okay, now we come to some interesting ones. Experimental decisions. I think nothing to think about. You try out a decision.
Yeah.
You experiment for it. For what? You experiment it for the outcomes. Then you realize.
There are decisions.
So इसका example तो आपके mind में ज़हन में आता ही होगा.
बिल्कुल है.
बताओ.
There are two shift. We have a concept of two shift. Our ambush cum patrol system during night hour. So 6 hours duty. That is now there is an experiment of 3 shift.
Three shifts now, right?
Relief and relaxation can be given to the people. So that's a experimenting decision. Whether it will be implementable or otherwise, that is only time can say how it will be beneficial. If it is beneficial, that may be implemented. Otherwise, that will be fallen back to original decision in that case.
Right. Because this example had come in one of the sessions earlier as well. So experimental is very simple, but who is the person who's going to tell you that this experiment is correct or it's not correct? Do you now go back to the group or is it going to be your call?
Feedback, sir.
Sorry?
Feedback.
Again, it depends upon.
Feedback, absolutely. Okay, so trial, absolutely, you're right. Feedback is the biggest thing in decision making, and people lead to disaster if you don't accept feedbacks. Right. So trial and error, of course, is something akin to that only. You try out. If it comes good, fine, you make it a decision. If you find error in it, then try to remove the error. Go ahead and again take a call. Cautious decision is, as the word suggests, by and large, the Indian Army, a lot of people are getting cautious because of the implications on their own lives, not because of the Pulton. So we have had a number of decisions taken by many people operationally and in peacetime especially, which have been cautious decisions. So it's got its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that you may not yield the best results at times. And the advantage is maybe by being extra cautious in operational time especially, you may yield better results. So it can be taken both ways. I'm just relating the management terms to you. Conditional is a very good decision making. This, I have tried it in my command. The team sits down, you tell him, fine, let's implement this new thing. Like I was a logistician, so I had vehicles with me, 300 vehicles with me. So I wanted to carry out training of the vehicles, drivers, who come new, they are raw. So we were worried that if we put these drivers in the road of Firozpur, where you know how things are in the night, so somebody will bang into them, or you know there'll be casualties and all. So I went in with a conditional decision making. That time I didn't know that there's something called conditional decision making. Today I know. That time we decided that let's first do the training in the early hours, 6 o'clock onwards or 5:36. Then we graduated, then we found that response is okay, he can, then we went to 8, or then 11, then 5, then 9. So we conditionally went ahead and did a training. So conditional. Delayed, as the name suggests, the delayed decision making mostly has a disadvantage. So one has to be careful about that. I wanted to dwell a little bit on group aided decision because today the commandant or the commanding officer of an Indian Army battalion is using this very often. He's not autocratic. He is taking help of group aided decision. How is it done? When all the members or groups of members collectively take a decision, it is known as a group decision. Now, this is not very, very true to a commandant. In a conference, everybody is giving you the inputs, but final decision invariably is with the commandant. But there is something called group aided decision. I have tried it here in my present appointment. I called 3 people and I said, let's take a decision, though I was the chair of that decision. I got very good results because each one of them took a decision based on his or her facts. I took it on his or her facts, and some new facts came to light, and so the decision taken was good, for which we hopefully should benefit in the times to come. It is also used when the problem is very complicated. So why I did it in amity? Because I am new. I was not aware of the various processes. So it was complicated for me. So I called the people who are good in this. Like when you have to plan a sporting event, you naturally call your sports JCO and you call your sports officer. You don't call a quartermaster and say, oh, maybe he may not have an idea about it. Secondly, you also take a group aided decision when it is time consuming. It's also time consuming. When you have the time to do it. More often than not, we are running against time. The direction will come, the letter will come as of yesterday. So-and-so visiting your headquarters for 3 days, please organize a guest room, please organize everything. The senior officer is visiting at 1200 hours tomorrow. The letter will come in the night at 10 o'clock. But if you have, this group aided decision can be only done when you have time. But it leads to higher quality. That you can try it out sometime, definitely leads to quality. So there are a few techniques. I will.
Sir, last, please go back to the last slide, sir.
Leads to higher quality.
Group aided decision. In that case, I'm having a queries over here.
Right.
So in that case, say there is a group of 10 people. 5 are having an opinion, and 5 are having different opinion.
Very right.
So based on that, you are taking a decision which allies to either of the 5.
Right.
Your decision may go either of the 5. In that case, so 5 people will not be part of that decision.
So this is what I'm mentioning, that here you are not the commandant in this kind of technique. You are taking a decision together. It is something like that jury. You all have to come to one decision.
Sir, I think what my batchmate Khanin is telling, decision has to be taken by one man only, and that is the commandant or whosoever is sitting on the chair. Others may put up their point, but at the end of the time, sir,
okay,
if decision is proved right, everybody will come to the credits. You सबको बोलेगा सर मैंने ये दिया था, मैंने ये रिकॉर्ड नोट शीट पुट अप करेगा.
और जो दूसरा बोलेगा मैं तो कहा था.
God forbid सर कुछ उल्टा हो गया तो then everybody will say
मैं पहले से कहा था.
So that is the ultimately यही challenge है कमांड का सर बस.
इसमें सर और एक इशू है सर, too much of democracy will lead to a
I totally agree with you. See, कई बार क्या होता है जो आपके advisor हैं as commandants, you start suspecting their input. There's a reason to it. Today, a lot of personality issues have come into play. I don't like the other person. Even if the person is doing a good job, you would like to input a different story. So you are at the altar. Decision तो आप ही ने लेना है. Like मेरा एक सुबेदार मेजर था, वो मुझे हमेशा बोलता था कि this guy is bad, this JCO is bad. One day I had the fortune of seeing this JCO doing training and his personal conduct. He was outstanding. So ये 10 का group है ना, this is crowd. It is not a group decision, it's a crowd decision.
Yes.
I was coming to the next slide faster. There are techniques by which you can do it. So let's see. एक बार देख लेते हैं, अगर कुछ उसमें होगा तो we'll see it. So Delphi technique, commanders don't have face-to-face interaction. Why I'm saying these things are new to us. हमने ये कभी follow नहीं की कभी service line. But क्या पता इनमें कुछ merit हो. Whichever we want to pick up, we can pick up. Don't have face-to-face interaction for decision making. You just send them a form questionnaire and people write down their views. It comes to you. You are the man. Take a call. What Jagirji and everybody was telling me, that you are the man to take a call. That's a Delphi technique. You don't have face-to-face, no conference. So somebody might say yes, somebody might say no. You take a call based on that. And it is not based on majority. It is based on your experience, based on the inputs that you receive. So all those in favor say aye. Uss time, half people will go down. Then the nominal group technique. So 10 people not required. This we are doing. If an event comes, we call the nominal people. Acha adjutant, aise karo, call Alpha Company Commander, call the quartermaster, call the sports JCO. These guys will, and we have the conference, and let's take a call on this and let's get this thing going. That is called nominal. Restricts the verbal communication amongst members. Otherwise, it's a great forum for everybody to, take the time away from the commandant and everybody and enjoy that evening. It's like a group discussion. So it restricts the verbal communication.
Sir, end of the day, decision is to be taken by the commandant only.
Totally.
It is aided by somebody. That you can say. One can say that is being aided. He is being aided by providing input. That's it.
So
but otherwise, decision to be taken by commandant.
Correct. I agree with you. This is the unique thing about the people in uniform. Whereas in the corporate, you could have this. Right. Scenario analysis is something very interesting. You are doing it, but how, what exactly, just for benefit of all? Koi problem aati hai, we start seeing a scenario in our minds. Okay, DIG is coming, so what is the scenario? He likes to go around, so I need 2 hours in the battalion. He will like to go with his family to the border, I'll have to take him there. You start analyzing situation, future condition. There's a deployment of the Rangers on the other side. Earlier there were 3 companies, now I can see more movement. I see additional battalion support weapon, so they're probably moving in 2 companies. It's done by major environmental variables. What I just talked about are environmental variables, likely strategies, and other factors which may formulate your future. Operational, you have hundreds of examples of this. Peacetime, many examples are there. So this is another technique when you do scenario analysis and you go ahead and thereby take the right decisions. Consensus making and brainstorming is a corporate technique and a management technique, but not that inapplicable to us. Consensus making tries to pool the ideas. This is exactly what happens in a conference. Tum batao, how will you do it? I was commanding an NCC battalion. Any event that would come up, my commander would call all the commanding officers, 14 of us. And he would say, okay, if you have to organize it, how will you do it? Then he would pick up one plausible, practical solution and put that CO in front. And then the brainstorming would start. And then people would try to tear you apart because of the competitive nature of the military people. And they would say that, sir, isme ye problem hai. How will he do this? We will not get this. And then you finally reach a solution and you generate ideas. So in the heat of things, sometimes you may feel it's not required. You may be thrown some wonderful, good ideas. And maybe your decision making is better aided with this. So we are just about, reaching the theory part, the end of theory part. But then if we have gone this far, then let's see what are the approaches. This we've already done in problem. So I'll just leave it at this. 5 points for decision making are fairly simple. Isko English humne de di hai. You can relate it to it in every which way. You are doing it. maybe you're doing a little extra, which we'll come to it. We are defining our objective of every problem that comes our way. What are we going to achieve by this decision? Am I going to get a battalion in the first two positions by my decision of training with a national coach, in the national stadium or in the battalion? So that is my objective. I want to come in the first three in the BSF games, right? Period. Okay. Now, how do I do it? These are the points to make my plan for decision. I collect information. I collect information from experience to enterprise, from the Jawan to the second in command.
Colonel Sohail?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just joined and I see participants' energy is slightly dipping in. Can we take a short break?
Yeah, definitely.
5 minutes. I think that's long too.
Yeah,
We
definitely.
can just go in for a 5-6 minutes break. Then we
Right,
can
right.
resume. Yeah.
Right. Go ahead. Right, gentlemen. Time for you to, last break we were talking, so this break we have a proper break. So let's take a 5 minutes break. We come back in 5. It's 4:42. We'll come back at about 4:48. Right. Thank you. Well, gentlemen, I hope you're a little refreshed. So what I'll do is I'll, make you much easier in conversation, because I'm sure decision making is not a very difficult process for you guys. Right. So we'll just quickly go over this part and we'll come to some interesting facts about your mind. So we've done this. We define the objectives, you collect information, you dwell upon you develop the various options, evaluate and decide and implement. And last part, which I will reiterate again, and I will do it in the last part of my slide again, is the feedback. Must follow that. Now, since you are already doing these things, I am not going to touch upon how to do it, but there is one tool which I use and which might be of use to you just for your academic interest, which is called a decision tree. I am not able to see all of you. I hope I can see you. Just a moment, please. Yeah, I can see that. So, right. So can somebody tell me what is the decision tree? And would you be doing it in your personal lives and your commandant's lives? Yes, sir.
I think the decision tree which you're speaking of, I think 2 slides back, you were, I think, sir, you were talking of conditional decision making.
Right.
So
right.
probably you are ready with your options. If yes, if this happens, I'll take this decision. If this doesn't work out, if no, then I take that decision. Probably.
Yeah, nothing that I need to now explain. Absolutely bang on. It's a series of if and then. You have the options with you. Is this better? This one is not as good. I go with this. Aage jaake you might find another 2 options, and that is how we're doing it in a personal life also. When our children are born, we think of something for them. When they go up, they realize how good is he in a subject. So say, if you take science, you will do this. You take arts, you will go here. The child has a mind, but probably you are taking this decision. Then you go ahead, you realize science. Are they going to do the computer sciences, or are they going to do this? So you're doing it. I think you really brought out very well. These if-then statements, something look like this, and you hit the word right, outcomes. So you go with outcomes, and finally, where the uncertainty exists, you leave it. Where you go ahead and finally come out to that. Try this sometimes on paper. It is a very good thing, and thereafter you can follow it. I tried to do it in the last part of my service life. And I realized that my junior commission rank was more logical in working on this. I was in NCC, so that is easier. So let's come to interesting things now. I will just dwell a little bit. The commandant's mind is just a cliche. I just want to get into the mind and understand what actually is happening here. So in the army, we used to say there are 3 types of people who take decisions. The one who analyze, the one who synthesize, and one who value. So analyze is a very simple term. Analyze, synthesize is a simple term. Value is a little different. I'll just be rushing in 30 seconds. So know your mind, improve your decision ability, by sharpening the thinking tools. We have rightly brought out, so many commandants have told me, the neck is ours, finally it rests with us. वो हमारा गर्दन है, हमारे पास ही आए. Now that is where the decision is being taken by all the commandants. Environment is pressurizing you, the family, psychological training, everything is over you. So how do you sharpen the thinking tools? That's why I made a small mention. I wanted to take an answer. Are there some commandants, like it happens with me, are we following the beaten track? क्या जो चीज होती आ रही है हम उसको चलने दे रहे हैं? Or are we really flexing our mind? No, it's not referred to one person. I'm just saying as a general. So if I have to take an answer from you, how many people are following the old files and are following the directions of the DIG blindly? Would that be a larger figure? Or would there be somebody who's analyzing this?
Of course, we are, now in the present day, we are trying to break the conventions. We already established conventions.
Right.
We have tried our level best, but ultimately, end of the day, what is happening is, you are surrounded by people, who are critical of you.
Yes.
Will not let you survive, will not let you work. And ultimately, you have to fall into that path of, ultimately taking, you have to take that conventional decision.
So if you are 3 commandants of a DIG and you eventually, in spite of your best efforts, you have to fall in line at times to take a decision which you may not totally agree with. Am I wrong or right? Is it okay with the statement? Right. So we go ahead.
Right, sir.
So analyzer. Analyzer is the person, of course, the Greek verb means loosen up. So I get a problem, I loosen the problem. Divide into parts, make it into this, separate it into component parts. Then I can resolve it in simple steps. For example, there is, we do it, you have an impending senior officer's visit, you break it up into 3 parts. His accommodation, his visit, his training, and you give it to people, you start taking decisions by whichever technique you do, and you are the analyzer. But you may not have realized that are you also a synthesizer? I'm giving a pause. Is the reverse of analyzing. You have got inputs. Now you are bringing it together. This is also a mind which works amongst people like us only. Like I've done it once or twice where I'm an analyzer, but synthesizer, you pick up the threads of experiences and many issues which are going on. There is a visit there, there's something, you have many things, you bring things together and you make a kind of a decision making in toto, not in parts. Can we have an example? Koi idea zehn mein aata hai, mind mein aata hai, kya hoga ye? What could this be? For example, analyzing is okay. You picked up something and give it. Hanji, Chaudhary. Anyone, just think about it. It's worth analyzing or worth synthesizing. Okay, you are attending to this session for 2 weeks or 12 days. Now you have got experience after 12 days on various things. Some strong lessons have come in, some this thing have come in. Now you are the person after 12 days are thinking of, understanding where you stand now. So you pick up the threads from everywhere, bring it into a, synthesize the entire thing, assemble it, and now you are ready to pass on this information. Very, very native example I'm giving. Could this also happen in operation area that your neighboring battalion is sending inputs and you are trying to pick it up? It's not a problem as yet for you. Are you trying to synthesize? Can this be? I'm not sure. Can this be so? And you keep your battalion ready for something by the synthesizer mind, not by the analytical mind. Very few people are synthesizers. Correct me if I'm wrong. Any take on this? Just any off the cuff. We may be wrong. Even I'm not very sure on this. Take your time. Anything. Okay. Let's see what then value is. So then we see all 3 together. Now, value revolves around the perception of value, significance of that decision. Now, this includes all form of judging, criticizing. So one guy, he takes a problem, breaks it into parts, makes a solution, gives it to people, and goes ahead. Other picks up the parts, makes it into one big module component, gives a decision, goes ahead with it. There is a third person, third mind, I would say, who values everything, which is not very often seen, but in our lives. But then he values everything. He sees the criticism also. He tells his company commander, tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if there's anything wrong. He listens to it. Are we doing this in BSF battalion nowadays? You are listening to people. Are they also giving value points to you also? Let's have a response. Are we getting response from your company commanders, from your junior commissioned officers about your decisions?
Yes, sir. It is there.
Such as what kind? Let's say, give us an example. Koi bhi. I just want to know what kind of value advice is your adjutant or the command. Is he in a position to tell you, okay, sir, if we do this, it'll be better? Or does he say, sir, that this has got a problem because of 1, 2, 3 reasons? What would you value more?
Sir, I think it all depends upon the personality of the commander. There might be now, though such type of commanders are not much in number.
Yes.
But long back we had seen the commandants जिनके ऑफिस के सामने से निकलने से पहले भी सोचना पड़ता था, तो उनकी बात से डिसएग्री करना तो बहुत बड़ी बात हो जाती थी.
बिल्कुल सही है, बिल्कुल. We've gone through that. You and I have gone through that stage. So we have various kind of people. Today, mostly we are analyzers we do our values also, but practically we are analyzers. We analyze the situation. It's a new buzzword in the defense forces also. System analysis.
Sir, just I would like to add to him.
Yes, sir.
Earlier there is a concept of command. Now it is concept of command along with management. So that management element, the second part that you were telling, that I'll have to take into consideration of his disagreement also. So that part also be included at times. And that is incorporated also.
Right. Absolutely. And today the people who have lived a single life on decision making sometimes have not taken as good decisions as the people who have taken people into confidence. So what is a good decision? The foundation is basically the quality of concept, what you thought of, what exactly is the problem, ability to develop that concept, whether it's through any technique, group-aided technique, individual technique, through your analytical mind. Then finally, you should have the clarity that what am I going to decide on? Define it, and then open to new light on them from unexpected source. You know, the decisions, sometimes you would have seen that while you discussed enough, but the decision that you take is totally new to what you were thinking. A new light comes your way. And that is why you are the commandant. You have the experience behind you. There are many occasions where your deputy, who would be around your service, has been found quoting, like it happened in our case many times. Arey, I have also been there, but CEO ne pucha hi nahi mujhse. I would have been able to help him. So that value of a good decision comes from a good foundation, and foundations built with advice, the quality that you make. So let's take an example. If I give you this picture, most of you, everybody, I'm sure they're seeing both the pictures. You're seeing a four-wheeled vehicle. One is a car and one is a wheelchair. For some, it's a good concept. For some, the wheelchair is a bad concept. If I give me an example of a four-wheeled drive, most of the people would say car. But there would be somebody who would say a wheelchair. Is it a bad concept, sir? Can this example be a bad example? I'm just trying to tickle the mind a little bit. I have a few exercises. Let's see if we can move it. Is quoting wheelchair as an example of a four-wheel equipment a bad concept or a good concept?
Again, it is situational. You cannot say any concept. You cannot say straight away it is a bad concept. It depends upon the situation.
Bilkul theek, sir, because
For a person who doesn't have the legs, to operate.
Yes, yes.
So for him, wheelchair is definitely a better concept than that of
Absolutely. That brings me to the crux that no decision is bad. It's how you perceive it. Except for a MH or military hospital, this wheelchair is the best vehicle a man can have if he's not well or is injured. I remember in the war, I did not have wheelchairs. So the person, when I was bringing one casualty down, the only thing he asked me was two things. He didn't want the best of food. He said, I said, खाना में आपको कुछ दूं? He said, sir, एक प्याली चाय और पूड़ी या बिस्किट खिला दो. And the injured को wheelchair ला दो because we cannot carry him in that mountain. So for me, that was a great concept. And that is why this example I have put here. So you're right, absolutely right. So that is how our imagination runs. Our mind has a fundamental visual capacity. आप कुछ भी करो, आपके दिमाग में एक पिक्चर चल ही रही है. चाहे आपका बॉस आ रहा हो, चाहे आपके घर की बात हो, that's running in the mind. We not only see things, but we can shut our eyes and remember the picture of what we have seen. आपने वो गेम मैसों में बड़ी खेली होगी, जो एक ट्रे पे 15-16 चीजें ले आते थे, फिर हम कहते थे इसको 2 minutes and now think over it. The ladies used to enjoy that. So it is one pole of imagination. Our mind is always running. You can remember 20 years back thing, but you may not remember a telephone number which may be there. But that picture of your picnic as a child with the parents is vivid and livid in your minds. So that is what I'm trying to say. We are imaginative people. The mind is imaginative. So one pole is always having a picture. The other pole is we don't see before. That is, we don't have an existence. वो हमारा कोई तीसरा भी है, the third eye, which we are going to talk about as an intuition. क्या होता है? Just few more slides left with me, and that is what I want to tell you. Something away from our decision making, right? So this is exactly what we spoke about in bad concept, good concept. If various, it's not poles, should read as poles. My apologies. A person is thinking in either way. He could be thinking as a cloud. He could be thinking in a perfect geometrical figure. He could be thinking as a dialogue. Each one is right. Each one has got his decision-making abilities. So nothing goes wrong when the methodology of decision-making is different. So what is imaginative thinking? Mozart initially said, I can see the whole of it at a single glance in my mind, as it were a beautiful painting of a handsome human being. Invariably, आपको कोई भी decision लेना होता है, so what we do is, even sitting at home, we close your eyes and say, okay, it's coming down, step 1, step 2, it's running, script is running. And all that you do is you remember it, next day morning you give your conference. But how do you develop this imaginative thinking? You change your self-image. Gentlemen, this is the crux of my story. Please change your self-image. You rightly brought out, we are bound by environment, bound by people, bound by seniors, juniors, it doesn't matter. You change your self-image. The way you see yourself, your imaginative mind will flourish. If you don't apply imagination to yourself, you will not apply it to your decision-making also. And how do you apply it to yourself? It's a personality, it's your dressing, it's your family. You imagine, like in my case, I'm imagining my children's future either way. You get married, you don't get married. If I imagine, there's some idea which will get stuck in my mind. They'll be there when I implement it. So most potent way of unlocking the doors or the practical imagination is changing the self-image. Try it out, gentlemen, it's great. What do you see, sir? Your first instance, what do you see now? I'm sure this is easy. Illusion. What do you see, sir? Illusion, great. You could read it fast. Anybody?
Illusion.
Excellent. We are all living in a world of illusion, sir. Anybody else? Yeah?
Visual. Optical.
Absolutely, sir. So you got it. It's illusion at the first go. Optical is also there. It's how you see it. It's the same word, two words, but looking at it differently. This is how the mind works. Another one.
Good.
Great.
Evil.
Evil. So good and evil together.
Good.
So gentlemen, yeah. So good, evil, both are correct. They're both embedded with each other. It's how you recepted it and how you saw it. So you got to have the value, and good decision maker can perceive the truth in the situation. If you've done it, we can establish. So I'll skip this. Einstein theory is one man's now is another man's then. You learn from your neighboring battalion. Today, what is going through was somebody else's earlier. So you pick up always, you pick up from them. Not very important. This is something other interesting thing. हम सब कहते हैं कि मेरी intuition हो रही है कि the enemy is going to come from this approach. Or this is my sixth sense. Wonderful word, sixth sense. All that is there. I am not going to explain the science. I don't know much about it. But this is another part of your mind or imaginative decision making, which says after all the inputs given by Subda, Major, Company Commander, Platoon Commander, Quartermaster, I will do it this way. I just know. How intuition is developed is because of experience, because of your life, your circumstances. But all of us say, I just know. It will happen this way. So Einstein has rightly said, intuition is not intellectually respectable, but if somebody has an iron grip on his mind, then he or she should trust the intuition. It's not intellectually respectable. It's not necessary that everybody should have it. So there's no logical way to discovery of these laws. There's only the way of intuition, which is held by a feeling of the order lying below the appearance. Einstein has been one of the most intuitive persons. Other aspect is emotion. All these factors will assist you in decision making. I'm an emotional person. I will take a decision in some way. You are less emotion, negative emotions, fear, anxiety. They will express themselves in intuition, and they will also express in themselves in decision making. Finally, gentlemen, the end, I would just say these 5 issues that every time you have to take a decision, you may have many techniques. I follow this 5 basic questions of all that we have done today. I think we are pretty much in time. Have I defined the objectives? You could check it. Do I have the sufficient information? You could check that. What are the feasible options with me? You could check that. If not, you could dwell on it. Have I evaluated them correctly? You could tick that. If you've not, you could dwell a little bit more on that. And does this decision feel right now? And have I begun to implement it? If you are following this, I think that is the crux of entire thing, and you would be able to go and take a practical decision. Yeah. So whatever time I have, if there any I wanted to share a very nice incident with you about decision making. You all have gone through. I wonder if there's somebody from Sikkim. Sikkim in BSF is there in Sikkim. I've seen it there in this place. So I was posted in 89 in Sikkim, 90, sorry. And I was a second lieutenant, and my CO was a CO 48 years old, a person now general retired Mandir. And then there was this lieutenant who had passed out with me from EME. We deal with repair of workshop. And we were given a call that one of our vehicles is slipping down the hill. It's slipping down the hill, and look at the decision making that was taken. I was just 8 months service. My CO had 24 years of service. The GOC was sitting somewhere in Chumathang Valley. The decision taken by my CO at that point of time was, Sohail, please go and get that vehicle recovered. If you can't recover that vehicle, let it go. This was 1990. Can we take such decisions today? I was there. The vehicle was perched on 2 wheels. They're slipping down. And whatever happened later, in spite of the leverage given that let the vehicle go down 40 feet, the vehicle somehow we recovered. I was a young lieutenant. The decisions were totally mine. He was having a drink in his room, and he told me, son, what is the status? You recovered the vehicle? He gave me a wonderful pat on the back, and he came back. Today, in the hindsight, when I was commanding officer, could I have taken that decision for my youngster? I asked myself many questions. I'm sure these questions are in your mind also. It's a matter of 30 years. So decision making is bound by the environment. The faith that a commanding officer had on a second lieutenant who had no idea of vehicle recovery, and in genuine methodology of putting a boulder and tying a chain on it and using a recovery and gradually pushing it. All this thing came out of intuition, and decision making was good. And today in the hindsight, I realized maybe when I was commanding officer, I may not have taken this decision, because my accountability was far more than that person there, who was given a go-ahead by the general officer commanding, let the vehicle go, let no man be injured or be fatal. So gentlemen, with this, I wanted to just quote this example because we are all going through dilemmas of decision making. So we will just spend 10 minutes. I will not go into any chat rooms. I want to just discuss a case study which is very, very true. You may relate it to a live situation. This is actually a live situation. So the situation is when I was in the northern borders. So I just changed a little bit. So when you find that your subordinates and peers, seniors are committing crimes like molestation, rape, theft, torture, or even murder, as a commandant, what would you do and what decisions will you take? What would be the possible repercussions and how would you deal with these such situations? I think I missed out my screen. I'll just come back to you. Yeah, so this is the situation at your hand. So what do you make of the situation firstly? What could the situation be? Yes, gentlemen. Where do you think this could happen? Can it happen, or is it a little exaggerated? Or have I just created a hypothetical situation? Or can this happen and how does it happen? Let's have a free and fair discussion on this. And nothing much really to speak. Yes, sir. Anyone?
First of all, the facts should be ascertained about the incident.
Right.
What kind of fact involved in that? Whether an incident has been taken place, what is the level of involvement of different people,
okay,
and who all are really involved or not.
Right. You are the commandant.
Yeah. As a commandant, I will definitely try to find out if any of my men is involved in that. I'll try to find out the fact. Okay. First of all, my job will be find out the fact. Only based on the fact I can take a decision.
Okay, so we will discuss as we go. You just said about facts. How do you find out facts, gentlemen, for a commandant?
Based on the evidences, circumstantial evidences, hearing from the victims, hearing from the victims, as well as hearing from the individual whom has been accused. So I'll definitely heard from the both sides, and there will be an independent assessment based on the information provided by either of the party.
Great, great. So you've spoken about input for coming to a decision.
Definitely, definitely.
What else? Now, what is the situation for your seniors at this point of time? Are you going to report the matter? Are you going to first investigate? Gentlemen, let's have a discussion. Today, commandant is always worried. Is he going to report first? Is he going
Sir, in that case, if at all I'll have to report, I'll have to report in a diluted manner. I'll report that I have got an information, something like this. Let me verify the fact, and I'll come back to you, sir.
Any difference of opinion, sir? Any difference of opinion? Vishal, sir, anybody?
No difference of opinion will be there.
Okay.
Because the channel of information flow is uninterrupted. There are many channels.
Right.
The information course.
So you're saying that even if you do not give this information would reach the DIG.
That information will reach higher headquarters. So it is better for us, given the situation is different.
So this information will reach from which source?
There are different channels of information.
So official channels as well as channels of the victim, accused, They could also, like
official
Chaudhary
channels
sir was
only.
saying.
Official
Perfect,
channels
perfect.
only. There are
So
different.
we are saying that in the
It may not always be that our men say me reporting about my senior, but the one who has been victimized, certainly they will
That's
be
what Chaudhary
reporting.
ji was
Even
saying.
the matter goes to local police or local administration.
Right.
They know
right.
it that say senior to commandant is DIG, and even they know that they can report
Right.
the matter to higher headquarters.
Right. So you have the
Mechanisms are there to take care of any given offense if it is committed by a junior rank officer,
right.
maybe
right.
other ranks, or even a senior, even a CO is committing some crime.
Correct.
CO is doing some offense. It has to be reported.
So
Even
then
if your
also-
men are not
also-
under command is not reporting,
All
the one who is victim certainly he will be reporting.
So also you have this wonderful tool called social media, which is also very, very active these days. Right. So, but these kind of things, are they there or have they reduced with the kind of new lot which is coming into the BSF? Because one odd case ho hi jata occasional, not all of them together, but something or the other, especially in operational areas. I'm talking about things like theft and torture. Ho jata hai, civilians are involved sometimes. Well, what is the take? Ajkal, what is your call on this? What I'm saying is the commandant privy to input coming to him much earlier, or off and on it happens once the issue has already blown to proportions?
सर इतनी बड़ी बटालियन है, 1200 आदमी है, 50, 60, 70, 80 किलोमीटर में फैले हुए हैं, ऑल अंडर स्ट्रेस, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ संभावना तो बनी ही रहती है सर.
So now
इतना फ्रीक्वेंट नहीं है सर ये, मतलब दैट वे वी आर लकी कि हमारे जो लड़के हैं दे आर वेरी मोटिवेटेड एंड डिसिप्लिन्ड.
And by and large, our system of justice is also very strong. It is very, very swift at times, much swifter than the other methodologies. So let's say you have a senior officer under you who is partially sheltering such issues. So what will be your approach to this kind of a thing? Maybe he's a deputy, second in command. Then, because you are bound by inputs. Inputs are coming from your people. So how do you tackle this situation? Are you in a position to take care of him disciplinarily? Or are you going to counsel him, find out facts? Again, the same story. What is your methodology for an officer? These could be Jawans, could be like I've written, even seniors for that matter. Can a situation come when you could have a senior involved?
In that case also, even in any case, if you have a report like that, if you have an input like that, there is no option other than reporting. You have to report the incident to your higher ups. But yes, again I reiterate the thing, I may have some cushion while I'll report. Sir, this is the information that I am receiving and I'll have to ascertain the fact. So that's the way.
One very great thing that you said is that all incidents are reported. We are not the people who hide whether it affects you or it affects the Pulton or it affects the senior.
Yes.
Absolutely. That is what we are proud of. That's one. Now, this is happening in your company. So how do you regain the command and control? Let's say the company commander, everybody is involved in one of the deployed companies. How do you regain the command and control? What decisions are you going to take on this issue? It's proven that it is happening. How do you regain command and control?
At all, if this incident happens in any company,
command control का loss ही कहाँ हुआ है sir? जो offense
नहीं हुआ. There is no issue. He will have to be removed from that area immediately.
Command तो natural succession में command चलती रहेगी sir जो.
Absolutely, as per the principles of the defense forces.
Yes.
The command control is never lost. That is what I wanted to know. And it's just that the person is removed. That's about it.
Yeah.
And or people, whatever that matter is.
It's depend on the gravity of the situation. He can be suspended, he can be removed, he can be put under arrest also. It depends on situation.
Right.
Sir, again, that is an individual issue. It cannot be a collective issue. An individual has committed a crime, and for that entire company cannot be punished. And for that matter, command and control is there is no question of command and control in that case even. He will have to be removed, and somebody will take over. Very simple. If that is proven case in that case even.
Right. So I have learned two things. One is that you will report. So your decision of reporting is not unaltered. Second is your getting the justice to the people is unaltered. Now the third most important thing is what happens to you in case your decision of reporting goes adversely on your command.
आपके खिलाफ भी इंक्वायरी ऑर्डर होगी सर if you have deliberately.
No, you are not involved in it, but you are the commandant.
Sir, you can't escape accountability if there is any.
That is always here. You are definitely accountable as a commandant.
So that is the difference. Absolutely, you are accountable. So that's the third thing which I wanted to know. Accountability doesn't stop whether the times come and times go. The commandant's accountability will remain.
It is there.
And that is the reason he's reporting first.
Accountability of different level. The person who has committed the crime, he is definitely directly accountable. Others will be vicarious liabilities will be there. I am being commandant. I am definitely liable to everything whatsoever happening in under my command.
So that also, yes, please.
सर ये चेंज आ गया अभी जो आप बोल रहे थे अपने सीईओ का बता रहे थे कि when you were young lieutenant and your CEO told कि आप जाइए. So this change has come, sir. There was a time probably commandant could have withhold the information in a true sense of belongingness to his troops. और वो उस घटना को अपने पास रोक के लड़कों को पनिश कर सकता था या जो भी था. अब शायद अगर वो पनिश भी करने का उसका इंटेंशन हो और उसने एक बार को बात नहीं बताई है तो it will be taken by the higher ups कि भाई commandant is somewhere a party to this. So this particular change has come in the command system.
You're very right, sir. Bilkul, absolutely. My first year used to tell me I'm quoting, not naming it here, 3 offenses. Other than that, you do anything, I'll save you. So वो उस टाइम के commandant से commanding officer
absolutely sir, absolutely sir.
फिर हमने वो स्टेज देखा जिसमें 2-3 में से एक ऑफेंस कम हो गया. तो कहते ये तो होंगे तो मैं 92 की बात है उसके बाद
सर इसमें जैसे आपने बोला कि सोशल मीडिया इज प्लेइंग ए बिगर रोल तो आप अगर छुपाना भी चाहते हो किसी इंसिडेंट को यू कैन नॉट हाइड इट.
Justice is coming from yes, you're very right. Justice is coming from social media.
You have no option. You have no option. You have no option.
That famous tape of that khane wala ration wala which came where that this there was this Jawan. So all that came first. So that also was there. But anyway, this great hearing because it's such a proud feeling, Decision to एक ऐसी चीज है ना that I always there major decision, minor decision कहते हैं. You are faced always with major decisions. As a commandant, like somebody rightly said, our decisions are disastrous if they go wrong. So all the decisions are major. Organizing a party or doing this thing may not be your decision really. It is a performer which goes. But every decision for a BSF commandant, I'm not talking about army command, CO, is major because you are deployed all the time.
Absolutely, sir.
Even if an administrative decision is taken, it affects the operation. It's not so in the peacetime Indian Army unit.
Sir, in BSF, there is no decision is administrative decision. It is always operational decision because you are deployed in border and everything is connected some or other way to the deployment, some or other way to the operational issues. Even you purchase if you procure a shoes, that is also for a Jawan who is supposed to be deployed in the border 24/7. So that procurement is also related to his operational efficiency, means what kind of shoes you are providing, is it suitable for his operation or otherwise. So that decision is also directly or indirectly affecting his operation. So every decision is an operational decision in some or other way.
Absolutely. And when you come to your family front, then a lot of your decisions are not heard. That is a separate story altogether. So a couple of years back, I told my wife that I'll take all the major decisions of our family and you'll take all minor decisions. So for last 2 years, we're only taking minor decisions. So situation is that. So we're only taking minor decisions now. Well, gentlemen, I think it was an absolute honor for me to interact and be with you. This is one of the finest session I have had in amongst the last 4 to, get such wonderful ideas and especially in the afternoon session, 3 to 5:30. It's a long session, 2.5 hours. And when Fauji's meet and they speak, the time passes away very fast. So that is what I carry home with me, good memories. I will always be here, but before leaving and handing you over back to the training team, I just want to, close this screen for a moment and then all this we have discussed. Just close the screen if I can. Yeah, so I think now we'll be able to see each other. So it was great being with you, and I am just reminded of 4 lines which I had read in the School of Artillery, and which so epitomizes the Commandant of BSF, because I've seen very closely some deployments in my life, and it reads, it's there as the saying in School of Artillery, and it has always been with me in my office behind me, not in Amity, but wherever I've commanded or been CO or adjutant. It reads that with the kind of motivation that you guys are: oh God, help me when death is near. Oh God, help me when death is near, to mock the haggard face of fear, that when I die, if die I must, my face may sparkle in the dust. So thank you, gentlemen. It was a pleasure being with you. And honestly, I would love to meet you sometime off and on. And I also extend my thanks to Vani and the team for allowing me once again to be with this wonderful August gathering. Over to you, Vani. Thank you very much. Vani is there. Or,
thank you, sir.
I'm here, sir, today.
Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you so much, Tanvi.
Thank you so much, sir. As always, your positive energy and your smiling face sparkles on to the participants as well. And you took them through the journey of decision making through your own experiences, and your ability to prompt the answers from the participants themselves is really commendable, because of course they have been at leadership positions and they have taken decisions, and most of the answers they have within themselves.
No, it was absolute pleasure, because like I said, they're so experienced that this subject is so easy to sail through with just talking about experiences. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you soon, maybe until next time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, participants. So with this, we come to the end of day 2. And before closing the session, we would request you to please fill in the feedback for the day. My colleague Divya will be posting the same in the chat box. Thank you, Divya. Today we started the day with the impact you want to have, which is the starting session for the whole workshop. It is the context setting for the whole workshop. And post that, we did decision making. Tomorrow we will be having, we will start the day with yoga and meditation at 9:15 a.m. Followed by a session by Dr. Aruna Bruta, who is a clinically acclaimed psychologist who will be joining us as our guest speaker tomorrow, followed by Dr. R. Sujata, who will be taking a session full of assessments, of psychological assessments on understanding self. I'm sure you're going to enjoy that. And for today, please have a good day. Request you to fill the feedback, which is very valuable for us, and we meet you tomorrow. Thank you.